So welcome here to the Northern Ireland and Ulster Championships here, held at the Mary Peters track here in Belfast. I'm joined here by Liam Naughton today. It's his first day doing commentary here with us, so be kind to him. Only maybe 5 comments on YouTube, maybe slating him throughout the day. We'll keep it at a maximum of that. Liam, welcome.
Thanks, Ronan. Good to be here on my work experience, wide in the pool. Ronan, do you have a newfound appreciation for the mic now since you've...
It's so long since I held one. Yeah, I was actually at home with my hairbrush, and I was kind of just doing it around the house and that kind of stuff, making sure that I still know how to do it. I was holding it the wrong way around. You actually made me hold it the right way around when we arrived there. Yeah. I was a bit confused as to how it all works.
Because the mic was torn off you and now
it has been placed back in my hand.
You don't know what you have till it's gone, I suppose.
It's good. Yeah, exactly. That's good. There's a good tune in that, I think, somewhere.
I think so. I think it's a song.
Could be a song, but we're on the song today because we're back on the mic, and it is great to be back on the mic here. We are still legal in Northern Ireland. We're like the Ulster Fry, where it can only be found north of the border. So it's good to be here. 4 types of bread, I believe. We're not unsure.
I've heard. Like it's like a mythical feast.
It is. We're not 100% sure on the contents of the Ulster Fry. So if anyone could tweet us in there.
We're very green.
Very green. Yeah. We don't know what's happening up in terms of the Ulster Fry, but we do.
People going around with no masks. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah. It's hard for us. But we're here anyway, and we've got the women's 800 on the line. We do have a start list, but we do not have a heat list here. But we do know that in the 2 heats, and one of the heats is on the line now. But in terms of everyone we have here today, we have Laura Greer, Katie Kirk, Victoria Lightbody, Niamh Carr, Aoife Nivrin, Aoife Kaur, Louise Gaffney, Catherine Martin, Zoe Cruthers, Cara Laverty, Amy Hamill, Corinne Kenny, Kyla Henderson, Maisie O'Sullivan, Angeline McShane, Emma Thornton, Kelly Neely, Marianne Doherty are on the track today.
So heat 1 ready to go here.
This is Heat 1, and I see Corinne Kenny down there for sure, and Katie Kirk is also entered, of course, with season's best of 2:03. So we'll get an eye on these athletes as they move around here. That's Victoria Lightbody as well, I think, there in the outer lanes. So Thornton there on the inside. Niamh Kaur in lane 2. Then we have Kenny, Gaffney, Lightbody, Cruthers is in there. Lightbody, of course, at that PB, or season's best, of 2:11. Cruthers of 2:12. So this will be a good battle here in this, I think, B probably heat here that we have.
Yeah, looks like we have a group of 3 here in the front, and then it's going to be a breakaway group. Aoife Kaur now in third, coming up the outside.
Over 30 seconds.
So these athletes moving well, just outside 30 seconds, probably about 32, 33 there through the first 200. So that's in around 2:08 pace. So it's slightly faster than the pace that these athletes would have ran. But we have 3 athletes breaking away here at the front of this. So we'll get an eye in exactly who they are.
I think Zoe Cruthers there for City of Lisburn in third.
So Victoria Lightbody there coming up to the bell here at 61-62 seconds. So she has ran only 2:11 this year. So this is well within her pace at the moment. So it is pretty quick for her. So Lightbody in the lead, Cruthers in third, and Kaur in second place. So it's first 2 and 3 fastest losers to qualify out of this one. So these 3 look like they should be well able to qualify for this final later today. So these are just heats, first 2 and 3 fastest qualifiers after that. Lightbody and Aoife Kaur at the front of this field. That 2:11 there from Aoife Kaur. And then in third there is Cruthers. But Lightbody and Kaur certainly away at the start of this field. Liam.
If Zoe Cruthers can just stick on this group, she should be in a good chance against choose the fastest loser. But Aoife Kaur and Victoria Lightbody looks like they're going to be safely through as the fastest automatics.
Lightbody definitely slowing down coming into that home straight. She's easing away there from Kaur in the last 50-60 metres, but definitely looking in very good shape coming up here. It looks like she's going to run possibly close to her season's best here. She ran 2:11. She's ran 2:11 again there in the heats here. So an athlete then we could definitely see try and run faster in the final. Cruthers in third and Kaur in second place. These athletes are milling in there at the back of this field. There's Corinne Kenny there crossing the line.
Yeah, she led that starter front. That was a tough run. Ronan, you're more accustomed to the 800 metres. How do you recover now after a heat like that, running close to your PB?
Yeah, like she's gone pretty fast there. I'd be kind of wondering what the plan might be for later on. You can see there she does ease up a little bit in the home straight, kind of got that kind of odd arm action there with her left arm in the last 50 metres or so, and she's starting to tie up a little bit. But she looks in good shape, as I said, over that last 50, and it looked to be that 2:11 looked to be kind of relatively easy for her. So you'd be hoping, go a bit of a cool down now and a laze around for a couple of hours and a bit of food and come out again in the final. But fairly swift for an athlete in a heat. But I suppose this summer maybe not as many races for athletes, so trying to use as many races as they can, I suppose.
Yeah, she'll definitely be in the mix to final, but obviously the standout one is Katie Kirk here.
Certainly, you've Katie Kirk and Kelly Neely there as well. Maisie Sullivan and Amy Hamill, two other athletes, and then it might feature as well. But as I said, we have our start list here. We're looking, trying to figure out exactly who is actually lining up on the track, because not all these athletes will actually be present. With Ballymena and Antrim's Niamh Carr down there as well. She's around 2:11 this season. She's there in the green on the left hand side of your shot, and that's Kelly Neely there from City of Lisburn there in the red in lane 3. The elder stateswoman in this field.
Yeah, she's a PB of 2:09.
I'm just looking there to see if we can see Katie Kirk. She's actually down as unattached on our start list here, but she doesn't appear to be down there at the moment, which is disappointing, as Kirk would have been the class of this field with that 2:02 PB from 2014 in the Commonwealth Games. She's around 2:03 this season, but she doesn't appear to be down there unless we have a third heat, but I don't think we do. So it looks like it's going to be Niamh Carr in the green and Ballymena and Antrim there on the left hand side of your shot, and it'll be Kelly Neely from City of Lisburn there in lane 2 are the most likely candidates for the top 2 positions in this one.
Yeah, disappointing not to see Katie Kirk here. She obviously had a great season, was in the mix of all those 800 girls travelling around Europe and Ireland.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, I suppose, for athletics on this island. So many athletes running incredibly fast. Like if you're looking at someone maybe running 2:05, 2:06 now, maybe not maybe be able to make a national senior final at the championships held in Santry. He'd be unlikely to get through to the final running at 2:06, 2:07. So many athletes like the likes of Gemma Bramwell as well, who mightn't have featured in that kind of 2:01 club or 2-minute club, but still very, very close to that standard. So standard has improved across the board and can only be good for athletics as a whole. Well, you can see in the Olympics that the standard needs to get even higher, unfortunately. But in this one, we'll see a very, I'd say, even race. Niamh Carr with that 2:11 this season. I know Kelly Neely's around that 2:09. Good few years ago now, but at the same time, she's probably in and around that 2:11, 2:12 shape. So this should be a good battle here.
On your mark.
So on with our marks here, and we have a little bit of a stumble there. So said Carr in lane 2, Kelly Neely, from Lagan Valley there,
800 meters.
who is Marianne Doherty. And then we've 2 other athletes just on the outside there in the red. So we'll get an idea on those there. City of Derry ASB's Spartans, Angeline McShane. She's gone into lead. That's Angeline McShane there in the lead. Kelly Neely just behind. And that is Niamh Carr there in 3rd place. And then the athlete from Lagan Valley is Marianne Doherty.
Third. 200 there in 32 seconds.
Yeah, similar situation here on. We have a group of 3, and it's obviously 2 fastest to go through.
The first heat, our winner was Victoria Lightbody.
Yeah, so those fastest qualifiers in that second heat, probably in around, Carruthers probably around 2:13, 2:14. So you're looking probably something in around the 2:15, 2:16 will probably put you into the mix to qualify here. But these 3 athletes, you see Kelly Neely there, the experience there, looking around, making sure that she's in that first group at the front there, of course, led by Angeline McShane, Neely in 2nd, and then Carr, just on the outside there of Neely there, the Ballymena and Antrim athlete. 68, so much slower in this one, so unlikely for the fast qualifiers going to come from this race.
Yes, first 2 go through, and we have a group of 3, so unfortunately one is going to miss out here by the looks of it. It's going to be a real burn up at the end.
We'll have to get an idea on exactly the results here in terms of that first heat, but those 3 athletes, you'd be thinking there's a possibility that the 3rd athlete might get through in this heat, depending on who was 5th in the previous heat. But at the moment, it is McShane striding away there in the back straight, looking really, really good with 200 metres to run. But I saw Kelly Neely look around herself with 250 there, so she is jogging at this stage in terms of the pace that she's ran in the past, so she's looking really, really comfortable there. But Neely in second and McShane in the lead, Core in third place.
Still all the play for, if you know what I mean, for
So McNeely's going wide on the shoulder into the home straight, taking this on.
I can see McShane there fighting back at her there up the home straight, and these three athletes 3 abreast across the home straight, and Neely showing all that experience, going, I'm not going to bother, I've got to go and run a final later on, I'm not going to try and run as fast as I can. They're going to run 2:18, 2:19 here, and McShane looks like she's going to be run out of it. Carr very, very comfortable there in the end, and I would say McShane is going to be possibly ran out of that depending on the results of that first heat. So disappointing for McShane, but I suppose that's how to run a heat. I think a lot of people can learn from Neely there.
Experience there in the legs to run that.
I know when we say experience, see what happens here is, and I know we won't talk about a lady's age, but when we say experience, then people assume we're just talking about age, you know, and we keep using that experience term, but she actually has so much experience of so many international competitions, and that's what we're talking about here, is this jogging up the home straight, a few looks around, making sure that she knows exactly what's going on and where everyone is, and gets across the line 11 or 10 seconds slower than the other heat, and she can go rest up now, having jogged
a very coy race there, well executed. Maisie O'Sullivan was on our start list from St. Albans, but
could we have all men's 800 metre?
Yeah, that looks like that's
no sign of her.
We've got. I'd say we have quite a few scratches here. I was looking at these start lists over the last couple of days and kind of thinking to myself, there's quite a few athletes who've entered here because they want to make sure they're in a race if they need a race, and they are not actually on the start list. So I think we had. I'm going to make a wild guesstimation here, but about 15 athletes entered, and obviously we only had, say, 9 athletes actually in the field there. So
the final is going to be really, it's all up for grabs, that final. They're all in around the same go.
Yeah, you'd be thinking light body looked really good there in that first heat, but has she done too much in the heats? And I would put the money on, I think Niamh Carr actually. I'm going to go for Niamh Carr. That 2:11. I know Neely has the experience there and probably the best tactical runner in the race, but Carr looked very, very relaxed there, and I'm going to go for the left field choice. You're going to go for Neely. I can see it in your eyes here. You're going to go for the.
No, I think I'm going to go with light body.
Oh yeah, no one's going for Neely. That's
she's
going to be very upset.
Shoulder now.
Yeah, someone get out and tell her. She'll be very upset. 2 losers on the mic telling her that she's not going to win. That she wins the race. So this men's 800 is going to be taking off very shortly. 2 heats in that, and we have a huge number of athletes in that one. We've got the field events on here at the moment as well. We have the women's discus taking place at the moment. So I think that was probably, I'm going to say, I think it's a red vest, is it not? That is a Lifford Strabane lady. So that's either Adrienne Gallen or Hannah White there from Lifford Strabane. So a club that produces many throwers, and you'll see quite a few of them there later on in the men's hammer and men's javelin. So plenty of action to come. Men's 800 metres up on track now shortly. That women's discus, of course, has Casey Mulvey in it as well. She's thrown 45-18 so far this season. So that is not her.
Good throw.
That is a good throw, yeah. It's around 33 metres there, I'd say. Looks like the other athlete from Lifford Strabane. That one could be Hannah White if that was Adrienne Gallen beforehand. So plenty of more to come from that senior women's discus.
Did you ever throw the discus, Ronan?
I did, yeah. I did pretty much all the events to find out that I was only mediocre then at the 800. Threw the discus in my club. Not very good though. You?
Never.
No?
No, very technical event.
Not really. I think it's pretty easy. You just kind of launch it out there. The hardest thing is actually holding it and getting it to actually, because you're holding it upside down, or you're holding it with your hand above it.
Yeah.
And it's quite hard to get your fingers around it and actually release it. But yeah, throwing it far I think is quite hard, but actually just throwing it isn't that hard at all. I'm sure it's much harder than that. I kid. So this men's 800 up now. We have quite a large field here if everyone shows up, but I don't think they will. But we have, just look down this field, we've got a good few athletes in this one who I'm recognising is on the start list. We've got athletes from Lagan Valley, 2 athletes from Lagan Valley. In fact, they're both the same athlete. And we've James Ashley down twice. He's number 350, so I think that's him that's there on the inside lane. Then we have the man from Willowfield Harriers. It could be Andrew Wright, I'd say, 356. So we don't have a start list for these heats. So we'll try and figure them out as we go along. I see a few athletes there from Annandale Striders as well.
So a big omission from this race will be Roland Surlis, who would be the standout 800 metre runner from the north this year.
Yeah,
he's opting to go for the 400 metres today. He's run 146 this year.
He has, and be interesting to see what he does over 400. Certainly an athlete that you would think having around 146, he's got some serious wheels to come in that 400. But yeah, that 400 is absolutely stacked as well later on. Obviously he's around at 146, but you've entered in the race anyway. You have a whole range of guys running in around the 47, 48, 49 second margin. So it's going to be fairly tight later on. And another interesting entrant that is Dean Cronin as well, who's ran 146 as well as Roland Surlis. We ran it back in 2018, so he's an athlete that's another 800 metre man dropping down, and Aina Madden then the 200 metre man coming up to the 400. So could be carnage later on.
Will be. Lots of boys from the south. We have Owen Buggy from St Evans, Carl Crosby from Ennis Track.
Jack Manning in there as well, as Liam tries to read my teacher's writing, which makes no sense to him. Yeah, with Craig Newell as well, as I said, Aina Madden, Roland Surlis, Dean Cronin, Callum Baird and Adam Hughes all come in that. They're all under 50 seconds, so that'll be an interesting race later on. And a couple of cracking races. Jason Smith, of course, entered in the 100 metres later on as well. But this men's 800...
Lots of youth in this one.
Yeah, it's a very young field there, and I said a couple of athletes from City of Derry AC as well. Michael McGowan in this one, so it'll be an interesting race now once we get a kind of a good picture of exactly who we have on the line here.
Dylan McBride, City of Lisburn with the PB 151.
We have an athlete from Mid Ulster in there as well. So that athlete is that's Justin Bloomer, who I don't actually know Justin Bloomer, but he's on Twitter an awful lot, and he's there in lane 3. I think that's him. There's no other athlete from Mid Ulster in this race, and obviously his club producing Nick Griggs earlier this summer, European junior champion over 3,000 metres. So big summer, a lot of pressure on Justin to produce a similar performance here today. But he's a regular tweeter out there, and a few enjoyable tweets over the last couple of months.
How excited are you at the prospect of Nick Griggs running?
Yeah, very excited. I think we've always, if you're involved in athletics and you watch a lot of athletics, you see athletes like that and you're like, wow, he's really good, or that athlete's really good, and you could see how they could progress. But it's when people not involved in athletics walk into the room. So my missus walked into the room and was watching the 3K heats, and she went, that lad's really good, is he? And I said, yeah. He's like, just looked like he was jogging at the front of a European junior heat, and then obviously in the final destroyed everyone. But he has the effect of, the people not involved in athletics can even see that he's a freakish talent and is an incredibly good athlete. I think that's probably the real kind of acid test, is that he makes other people go, wow, that lad is really good at running. So we're on the marks in this 800. Said huge entrance in this one, so give us a couple of minutes to figure out. When the race is over, we'll figure out who's in it. So there are 3 heats in this, so I think we'll have most of this field. So Benedict Gilland there on the inside, James Gilland from Willowfield Harriers in second, Dylan McBride, the aforementioned Dylan McBride, is at 151, still Lisburn there in the red, and Justin Bloomer from Mid Ulster, and we've Owen Keeney there from Tala gone into second place there as well. Stephen Orr there in the orange Grove out the back. So big field here, it's already splitting in 2. This is pretty quick. This is almost ludicrously quick at the moment. He's coming through in about 42 seconds. So it's fairly tasty at the moment, Liam.
Yeah, this is very unlike the women's heats. This is really strung out already. This guy's really going after it early. Be interesting to see how long he can hold this pace.
So 56 seconds for James Gilliland there through the bell, and behind him then McBride and Keeney then in third place. So these 3 athletes have broke away from the rest of the field. Bloomer there back and forward, and Mark O'Shea in 5th, but Gilliland leading into the back straight. Can he hold off? He looks like he's going to start to struggle up the back straight a little bit. McBride fixing his hair there, getting ready for the cameras as he goes by him on the back straight. McBride looks incredibly relaxed there as he strides by Gilliland, and Gilliland is starting to get a bit bankrupt here in the back straight, and in terms of energy levels, but Keeney there getting into second place just behind McBride here. 180 metres left to run. McBride looks so comfortable. Keeney then in second, Gilliland in third.
McBride looks really smooth. Gilliland, he set out his stall early. It might pay off in the end if he can hold on here.
Serious battle back and forth there between Bloomer and Mark O'Shea as well, so that'll be a bit of crack up the home straight. But Keeney looking at McBride as well. They need to be nice and relaxed up this home straight. This is still going to be pretty quick, probably about 156, 57, and Keeney and McBride qualifying in automatic spots there, 1 and 2. Keeney, McBride and Gilliland, I would say 158 or so. Bloomer and Mark O'Shea then in 4th and 5th, so we'll see now how that works out. I'd say we're looking at first 2 from 3 heats and the 2 fastest qualifiers, I would suspect, unless they put 10 in the final. Does that make sense? I'm not very good at maths. I teach PE, come on.
You're a teacher,
yeah.
That was a fast heat. These guys look really tired now. It'll be interesting to see how fast they can recover. Because that's the big thing with championships, isn't it, Ron? It's getting recover for the final. Yeah,
and you can see here Keeney is still striding up the home straight. I'd say McBride I think Keeney's only around about 156, 57, I would say. And he's former steeplechaser there from Ternier College. And then McBride, though, at that 151, that would have been fairly easy for him. So we'll see how that rolls later on. Keeney, on a completely random note, lives really close to me. And he doesn't know I live there. So he runs in the same park that I do. And I see him all the time when I'm standing outside my house or getting something from the car. And I always go, all right, Owen, or man, Keeney, keep up the good work. And he doesn't know who I am. And I know who he is. He doesn't know who I am. He kind of knows who I am, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't put 2 and 2 together.
Who's the creep in the bush?
Oh, I'm the creep. I'm not in the bush. I'm out in open air. I'm standing right in front of him, being a creep. He doesn't know who I am, so I'm hoping that he looks back in this and he'll know, Owen, I'm the one that shouts at you when you're going out for your runs.
All of Owen's family, please inform him.
Yeah, Limekiln Road. You're running along there. I'm the guy who's shouting at you. All right, that's what's happening here. So I just want to clarify that before there are any investigations. Yeah. I think we're probably okay on that, are we? I've come out of that pretty well, yeah. So on this one, before we get any further issues, we've got Andrew Milligan there from North Belfast Harriers, and I am a converted stag, by the way. Love those guys. Yeah. I'm thinking about joining North Belfast Harriers. They've given me a lot of love on Twitter, and I give them a lot of love back. Sometimes I heart their tweets, even though I haven't read them, just because I want to give them support. So I'm pro stags.
Stags up.
Stags for life, yeah. And Andrew Milligan is a stag for life. He's around 151. 152.25 is his season's best, but back in 2019, that 151.92, and a 348 1500 this year. So he is in very good nick there in lane 1. I think that's him anyway.
Lane 2, we have Andrew Milligan.
Oh, lane. Yeah.
Sorry,
lane 1. Milligan there. He's wearing fairly long. I don't know how do you think of this, Liam? It's kind of controversy here in lane 1. Looks kind of like a homage to the NBA here with these shorts.
Yeah, I wonder if they're restrictive in any way.
It's controversial, yeah. Lane 1 there, the blue shorts. Perhaps Andrew Milligan is on his way to the beach afterwards and just going to go, look, I'm not going to bring 2 pairs of shorts. I'm just going to bring these. And, he's gone for it. They're just disconcertingly long, and I'm not suggesting they need to be short. This is not a Norwegian women's Olympic handball type situation here. This is not what I'm talking about. But they are slightly longer than what seems necessary. But anyway, sorry, we got distracted. Mustafa Nazir in this one as well, and Dean. That's not Dean Cronin, but it is. Someone looks at Dean Cronin, but. We've got a pretty strong field this one. Look out for Nazir there of Dublin Track Club in lane 4. He's on 153 as an intermediate and schoolboy, and he is back in pretty good shape. So it's Milligan in lane 1. He'll be the favourite for the overall race, the overall title later on in the final. The North Belfast Harrier there, he's going into the lead there, the yellow with the blue shorts, but 158 or so would be that qualifying time for anyone that doesn't get the top 2 spots. Milligan in the front.
Yeah, big bunch here on. Looks like it's going to be a burn up. 157 obviously, so top 2 to go through, and then they're really going to have to increase the pace. They want to go through as the fastest. I don't want to say fast loser. automatic qualifier.
Absolute losers, yeah. I mean, no, fastest qualifiers. I know, it's so much. Traditionally, we'd say fastest losers, and now we have to change. We have to change, Liam, as we move throughout life, and now we need to say fastest qualifiers.
Don't hurt anyone's feelings.
But at the moment, looking for those automatic spots, though, we definitely have Milligan, the most likely characters. It's going to be slower than the first heat, I would say. 58, 59, near Mustafa Nazir in second place, and Sean Terrick then in third place from City of Lisburn. So plenty of likely characters here for those fastest qualifier spots. Terrick there trying to get up on the shoulder of Nazir, but Nazir really holding on to Milligan. I would suspect these two should be okay for those qualifying spots, but Terrick definitely breaking away from the athlete from Lagan Valley there in fourth, and it is these three men away on the back straight.
Yeah, Nazir looking really good here. Do you have any inside track information here on Nazir, Dublin Track Club?
He's running very well in training. Yeah, he's getting back into very good shape. He's an athlete around 153 as an intermediate. Broke the Taunton Games record, but I'll say lost his way for a couple of years. But in the last year and a half, he's training very, very hard and getting back into very good shape. And an athlete that could improve rapidly over the next couple of years. And
bit of a head-to-head here. These shorts don't seem to be restricting his movements in any way, Ronan.
Well, perhaps he'd have already finished. He was wearing shorter shorts. Milligan, and looking around at Nazir. Nazir, delighted to be running this fast, I'd say, and almost going to run a seasonal best for us for Nazir, but a 158.68. Milligan and Nazir automatic qualifiers, and Terrick then, I would say, in third. We'll get that on the replay. Remember at 158, 159-ish.
It's going to be very tight to see who gets in here in the third spots.
Yeah, Bloomer, I think in that second, in the previous race, will be under a bit of pressure. You can see Terrick there trying to get after them and knowing that he has to get that fastest qualifier spot. But those two certainly pretty comfortable. Milligan, look at Nazir's shorts going, maybe I could wear those kind of
Stags
shorts.
up.
Stags for life. Terrick then in third place, I'd say in around that 2 minutes. So we'll try and see if there's. This is the I'm going to say women's discus
for 2021 with the new Ulster Athletic Council.
We'll find out.
Is Casey Mulvey of Annalee.
We'll know from the throw.
Ivy
Vale, it's Casey Mulvey. Okay, it wasn't a shot, but 45.71. So that is, I think, probably close to a personal best for Casey Mulvey. I think she's thrown. Yeah, I think it is in fact personal best. She's thrown 45.18 so far this year. So Casey Mulvey there with a personal best, the Ivy Vale AC athlete winning the national title there. Should be delighted with that one.
Good day for throwing here. Little wind, little to no wind. We've left all the rain behind us in Dublin, Ron, and
the misery of Dublin, has been left behind.
Lovely and dry here in Belfast.
I believe it's going to be raining all day in Dublin, so I'm pretty happy we're up here in what is a beautiful setting here at Mary Peters Track. Mary Peters, of course, now living in Lisburn, which I don't know if you know, Liam, but is the centre of the linen trade in Northern Ireland.
Ronan knows an awful lot of fun stats about Northern Ireland.
I did. I had a lot of research. I don't know much about athletics anymore, but my God, do I know a lot about Lisburn and generally about places. Mary Peters still holds the 110 record.
From 1970.
1972, yeah. When she won Olympic
champion.
Yeah, Olympic gold, yeah, back in Munich. So that's all I have. That's literally all the facts I have. I was going to look up some more facts, but I got kind of tired and didn't bother after that. The Ulster Fry was probably the height of the random information. We don't have a live update, I don't think, on our results. I'm going to check the Athletics Northern Ireland Twitter, because we can. Oh, we do have live results. We've made right mugs out of ourselves here. We could have had these results.
This event is being run superbly.
It's been run so well that it's unexpectedly well. We could have had all of these heats earlier on. I was working off the start list, and I feel bad now. I feel bad because we could have been much more informative in previous races. I really made a mug out of myself in front of Liam here. It's his first day, and he was looking to me. He'll know what he's doing. No, it turns out not so much. So we have a proper start list for all these races now.
This
My apologies.
Athletics
Northern Ireland, you're all over this.
They just have it down to a T.
I think I'm just not used to a higher level of incompetence, and I was just shocked that this is already up here. So anyway, that's first heat, Victoria Lightbody, Cara Laverty and Zoe Curtis getting those qualifying spots, and then Louise Gaffney and Emma Thornton getting in on the fastest qualifiers in that one, and then Kelly Neely, Niamh Carr and Angeline McShane then getting in that heat 2 qualification spots. So that'll be a good final later on, as you said. Plenty of athletes of similar abilities there. Owen Keeney and Simon Galligan qualifying from that first heat, and then Andrew Milligan and Sean Terrick and Mustafa Nazir are down. I have the times up at the moment. So those times are being inputted as we speak. This race, of course, Lorcan McGurk, Andrew Wright, Jack McCausland, Andrew McKenna, Dean Ryan, Jack Kelly and Stephen Lister. So this will be an interesting battle here, right?
So much smaller heat here, only 4 athletes.
Yeah, and Andrew Wright there from Lagan or from Willowfield Harrier, sorry, gone to the lead already. He'd be the most likely character here, I'd say, to get the win in this one, and he's gone straight to the front. And just behind him then Dean Ryan from Newbridge, Jack Kelly then from Tyrconnell, and Stephen Lister from Lagan Valley then in 4th place. The addition of these entry start lists is a game-changing moment. Apologies for the early coverage here. As I said, we're not used to it at this moment in time, but at the moment the man is well used to running 800s. Is Andrew Wright from Willowfield Harriers, and he looks very, very comfortable there. He's ran in the low 150s in the past, and looking
he's just gliding along here.
Yeah, very, very good. The Willowfield Harrier club, of course, of Andrew Gurley, another low 150s athlete about 10 years ago. Dean Ryan there in 2nd place, and the 3rd place athlete then is Jack Kelly. So these athletes have got away from Stephen Lister from Lagan Valley. 300 metres left to run.
Yeah, Andrew Wright again, just keeping this monotone pace, just clipping along here nicely. Dean Ryan in 2nd.
Jack Kelly then trying his best to keep up with that group and trying to stay in that fastest qualifier spot if he can. It's 1:32, so it's a little bit slower than the previous heats, and I would say Jack Kelly could be in a bit of trouble here, the Tyrconnell athlete in 3rd place. But at the moment, the 2 automatic qualifying spots are being taken by Andrew Wright and Dean Ryan. Dean Ryan takes a look around at Jack Kelly and goes, "Oh, I hope you don't actually try and beat me here, because I really can't be bothered running harder up the home straight." But it is Kelly is coming after him as best he can, but Ryan and Wright, it'll be all right in the night for Andrew Wright. He's very, very comfortable. He runs 2:02, 2:03 there as across the line, Dean Ryan, and I'd say, unfortunately for Jack Kelly, unlikely to get in as the fastest qualifier.
Yeah, Andrew Wright not even tired. He's just strolling around there. Looked very easy there. Looked very impressive.
Yeah, he's a lovely looking athlete as he's striding out there, very controlled. So you'd imagine he will be a danger in that final. That'll be a final to look forward to later on, with kind of varying races there in terms of how it was ran. But you see how controlled Wright is there, looking around, just making sure that he is, of course, in the right spot. 2:03, much slower than the rest of the athletes. Owen Keeney, fastest qualifier for later on in that first race. Simon Galligan then in 2nd place, and James Gilliland, I would suspect, is going to get that one of the fastest qualifier spots. And then I would say Sean Terrick then from Heat 2 then looks like he's going to get the other spot. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out later on. So up next is going to be our 100 metres or 200 metres. One or the other. 200 metres up next at 10:40, so we've got 10 minutes time. So we'll try and see if there's any other action here, long jump and throws action.
Sarah Buggy is up for the jumps today.
She certainly is, yeah. She's actually entered in a boat now. I don't know if she's competing in boat, but she'll be hopefully in boat later on. I know she's got the qualifying pools over at the senior women's long jump. I just can't get over how well organised this is. They have a Google Docs that's consistently updating.
I think it's available for the public.
Yeah, it's on Twitter. So if you go on to Athletics Northern Ireland Twitter, you'll see their timetable.
Athletics Northern Ireland do a really good Twitter. They do socials really well. They do events really well.
Yeah, it's really, really well organised. But it's very, very impressive here. And North Belfast Harriers straight in. We're looking at, yes, they're saying he's in the 800 metre heats. He was in flying in training. They said he's ran at 3:48 solo, 1500 last Saturday. Lads, I know, I checked the results. Stags for life. We better not consistently, but there are other clubs in.
We're not favoritism towards any. But if you tweet at us, you know.
They do tweet at me regularly, and you know what can I say? I enjoy their tweets.
We can be bought with tweets.
Not even, maybe even just tweet singular. But as I said, amazing setup here for those live results. You can get them. They're being updated literally as we speak, because Abby Tate and Niamh McCorry's results just flying in there as well. So I'll tell you what's happening here in this women's qualifying round for the long jump. Erin Fisher, she has a best jump of 5:23, and as these are being updated, she is the best jump in that qualifying pool A, alongside Anna Macaulay as well, who's in about 15 events today. She's a heptathlete, and she's essentially done the athletics equivalent of buying a monthly pass to the cinema, and she's entered in pretty much everything. I'm assuming she got some sort of deal, and she didn't pay for every single entry.
10% off, she enters all the events.
I'm assuming so. Like, I can't. Surely she didn't pay for everything. But yeah, they've both jumped Erin Fisher's jumped 5:34 and Anna Macaulay 5:32. So they're the best two jumps in that qualifying round there in Pool A. And in Pool B, we've got a couple of no jumps, and our biggest jump there is Sarah Connolly from North Down. She's jumped 5:59. Sophie Byrne then with a 5:33. And Sarah Buggy's results not in there yet, so I haven't seen her over there. She is entered.
The distinctive St. Albans singlet.
So hopefully we get an idea of whether she's in it. I said
great to see her here competing.
Yeah, and she'd definitely be jumping well up towards that 6 meters on any day of the week. So it'll be interesting to see whether she's in that. If not, it's going to be a serious battle there between a lot of athletes that are of similar standard there.
So Ronan, you're back. Carl Denny is, where is he? He's just gone on holidays.
He's gone on holidays again. Yeah, no, he's in Tokyo. Yeah, he's in George's in Tokyo. Phelim's in Tokyo.
You didn't make the cut.
And I didn't make the cut. No, I actually chose not to go. No, I didn't make the cut. Nor will I ever make the cut, be it athletically or in any way media format. Are you saying that maybe I made the cut and they didn't make the cut? They were like,
I think so. Well, I doubt the Olympics is this well organised.
I don't think. Well, I was actually checking for results yesterday for after one of the heats, and it took 5 to 10 minutes for the results to come up. I don't
think they have a live Google Doc on the go.
This is the way. This is the future. And the fact that we only realised this was here after.
Any word from Phelim or Carl? What's life like in Tokyo?
Very, very upsetting for the first few days. I think they were just locked in the hotel for a couple of days. Phelim was off in at the holding camp, so I think he actually had a reasonable time of it down the track and enjoying life. But yeah, Cathal is he was stuck in the hotel for a couple of days. But yeah, very enjoyable.
I see Cathal has been putting a curse on all the top athletes of the world.
He has, yeah. That's why he's been kept out of these championships, because he basically, I think, went to Simone Biles. He went to
USA Basketball,
and
Djokovic,
and what's the Osaka, the Japanese?
Yes, Nisaki. No, I don't want to pronounce her name wrong.
I'm not too sure. Yeah, but she's the
Japanese tennis star.
Yeah, who was one of the gold medal favourites and got knocked out in one of the early rounds. So Cathal has actually been banned from the rest of the Olympics. I'm sure he was there this morning, and for any athletes that get knocked out, you can blame Cathal. But yeah, he's ruining the whole thing for everyone, I think. But look, they're all enjoying it. I think Gerard's out there as well, so it's certainly an experience. But I would assume not as enjoyable as it would have been.
Mary Peters track on a Saturday.
It's hard to compare. Like I wouldn't say that Tokyo is better, because I haven't experienced Tokyo, but I have experienced this, and this is very enjoyable so far. But it is early doors yet. Things could go horribly wrong up here. No, they wouldn't. It would never happen. The Athletics Northern Ireland Championships.
It's too well organised.
It's too well organised. It's too well run. Very friendly and wonderful track. It's glorious venue here.
They do it right up here, Ron.
They do it right. We must commend.
We might stay. If we can just get an Ulster fry.
If even that exists. I may have been Felton's fault. You heard of it as well.
Legend.
It may not exist. Yeah, it may be like the Domino Snowman or that kind of stuff. Maybe not be a real thing at all. So if we could be supplied even with the information as to how to create one, that'd be interesting. 4 types of bread. That just seems unnecessary.
Is there that many types? Whole
I don't know that many types of bread.
White,
no, I think
rye.
It's like soda bread, and then maybe potato bread, and like a farl, I believe they're called, and maybe 2 other types of bread. Now, so I presume some sort of other brown bread. But yeah, 4 types of bread. But I was only told 3 of them yesterday. So the 4th bread is, I don't know whether it's like, the host's choice of bread or whether.
Surely someone can inform us on Twitter.
We could just Google it, I'm sure.
That knocks the fun out of it, though.
So yeah, look, let's figure this one out. Anyway, Heat 1. as we get wildly distracted here. We've got a couple of minutes to go before this, but we actually have a start list. We better start calling them out.
So 100 metres here.
So we've got Elizabeth Gann is scratched from Enniscorthy AC. We have Lauren Roy from City Lisburn. Brynja Stottir, which I saw on the start list a couple of days ago, and I said, that's an interesting one. I'm assuming Icelandic of some description is my guess.
Yeah, so her first name is Brynja, and then the second name is Brynja Stottir.
Yeah.
So you were informing me on the way up that, what's the reason for that?
Stottir is his daughter. So like I think her brother is running in one of the races, and he's Brynjar's son. So then it's Brynja's daughter. So she's the daughter of Brynja, I think is how this works. So her brother has a different second name. It's like in Irish, it's like my name is Odugan and my sister's name is Nidugan.
Oh,
so it's
course,
changed.
yeah.
So it's kind of like that, but they actually changed the name entirely. But as I said, I don't know if it happens in Scandinavia. I think it might only happen in Iceland now. So look, there's totally irrelevant stuff, and we may be completely wrong. She may even know what the fourth type of bread is in the Ulster Fry. But she's in lane 3, so best of luck to her. And hopefully she wins so we can interview her and question her on all these facts. She's probably not even from Iceland now. She'll have a thick Northern Irish accent, and we'll be like, all right, sorry. We have Sophia Zaika from Speed Development Project Track Club, which is a bit of a mouthful, let's be fair. Speed Development Project
Surely
Track
they
Club.
could make an anagram out of that or something. Or
SDP Track Club, SDP TC. Yeah,
you get used to it.
It's hard to know. Sarah Murray then of Fingallians, a PE teacher by trade. And then Harriet McCrossan then from Lifford Strabane AC. Then Emily Carmichael from the Speed Development Project Track Club Association Football Athletic Club. They're in lane 7. And then Lindsay Brown from City Lisburn then in lane 8. So interesting field. I believe that.
Let's just say SDP.
SDP, yeah. SDP TC.
Yeah.
AC. Internationale Football Club. They are they're wearing a black vest there as well. It's pretty cool, in fairness. Kind of a New Zealand-esque.
Yeah. How many heats do we have here?
We have 3 heats. 4 heats, my apologies. So you're looking at top 2 in each.
Top 2.
Which is...
That would make 8 lanes.
That would make 8 lanes, which is 10 lanes on the track, am I right? Depends on the track. We have 10 lanes here at the Mary Peters track, named after Mary Peters, 1972. It is just 8 lanes here for the 100 metres, so
2 from each.
Qualifying first in each heat, and 4 fastest. We should have read that. It's written right there, Liam. Come on.
Should we ever doubt them, Ron?
No, look, that's, as I said to you, I'm not used to this level of organisation, so it's actually, I'm just completely making it up as I go along as normal, and then looking down and seeing the information is there. The great thing about Athletics Northern Ireland is they actually scratch the athletes, so like the athlete in red there is not running.
Makes our life a lot
It's
easier.
genuinely, yeah. As I said, it's almost shockingly well done, so it's hard to keep up. So the athletes we'd probably be looking at, I think in this one you're looking at Lauren Roy, who is the athlete just walking away from, well, she's going the wrong way, to be honest, about this whole 100 metre gig. Oh no, she's gone the right way again.
That's a mental trick.
She's really getting into everyone else's head with that walk away. Am I going to run? Yes, I am going to run. 3-4-6 there is Lauren Roy. She is in lane 2. Brynja Stottir, Zaika, Murray, McCrossan, Carmichael and Brown. And I would say Murray there, number 80 in the centre of your shot, is another likely character to qualify from this one. The Speed Development Project
It's going to
Track
be interesting how the CDP go, because it seems like a very exclusive club.
It does, and it seems to be focused mainly on speed, which would indicate the 100 metres would be an event they could probably do well at. But maybe it's an ironic name, and they're not going to be fast at all. It could be a distance club. But yes, Lauren Roy, I think 3-4-6 there, and Murray and 80 centre shot doing her last minute jumps there, and obviously the People's Champ Brynja Stottir, who we're hoping to interview later on and question on this name situation. We were talking about visiting Iceland there on the way up, so hopefully she's from Iceland and will give us some tips. All the athletes here in this heat. Remember, first in each heat and 4 fastest qualifiers. Liam was calling them losers earlier on, but I said, I'm not allowed to say that anymore. You really aren't. It's not fair.
It's just adjustment period.
Roy out very well there, and Murray there in the centre of your shot, flying at a rocket fast start there from Murray, and it is Murray and Roy up the home straight, but Roy just moving ahead here in the final couple of yards. 12.05 from Roy there, Murray in second, and I didn't get third.
Yeah, I didn't. That was very impressive.
So it's fairly quick there. As I said, first to qualify, and then fastest qualifiers, 4 fastest qualifiers after that. And you'd think Murray would have probably around 12, a 12:11, 12:15 here. And it is starting to rain here. We really jinxed it earlier on. Apologies. Yeah. Here we have our replay there, Liam.
Yeah, so you can see that Roy got out really good with Sarah Murray straight out of the blocks as well. And Roy just keeping to her form all the way through. And then third we have lane 6.
Say that is Harriet McCrossen.
Harriet McCrossen.
Yeah, Lifford Strabane AC. So, thing now with this bit of a look, it's still beautiful weather. It's almost kind of a calming rain here. Instead of Lewis Norland have supplied us even with a light drizzle to, I suppose, make things even nicer up here, wet the track a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult for these athletes now because the athletes have just ran in nice conditions, no real wind and no rain, and now it's a little bit of a drizzle here for these athletes. And this one we've got Nicole O'Donnell from Ross's AC. May or may not be in this one. It's just in white there at the moment, so we'll see whether she actually is on the line. Then we have Niamh O'Neill from St. Coleman, South Mayo, Niamh Whelan from Ferrybank, Rose McGreevy from North Down, Rihanna McCarthy from Crusaders, Sarah Malone from Edinburgh AC, and Talia Corbett from City of Lisburn. I know Niamh Whelan, obviously, an athlete that has some very, very fast PBs over time, 11:63 in the 100 metres and 23:30 from Barcelona 2010. She ran that in the qualification period for that, or perhaps even at the championships, the European Championships that year in 2010. So good while since she was rocking out those kind of times, but certainly an athlete that could do some damage later on. Studies biomechanics as well, Niamh Whelan. She's a PhD, I believe. It's lecturer in
PhD.
Yeah, lecturer in Limerick Institute of Technology. You seem confused with it.
I'm just always impressed by people who do these PhDs and can still be competitive.
Yeah, well, look,
They're just
she's
super-
probably not a whole lot. Like look, Niamh.
They just put us to shame, really.
I know Niamh a long time, and she may not enjoy this, but like it's only a PhD. I'm sure she's like spends most of the time training and then like does a little
And
bit
it's
of
only
work.
the 100 metres as well.
Yeah, like how much is there to do really? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's only from 3 months
And
a
her
year.
PhD was on biomechanics, like sure, of sprinting, like she's double jobbing, like.
It's
You
an
know?
unfair advantage, really.
Yeah,
to
she's
study
literally
that.
at the track going like, right, I'll just get all these athletes to do, like they'll be part of my project. Like, she's a smart girl. Fair play to her. No flies there. Now she's there in the green. I'm gonna just get some dirty looks from her later on, I suspect. But she is in lane 4 there. Nicole O'Donnell is not on track, so it's Niamh O'Neill, then Niamh Whelan, Rose McGreevy there in the the yellow of North Down. Then we have Rihanna McCarthy from Crusaders there in the white and red, and then Edinburgh AC's Sarah Malone, and then Talia Corbett from City of Lisburn AC out there in lane 8, the red.
So we don't have any SDP athletes here in this one.
SDP are no more. They are AOL, AWOL, away without leave, the SDP. And they're MIA. It's hard to keep track. And we're going to confuse a lot of people. Anyone that's missed the previous heat will not get any of those jokes, so sorry about that. But in this one, O'Neill, Whelan, McGreevy, McCarthy, Malone and Corbett. So I was looking at Whelan's seasonal bests and stuff. She's not hasn't ripped up the track too much yet, but certainly an athlete that over the last 10 years has made many a final in championships, both north and south of the border. So an athlete that will certainly be in the mix on this one.
So again, just the one to go through automatically.
And we've got our 4 fastest qualifiers then after that. So just coming in, those results in the first heat, Roy 12:05 and Murray 12:15. So she's in the hot seat at the moment. Is Murray, you think she'll be safe? So wheeling out strongly there, the athlete that went to the Barcelona European Championships there, and just on the outside, the athlete from Edinburgh there, Sarah Malone going well, but it is a Rihanna McCarthy there flying up the home straight. The Crusaders AC, the athlete, and wheeling looks like she's ran out of it, 3rd place, and it looks like it was Sarah Malone in 2nd place from Edinburgh AC. So geez, that was a cracking race there, 12-12.
Yeah, you're right, Ron. Whelan fought hard at the end, but just got taken by Sarah Malone.
Yeah, you'll see here. Look like Whelan got out really strongly there. She's pretty good over 60 metres as well. We were really watching her in the green there at Ferrybank, but just on the left of your shot, Malone out really strongly as well. And McCarthy in the 223 there in the centre of your shot there from Crusaders AC. I didn't even notice her over the first 40 metres, but that last 60 then she powered away from Whelan and Malone. So a really cracking race there. I think Whelan might still make it through there as a fastest qualifier because they were fairly close in that one. So we'll see when those results, I'm sure instantly come up here with Alexander Ireland in there.
Not the quick heat, 12 points.
12-12 was the winning time, yeah. And you'd expect that those were no slower than maybe 12-2 something in that one. So be interesting to see how that one rolls. But we do have a couple of good athletes coming on this heat. They could be, well, if 2 more heats to come, and I see McManus and McCarthy there in the later heats. So perhaps Niamh Whelan could be in a little bit of trouble here. So in this one we're going to have Sarah McCarthy from Mid Sutton AC, Grace Greenwood from Jersey Spartan AC, and Eve Walsh-Dan from North Down AC, and Dara Andrews from North Belfast Harriers. #GoStags. I think we're actually legally obliged to say that now.
Stags up.
Yeah.
It's like Texas University in America. They go horns up.
Oh, yeah?
Because they have the horns, yeah.
Oh, yes, the longhorns, yeah.
So that's their thing, horns up.
Yeah.
So maybe they should
Stags up.
Stags up.
I did some mild Googling as to stags and what they represent last night as well, but I couldn't really remember much of it, but it's a lot to do with kind of, stamina and, that the stag essentially is the king of the deer.
Subliminal messages in...
They've really thought about this.
Belfast.
Yeah, they have thought about this. Well, who's going to be finishing first in this one? I'd say Sarah McCarthy is the most likely there. The athlete there in the pink top. She's running from Mid Sutton AC. She's been ripping it up over 200 metres, and she's obviously a very good long jumper as well. Currently running 24:06 is her seasonal best, and she's ran 23:78 windy as well this year. So she's in good shape over 200. Not many results really over 100 at the moment for McCarthy.
Just that mist has left us again. It was just a nice refresher.
Yeah, it'd be good for those athletes. I'm sure weren't too impressed
So
when it started to come down.
One of the women's 100 metres, our winner was Lauren Roy in 12:05.
And I've gone Googling Jersey Spartans AC because I'm confused. Is it actually from Jersey itself? Yes.
Have you ever been?
No, I believe it's quite nice.
I know they do this running thing in Jersey where they go like pub to pub. Have you heard about this?
No, it sounds like something I could get back involved in athletics for.
I just know my club mate Damien Landers went with NUIG, I think.
Oh, yeah?
And they do races, like I think it's a weekend thing, and they do races during the day, and then they run from pub to pub at night in Jersey.
They run, so the race is like a normal race,
yeah.
And then in the evening, then they just have another race where they run from pub to pub.
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
That seems pretty like an
so
enjoyable.
I think Jersey, they have it down as well.
They have it down, yeah. Spartans up. So athlete from Jersey Spartans here. She's come a long way. I believe in Jersey they have like 2 types of. They have like a local price and then the tourist price, or it could be Guernsey, one of the two in it. But when you go there, so if we went there, we'd have to pay the tourist price. It's like I don't know, it's like £2.50 for a coffee, and then the local price is only like £1.50 because
that seems fair.
Yeah. They're not making as much.
Stop gentrification.
Yeah. They're basically going like the tourists are going to pay more, so we're going to charge them more. I think I could be making that up.
The Aran Islands could adopt that.
They could, yeah. Why not? Never been. You've been, have you?
Never been.
You've never been, and you're a Clare man.
Never been. It's
Shocking.
actually not part of Clare. It's part of Galway.
I know, yeah, but like, sure, it's all the same over there, isn't it? Really?
So you never go to these things on your back door.
Oh, we'll have to have words later on now, Liam. It's not good enough. But in this one, Sarah McCarthy, Mid Sutton AC. That's like Sarah McCarthy saying, "No, I've never done the Holt Walk." She's pretty much on her doorstep. It's right there. Or Grace Greenwood saying, "I've never paid the local price." I don't know. I know nothing else about Jersey.
Maybe she hasn't.
And then Eve Walsh-Dan there from North Down AC, and we have Dara Andrews from North Belfast Harriers there in the yellow, just on the left-hand side of the shot. So fastest, our winner and 4 fastest qualifiers. So McCarthy off really strongly here, storming away in this heat is McCarthy.
This is all hers. Really quick, 12:09 there for McCarthy.
So really, really fine performance from McCarthy in that one. And we had the athlete Grace Greenwood then followed by Eve Dan Walsh, and then I think Dara Andrews was 3rd and Eve Dan Walsh then in 4th place. So fantastic performances there from those athletes. and Sarah McCarthy. You can see here, watch Sarah McCarthy there on the right-hand side of your shot. Really strongly there over the first 15-20 metres in that time of 12:09 there that she finished with. You can see she's storming down the home straight there and she's coming back for the final later on.
Now, Ronan, did she have to put that much work in there? Could she have taken it easy? Not easy. Could she have eased up? Or in 100 metres, do you want to be
So results of the second.
Flying it, yeah, I suppose.
flying it, use that momentum going into the final?
No, we are two distance runners here.
This is why I'm asking. I really don't know.
You're putting me in a spot. All I know is I'm looking at the Olympics heats there. You've athletes running like 10.74 and 10.80 whatever, like in the women's heats the last day, and you're going, did I need to do that? I know it's over several days, but I suspect at those events, if they were to not run that fast for several days, like you could have the heat and the final might be until 2 days later. So if they're following their like normal training, we could probably no harm to run like a decent time. They're probably used to running fairly quickly, like. But here maybe not because it's only a couple hours. But then what was the point of even her running the heat if she's not going to run like?
She's plenty of time to recover. It's only 100 metres.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. We won't question it. I wish we knew more about it, but that would involve research and actually like taking an interest. So I don't think we're going to do that. We could Google it because Catherine McManus actually works at Google. Don't know if you knew that.
There you go. Very bright girl as well.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I assumed working in Google she would be. But how are you assuming she's bright? Did you test?
I just
Did you give her like a DATS test on the way
I
up?
was thinking DCU, she won like the academic award.
Okay,
So I
right.
said she must be smart.
There you go. Fair enough. Yeah.
That's all. That's all.
That's your entire.
That's
fair enough. We have the men's shot put results here as well.
And our champion for 2021 with a best of 16 metres and 61.
So we have James Kelly there, centre of your shot.
The two Kelly brothers here.
16.61. That is actually
That's Nally's brother.
a common misconception that is the other Kelly brother. That's Gavin McLaughlin from Finn Valley, 15.27. Now, you know, I've made that mistake many times.
It's easy happening.
They look very similar, but that is Gavin McLaughlin. Don't know if he may be related. I'm unsure, but they're both from Finn Valley, and they're both throwing the shot put. James Kelly 16.61, Gavin McLaughlin 15.70, and in third place was Michael McConkey. He's an unattached athlete.
Is John Kelly injured then, I wonder?
I don't know. He was on the start list, as far as I recollect. He was on our start
Two
list.
great characters of athletics. It's two Kelly brothers.
Two dangerous men. He wasn't on. James Kelly was on the start list for the shot put. In fact, James Kelly of Lifford Strabane was on it, and Gavin McLaughlin of unattached. So I think on the start list we've got different information. But you know, yes, two dangerous men. We interviewed them before in a non-aired interview, if you remember. I don't know if I were talking to our producer here, David O'Shea. Do you remember when we interviewed the Kellys and we couldn't show the interview? And we won't speak of it any longer.
Won't ask any more questions.
It's one of those ones that 20, 30 years from now it'll be released and none of us will ever work again. But it was very funny. But yeah, two funny lads. I wonder what their house is like. I just wonder what happens in their, like, just around the dinner table.
Plenty of Ulster fries to be had, I'd say.
I'd say if there's two men that we need to ask about that, it'd be the Kellys, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see how this goes. Anyway, we've got Bevan McCaffrey, Catherine McManus, Faith Finney from City of Lisburn, and then we have a yawning gap there all the way to Maura Groom of Trim AC.
She must feel awful lonely over there.
She feels a little bit left out. It would have been funnier if the three athletes were if Catherine McManus wasn't running for a club in the Republic. It would have been quite funny because we could have had a massive divide there. But
so Catherine McManus class this field, you think?
Yes, certainly. Yeah, like she's in flying it over 1, 2, and 400. So it'll be interesting to see what she is there. But Bevan McCaffrey, an unattached athlete there in lane 2, wearing a green singlet. So just trying to figure out what club she's actually competing for at the moment. But yeah, you'd expect Catherine McManus to be the class of this field. I see Sarah McCarthy ran at 12:09 in the previous run, and we'll just look up there to that Niamh Whelan race. 12:26 and 12:26, 12:29 and 12:26 for Whelan and Malone respectively. So we are looking like those two athletes will get in those fastest qualifier spots for the final, barring any unexpected events here. It is McManus striding out again there in the first 50 metres. She looks like she's running very, very controlled, making a huge gap here to Beth McCaffrey there in second place, running for Anna Lee, and it is 12:08. Another cracking performance there from McManus.
Yeah, another quick heat there. Kaz McManus. Bit of a slow start, but then she got up and going and finished really, really strong.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strain. It was almost like what we'd said about McCarthy in the previous heat, that she could have maybe taken it a bit easier. It was almost like McManus just kind of eased into the first 20 or 30 metres before kind of getting into her stride. You can see it here. You would expect her to kind of get away from these athletes a little bit easier. And it kind of just went, just going to get into my running, get into my drive phase here, and off I go. And now I'll start running.
Once she got the head up, she really opened up.
Yeah, and an athlete that's running a lot of 4s and 2s as well over the last while, so perhaps that blistering start maybe not there at the moment over the first 20 or 30, but certainly looking good there. 12:08. That is going to be an interesting final. You can see there we've got a 12:05, 12:15, 12:09, and a 12:08. So all fairly be a good race.
A photo finish there.
Very, very interesting, and obviously you still have the likes of Whelan and Malone there as well that are very, very close to those times, so hopefully we'll get an idea of exactly who is finishing where in that one. And we've got our long jump qualifying is over with, so the final is due to take place later today, I think. We'll see now in a moment. I'm sure the results will be up toot sweet, but the men's 100 metres is up on track. It's been another cracking race. You've got quite a few athletes in this of fairly good stock. Dean Adams and Jason Smith. We've got Stephen Gaffney in there as well, so we've plenty of athletes in these races. So the first heat has Brian O'Neill from St. Coleman's, South Mayo, and I think the autocorrect here on the thing is written Southbound Mayo, as if it was a road, which is quite funny. Stephen Gaffney then is in the second lane from Rathfarnham, WSAF, and like the Ulster Fry, no one actually knows what WSAF stands for.
Rathfarnham WSAF.
I think the W stands for Walkinstown, but I don't know what the rest of it stands for. I think all of them stand for a place, and it's very close to me, so all of them stand for a place in my area, but I don't know what they all stand for, and I don't think anyone knows. And I think maybe in Rathfarnham,
random letters.
But what I think has happened is in Rathfarnham years ago they called it that and they decided on that, but then everyone else has forgotten about it, and no one knows now why it's called WSAF, and they pretend like they know, but I don't think they know. So if anyone could confirm that, I'm sure they know. It's probably on their website. It's not on their website, Liam, because I checked. No one can tell me what it means. Ballymena Antrum's Jonathan Cochrane. He's in the long jump as well. Flying in the long jump. He was third in the long jump here last year. Jonathan Cochrane, and then we have Kurt Wright then from the SDP PC in that one as well. And we have information. Here
YouTube comments.
YouTube comments.
Always great banter on the YouTube streams.
Oh, Stephen Conley says soda bread, potato bread, and pancake. No fourth type of bread in the Ulster Fry. And even at that, the pancake's not an essential component. Stephen, I will say, if there's a pancake, possibly a pancake, the pancake should be there.
I don't see this in person. I don't believe it.
You don't believe that there isn't a fourth type, or you don't believe that there's this thing called Ulster Fry? You think you calling Stephen Conley a liar?
I just want to see it in person.
Stephen, if you're here or anywhere near here and you have access to a frying pan and between 2 and 4 types of bread, we'd appreciate that. And then our Bryn Stottir is in fact Icelandic. Bryn Bernardsson is the brother and is acting as a basket carrier today. And the mother is called Odd Stottir. And the person says they would hate to be announcing in Iceland. Yeah, I think it would be tough. And John Kelly is injured, and James and Gavin are the top 2 in Ireland this year. They certainly are. They're top 2 men in general. And they did for 1 and 2 at the championships down in Dublin earlier this year. So if you have any more information, and I'm sure,
or any other Northern Irish delicacies,
I'm sure they're there. You know, they have to be. There's no doubt about it.
This is our big Dow run, and we want to try.
Try
all the flavours of Northern Ireland here today.
The time I was up here in May for the controversial BMC IMC meet earlier this year, and that was the first time I'd left 5 kilometres in Dublin. It's the first time I'd left that in 6 months, and it was a massive day out. But I actually had to go somewhere that evening, so I was here for 25 minutes. I come up, watch the 5k. Guy I was coaching got the European Junior Standard, and then I drove home. So I spent 4 hours in the car for like 25 minutes of time here. It was worth it.
Every minute in Mary Peters is worth it.
it's a glorious place. As I said, probably my favourite place in on this island in term for a track. Reminiscent of UL slightly in terms of the banked nature of the outside, but it's a glorious setting.
It is. I don't think we can see it in the shot, all the forestry here in the background.
Yeah, don't mind the 100 metres. Let's just go look around, and I can take you through like pine martens. They're kind of like a squirrel type scenario that kind of hangs around in the bushes. Kind of cross between a squirrel and like a...
Pine martens, a friend of the red squirrel.
Yes, yeah. We don't like the grey. Which one do we like?
We like the red ones because
Yes.
they're endangered.
Yeah,
They're
there are
south of
ones.
the Shannon.
Yeah. The grey ones are the bad ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, you can see here. You can see a glorious shot. If you're not really into athletics, you could even just come up here and go for a walk in the park. It's a lovely area. And from where we're sitting, you can just see the trees, and it's glorious. There's a bit of athletics going on as well, but mainly it's a great setting.
It is. It's serene and calming. And
Yeah, I believe Mary Peters herself actually like hollowed out this whole oval as well, using a trowel. Didn't even use a shovel. It was a small trowel in the kind of mid to late 70s. But yeah, it's a glorious setup in fairness, and it's always good weather. I've actually never been here when it's been bad. I know it has been bad because I've seen videos of there being bad weather here, but I've never had bad weather here.
that's all organised by Athletics Northern Ireland.
It is. Athletics Northern Ireland have a lot to answer for here in terms
Just
of.
a very efficient organisation, run things superbly.
They're making some great choices this summer. That's all I'm saying. Some great choices.
Make that of it what you want.
Will never work in the south again. So, well, I won't. You might, Liam. You know, you burn your bridges here. Just right here, shot there. You're Brian O'Neill from St. Coleman's, South Mayo. Confusing as to whether there is a St. Coleman's in North Mayo. We still haven't really got the information on that one. Stephen Gaffney, definitely the class of this field here. The man from Rathfarnham, Wasaf. Jonathan Cochrane, then from Ballymena and Antrim AC. And they're out on his own, feeling a bit lonely. It's Kurt Wright from Speed Development Project, or Running Club, possibly a different club to the Speed Development Project Track Club that was mentioned earlier. Very confusing.
The men's division is the running club.
Yeah, they're not there. They may or may not run on a track. They're unsure. But this, I think Cochrane here, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, as we had a Naughton conversation on the way up. But we have Gaffney and Cochrane there in the kind of right hand side of our shot, and that's where we're looking at the two fastest from this one, I would suspect. But Gaffney, the class of the field for sure.
Yeah, Gaffney, like as we talked about, the women should Gaffney just blitz this or take the foot off the gas a bit?
I would suspect we're going to get to the medal presentation area there around 75 metres, and then I would say you would presume he's going to relax there. We'll have a quick look there later on at the 200s as well to see whether he's entered in that, because that might play into it. If he's only running the 100, he may get in a nice sharp short effort here, but if he's running both events, perhaps not. Into the set position, and Gaffney out very, very strongly there and storming away from this field. And how long will he run for here? Will he shut it down at all over this last few meters? But no, he's absolutely flying it here all the way to the line. 10:70. That's outstanding.
Brian O'Neill in for second, and then followed by Jonathan Cochrane.
Yeah, I didn't give Brian O'Neill enough credit there in the in lane one. Second there, and I would say both those men close to that 11-second barrier as well behind Gaffney. But wow, staggering performance there from Gaffney in the heats here. Your knowledge of sprinting starts here, we're going to put you on the...
Yeah, Gaffney to me, he didn't look that smooth. He looked a bit... See, he gets up here, it takes a while for him to get up. And he looks like he's kind of rocking side to side. Then he gets into his running and he finishes very, very strong.
Yeah, his last 40 actually looked a bit more comfortable there. That kind of maybe 30 to 50 kind of zone there. Yeah, you're right. He kind of was rocking back and forth a little bit as he got up into his running, but run a lot of 200s as well lately, so perhaps running better over the longer distances.
Yeah, Brian O'Neill, he deserves an apology from you, Ronan. That was
no, me and Brian fallen out years ago, and no, my apologies to Brian. Yeah, I was...
He did very well to get in for second there.
He did a cracking performance there. Did Brian O'Neill, St. Coleman's Mayo, so he'll be, I said, qualifying first in each heat plus 3 fastest, so he'll be in the hot seat on this one. In the second heat, we have no Jason Smith in this one, but we do have Nathan Stewart from Orange Grove AC, and there's plenty of great sprinting going on at Orange Grove there with the Sykes brothers in the last while. Thomas McAdam of Shercock AC. And did you know that Tar McAdam is named after a guy whose name was John McAdam.
I do know that. I did history for junior cert.
There you go. Yeah, well, there's say no more. Toll Roads.
John McAdam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good guy. Nice fella.
English guy, wasn't he?
I believe so. Yeah.
Liverpool or Manchester.
Yeah, and set up some of the first toll roads and stuff as well, I believe.
We won't give
Something
much
like
credit for that.
Turnpike, something or other.
Yep.
Yeah. Junior cert history there coming back to us all. So Thomas McAdam there, I don't know if he's invented anything, but look, he still has time. Shercock AC there. Tommy Hamill then from City of Lisburn there in the red. Malcolm Ansa from Tala AC there in lane 7 there, 307. And Kashif Taiba from, he's unattached here. He's in the all black singlet there and shorts.
So unfortunately no sign of Jason Smith here today.
No, I've actually don't think I've ever seen Jason Smith run in person. So as far as I'm aware, he doesn't exist. He's a myth. He's the fourth part of the Ulster fry bread scenario. He may or may not exist. I think I must have seen him run. I have seen him run in Santry a couple of times, but I've come up here quite a lot for this, and I have yet to see him.
Malcolm Ansah from Tala. Tala, great tradition of sprinting the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, around that. Yeah. Daniel Cagallan there doing some great work in Tala AC. We've a couple of brothers there, Doherty brothers there for a while, and then obviously on to Joseph Ojumumi and Rashida, and there's plenty. He's got a real conveyor belt of talent coming out of Tala there in the last while. Huge place, about 100,000 people live in Tala.
It'll be the biggest district in Dublin.
It's quite large here. We know as we found out on the way up that Ennis is in fact the largest town in Munster. There's a bit of confusion over what a town exactly.
Biggest small town.
Biggest small town, yeah. A lot of confusion there, but Tala, massive place, so a huge possible ground for plenty of athletes to come out of, and Shamrock Rovers obviously based up there as well, but not a whole lot that's going on in terms of sports. So there's a huge possibility of more sprinters coming out in the next while. Obviously the National Basketball Arena up there as well, so plenty of potential action. Nathan Stewart, Thomas McAdam, Tommy Hamill, Malcolm Ansa and Kashif Taiba. And we think I've got another man in there who's not on our start list there. 298. So we'll have a look down here. 298. I think 298 is, I'm going to make a wild prediction here, and it's Matthew Sykes. And Matthew Sykes is pretty quick. Matthew Sykes ran 10.98 windy this year, and he's around 11.11, which is fantastic PB to have. Very easy to remember there. He's on the right hand side. He's about 17 years of age. Is Matthew Sykes' brother Adam going later on, the man from Orange Grove. So be interesting to see how he goes here. He probably is the class of this field, although I've been known to be wrong. Right hand side of your shot, and then Sykes getting out reasonably well here. He's on the right hand side of your shot, but the man from City of Lisburn going well as well, and that is Tommy Hamill. But it's the two Orange Grove men, Stewart and Sykes, and it looks like Stewart is going to get the win on that one. 11.22 for Stewart, and Sykes then in second place, Matthew Sykes.
Yeah, Stewart came through really well in the end there. Looked like Sykes had it.
Yeah, certainly, and like he's an athlete that's running very, very well this year with that 10.98 windy. So you would have thought he would be the most likely winner in this heat. But our good friend Nathan Stewart there, having absolutely none of it, didn't seem to get out that well, and Sykes looks like he was going to get away from there in that last 50. But Stewart, that last 20 or 30 there from Stewart, really, really coming strongly, and Tommy Hamill from City of Lisburn then getting up for third. So
Sykes should still have enough to get through to the final as a fastest qualifier.
Yeah, we haven't got our qualification up yet. Niamh Whelan, by the way, and Sarah Malone qualifying in the earlier heats alongside Sarah Murray and Harriet McCrossan. So our friend Brynja Brinstead here, unfortunately, we'll see her later on. Won't see her in the 100s. She'll be back in the 200s. So we don't have those times up yet for the 100, but you think Stephen Gaffney and O'Neill from that first one, most likely. And remember, there's only 3 qualifying spots in this one. So perhaps someone unexpected is going to be ran out of it. This third heat, though, Lewis Elborough from North Down, Lewis Hamilton from Orange Grove, taking time out from his Formula 1 exploits to come here and run in Heat 3 for Orange Grove AC. Johnson Bangura from Ross's AC, Dean Adams from Ballymena and Antrim AC, and Alex Lee from Galway City Harriers.
You wonder how many times it takes for him to get really, really annoyed being called Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, I'd say almost immediately. I'd say he's probably on the Saturday now going, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to have words with those lads. Yeah, it is. It's one of those ones that automatically someone's going to go, Lewis? Oh, Lewis Hamilton. There's a kid in my school, and I probably shouldn't be saying this, but his name is Morgan Freeman. How good is that? And he's young enough that his parents know.
Like, yeah.
if he was 40 years old, I'd say that's fine.
Like Lewis Hamilton wasn't Lewis Hamilton when he was Christian Lewis Hamilton.
No, Lewis. Well, let's have a look at Lewis Hamilton here. He's in lane 3 there. He's probably about 20, so we could probably forgive him. We're going to go with that. That's probably alright.
Son Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman is unforgivable. Really. It's bang out of order, you know. But what can you do? It's a classic, though.
It's like Johnny Cash, Boy Named Sue. Just a lifetime of.
Yeah, you automatically are going to go, oh, like he's going to get Lewis Hamilton. Oh, like the Formula 1 driver. He's going to go, yeah, like the Formula 1 driver. Thanks. But
just to be more famous than him.
That's the thing. He's got to push it out there. He could change his name, you know. I suppose he could go that way about it. But yes, Dean Adams though, no changing his name now. He's already written his name into the history books many times. 10:69 back in 2008 is his personal best, but he has ran 10:73 so far this year. I don't see him. He's on our start list. He's on our heat list, in fact. But I don't see him on the line. But he could be hiding on us. He should be in the Ballymena and Antrim AC vest. In fact, he's there at the back of the shot. I couldn't see there on the screen. He's there, centre of a shot. Dean Adams set up Speed Solutions, which is I assume, I haven't really checked this out, but a company that involves training people to get faster.
I wonder if he's over the SDP project.
Possibly, there could be a connection.
Is that his grandchild?
We'll have to question him there and that, but he set that up there earlier this year, leaving his job with Athletics Northern Ireland, where he was doing a great job as a development officer, set up Speed Solutions. So big shout out for that. Yeah, exactly. I'm not actually being paid by Speed Solutions here by Dean Adams, but I could be. Deals can be struck.
You're open to it.
But Dean Adams, of course, rapid over that first 60 metres. You'll see his incredible start here. And then how will he go after that? Hard to know. We've a couple of extra heads.
A guy in lane 7 who's not on our start list.
He is running for Lagan Valley. And I would suspect it's Joe Frey from Lagan Valley. And if we can count Dean Adams as the 31-year-old elder statesman, I think Joe Frey may be beyond that.
He's taken that mantle.
He's seen a few things in his time. Dean Adams, of course, out very, very strongly there, getting away from Bangor there on the inside of him, but on the inside lane there, Lewis Albro going really well from North Down. He's putting it up to Adams here all the way to the line.
Wow.
And 11:10. That was a cracking race there. Adams under a bit of pressure there, wasn't he?
Yeah, Louis Albro really came up on his shoulder. Dean Adams really had to use all that experience you talked about to save him off.
Yeah, you can see here, centre your shot. You're expecting Adams to get out really quickly, and Albro there from North Down there on the inside, kind of almost hidden away from Adams there. You would have seen him in his peripheral vision, but Adams looks like he's going to storm away from this field, but Albro then getting up into his running, a longer striding athlete, and Adams, you'd suspect a little bit more left in Adams' legs, but 11:10 there for Adams. Good bit off his seasonal best of I think he's around 10:73 this year, so, and 10:66 windy, I think. So he's in good shape. Is Adams? So they're saying that it's 10. It's been corrected to 10:99 as there was a malfunction with the clock. So we'll see how that rolls out in terms of the other races. 10:70, obviously the qualifier from Stephen Gaffney, and Brian O'Neill running 11:50. Always confuses me in the 100. Like, he didn't look that far behind. Yeah. He's nearly a second behind, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, with crack and run, we were like, oh, brilliant. He's just behind him. And it's, I can never judge I could easily judge in the 100, that he's ran 1:59. Whereas there, you're like, he was only a few meters behind him. He must have ran 10:90. No. Not even close. So that one won by Adams, so he's qualified. You'd expect Alroad in there as the fastest qualifier, close to it. So we'll give you an update when those results come in. This one's going to have Adam Sykes, Aaron McCord, Athith Joy from Celia Lisburn, Leo Morgan from Clonard Farriers, Paddy Taylor from Crookstown Millview AC, and Sam Boot from Ballymena and Antrim AC. So 2 more Orange Grove men in this one, really a sprinting powerhouse in the last couple of years.
Adam Sykes Must be related to the...
Matthew Sykes.
You'd think so.
I believe I have no actual confirmation in this, and they could be, not could be a complete another misnomer, but they are, I believe, related.
And a couple of YouTube comments.
Or YouTube comments. John T. Glover said Jason Smith has a slight hamstring and is playing it safe before Tokyo. Hopes to run at MPT next Saturday, which is obviously Mary Peters track. We're getting up with the lingo. But yeah, so there you go. John T. Glover, I don't know if I believe that. As I said, have I ever seen Jason Smith? No, he's a myth. No, I'm sure he's getting ready, obviously, for Tokyo, and this would have been a nice little tune-up. But at 34 years of age, I'd say he's learned to take care of his hamstrings.
Yeah, pick his races wisely.
Exactly. Look, he's missing out on a very well-organised event here, but it's Northern Ireland, must be said.
Flawless.
Flawless so far, yeah. And even if there were flaws, they'd be charming flaws, in my opinion. But yes,
or if there was flaws, they'd be communicated to us very efficiently.
Well, yes, not the day before. Yeah, certainly. Adam Sykes, though, yes, he's 18. Matthew's 17. Adam Sykes 10.82 back in 2021, which is in fact this year, and he ran at 10.71 windy. So he is in decent shape, is Adam Sykes, and you'd expect him to be the qualifier from this one. I think they pushed 2 races. In fact, I'm lying there now. We've got rid of Heat 5, I would suspect, because Matthew Sykes and Joe Frey have been moved into other heats. So we could have a change round in the qualifiers here. We could be doing 4 fastest losers qualifiers.
Qualifiers.
Apologies.
No hard feelings.
It's hard, to get out of that, that system, and I do apologise.
We don't want to offend anyone.
It's very much Golfgate all over again. I want to issue a profound and fulsome apology to everyone that I've called fastest loser. I've called them fastest losers, though. There's something in that. They're still fast. The word fast implies that they're still fast. But anyway, we're still waiting on those times to come in. I said Nathan Stewart with the win for Orange Grove 11.22. You'd expect Matthew Sykes at 11.27 to get in as well, and Gaffney with that 10.70. So at the moment, I think we'll be changing those heats to 4 fastest qualifiers as well as the 4 heat winners. But this is the last heat. Adam Sykes 2.97 there, right hand side of your shot, running in the 200 as well later on. Big field in this one. So we have Sykes, McCord, Joy, Morgan, Taylor and Booth. So winner and 4 fastest qualifiers. And you reckon Adam Sykes no relation? None whatsoever?
No. Same club, but it's just a coincidence.
It could be a wild coincidence. Like the guys in Mullingar, where there's 2 guys called Colin Smith. And I don't think they're related, and they both run 800s. And both from Mullingar. Shouldn't be allowed. It's very confusing for us up here. Times coming in there from that previous heat, 11.03 for Albro. And Dean Adams 10.99. So I'd expect Albro to get through as that fastest qualifier. Joe Frey running 15.26. Pretty impressive. But we're off here in this one. Matthew Sykes storming away there on the inside, and there's the Clonliffe Harrier as well. Leo Morgan putting it up to him, but it is Sykes with 40 metres left to run. Looks like Sykes got to get it, and on the line it's very difficult. Yeah, Leo Morgan there. That'll be an interesting one now when we can see that on the replay. But Sykes looked like he was away and clear, but Morgan very, very close there over the line. What do you reckon?
Yeah, looks like Sykes had it at the end, and then Morgan just came. I think Morgan might have got this one.
Yeah, the Sykes brothers, or not brothers, we're not 100% sure, maybe ran out of it here into the qualifier spots, but Morgan really in that last kind of 20 or 30 metres coming back at Sykes. Very hard to tell from that angle.
That angle is really throwing us off.
But Sykes, kind of a strange finish from there as well. He looked like he almost tried to come to a stop immediately. 11.04 on the clock, so you'd expect a fastest qualifier from that heat as well. Whoever didn't get it. Morgan staring the right-hand side of your shot. It's quite a unit there, isn't he? He's
great movement, great arm movement coming up to home straight there.
Very, very strong and powerful athlete. Sykes, a bit more fluid, taller athlete, but Morgan, I'd say Morgan has played a bit of centre in these days. He's got that kind of rugby type look about him as he come up the home straight there. I'm sure that he's never picked up the ball in his life. Maybe it's just a wild statement on my part, but he's a very strong, powerful athlete there.
Coming from Belvoir running, you know, rugby players turned athletes.
Hey, wait, he's not one of
a mile
ours.
away.
He's not one of ours. Leo Morgan. Let's Google him. Oh, we have an interview from Clonliffe Harriers from 2020. It's loading. Oh, he's 24. Previously a club record holder, 682. He only started taking it up at 21 years of age. He competed alright in school. And yeah, Jesus. This guy's come out of nowhere, isn't he?
Nothing about rugby.
Nothing, no. Brian O'Driscoll, his favourite Irish sporting hero. I think there's something in that.
LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, I've lost all respect from them immediately.
Yeah, look, well, he's either a former basketball player or a former rugby player, but 21 years of age to take up the sport. It's pretty impressive from Leo Morgan. So fair play to him. It's only 4 years ago for him. It's an impressive start to your career to be so quick. Impressive stuff from Leo Morgan. We'll see whether he qualified in that one. Good finish. So we're going through the heats up here at the moment. We're still looking on that final heat. So Will Sykes or Morgan have got it. It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. Get you an idea here of our timetable. So that was the 100 metre heats. We're now looking at 10:55. So we're a little bit behind schedule in terms of we had a lot more 100 metre heats because everyone wants to run the Northern Ireland Championships, of course. So we're at the 400 metre heats for women now coming up shortly.
And also in about an hour's time, the mixed relay 400 metres in Tokyo will be kicking off.
That is true, yes. And we are finalists.
Yeah, great run yesterday.
Fantastic.
Did you watch it?
I did, yes, yeah. It's one of the. I haven't watched a lot of it. I've decided not to get up. I've decided I like sleep too much, so I recorded it and I don't look at my phone and I watched it in the morning. But obviously that one was on during the acceptable daytime hours. But I did watch it. Yeah, very impressive.
Great stuff.
Yeah, shocking
to have them all nail it.
Yeah,
at that time on the day. Brilliant.
Killian Green really set the tone. In fairness, by
5-1 from and he started. He didn't have momentum of.
He actually ran 400 metres, unlike the rest of them. Like,
he did start.
Yeah. But yeah, a cracking run, and then I was like, oh god, they're going to be in this, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then unfortunately, I think the US are back in it.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at it going, there's 6 fastest qualifiers, so beat one team and hope for a DQ, and then if they finish fourth, a couple of years time, a couple of tests are done, sneaky medal. That's all I'm saying, you know. Could happen. It could happen. But yeah, I had a long conversation about this, which we probably shouldn't put on air. As to, you know, all I'm saying is if they finish fourth, there's 12 athletes in front of them. You know,
it's looking good. Looks good. Looks good from there.
Chances are good. I'd be feeling.
It only takes one.
All I'll say is I'm feeling pretty positive. Things would work out in their favour in the long run. But anyway, let's say no more. 400 metre heats. Katie Kirk is meant to be in this one. If she wasn't in the 800 ground, but we'll see now whether she's actually entered. Rachel McCann in this one as well, and Arlene Cross, and there are 3 kind of fastest entrants at the moment. We'll see now whether they actually ended up as we see the results come in. And was it Morgan or Sykes? We actually can't tell from here.
I went to Morgan.
They both ran 11:04.
Oh wow!
So I actually don't know who has got the big Q yet. I'm actually excited here on the Google Docs. It's going to be coming up. Someone's going to get the big Q. They're hitting the caps lock. They're about to press Q. I think they're still looking at our results here, but we'll find out shortly whether Sykes, both on the through to the final anyway, you would suspect. Leo Morgan and Sykes. Leo Morgan, in fact, in second place, and Sykes with the win there in that one, 11:04. So I'm sure that was quite the photograph finish. So our final there from the men's later on, we've got Stephen Gaffney, Nathan Stewart, Dean Adams, and we've got Adam Sykes, our 4 qualifiers, and we'll give you the results, the full results there later on. In terms of our fastest qualifiers, I could probably give you an idea of who they are there now. If we go with 4 fastest, you're looking at Matthew Sykes making that final as well. We've got Albro making the final, and we've got Leo Morgan, and we've got from Heat 1 we have Brian O'Neill. I think they are our 4 finalists.
Ronald, can I ask you a question?
No. Do I know the answer?
Well, like Stephen Gaffney is Rathfarnham Wasaf.
Yes.
So if he wins this championship, is he the Northern Ireland champion?
I actually don't know, and I was chatting to Garrett Hill beforehand about that for the men's 50 later on, because you have quite a lot of guys from clubs in the south, and you're kind of questioned as to whether if they're not actually going to get medals, then they're not concerned about a tactical race, so they then just go off to the front and try and run a hard race. I'm assuming they're not unless they run for a Northern Irish or Ulster club, that they don't get a medal.
Sure, that's a bit underwhelming if you actually end up in second and you're national champion, but you were second in the race.
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know. I suppose you still get on the podium, you just forget about the other guy, you know? I wouldn't mind.
No, I wouldn't either.
No, get the medal, happy enough. Hard to know. I think we'll find we actually won't know until we see someone up on the podium that isn't from one of those clubs. So let's play the long game here. Not make any statements until we see, and then we go, oh no, that's, I told you, sure, it's only the Northern and Ulster clubs. Come on. In this one though, we won't be finding out here anytime shortly either, because we have Rachel McCann, Ayla Stewart, Erin McMahon and Rachel Bonner from North Down City, their AC Spartans, Ballymena and Antrim AC and Ross's AC respectively in this first heat. First 3 in each heat and 2 fastest. And we have Katie Kirk in the second heat, and she is running unattached. Ella Joanne in there as well from Nace AC, Quiva Rowe, Orla Lear, Amy Stite and Brianna Smith. So we do not have we do have Rachel McCann. We do not have Arlene Crossan of 56.83 fame, so she is not in this. She is not. She is entered, but she is not on our start line. So it's looking like Duane, Kirk, and McCann, and Ayla Stewart as well will be definitely in the mix in this one as well. She's ran under 60 seconds before, but McCann definitely the class of this first heat, 55.42. Katie Kirk in the second heat, working now as a sports nutritionist, I believe.
I was just going to say, yeah, she got married this year as well. I made a harsh lockdown.
Yes, yeah.
They own a cafe in Belfast.
Oh, really? Sounds like I know where we're going.
We could venture beyond Mary Peters.
But why would you?
No, why would you?
I wouldn't.
No.
Everything I need in life is here.
Yeah, that's it.
In this glorious bowl-shaped track. Yes. Look, I'll be honest. I started looking at people's LinkedIn because I was like, I'm going to do some research for once. And I saw that too. Cafe. We don't know what the name of the cafe is.
I think it's Bridwell Coffee.
Oh yeah. So will we advertise it? Are we
Give
allowed to
them a
that?
shout out, yeah.
Yeah, are we allowed? Did anyone know? Bridwell or Bridewell?
I think it's Bridwell.
Bridwell Coffee. Yeah. We'll look up the address.
Yeah, look it up there. What are their opening hours?
I love the way that what you're hearing here is they're hearing the sounds of me typing on a laptop. Bridwell Coffee. Yeah, closes at 4 o'clock. No, we won't make it. 9 till 4.
St. Donadee. No, Donadee.
Yeah, takeaway, no delivery. Fair enough. I don't know if it's up to the standards here of my co-commentator Liam, who's now living in one of the top neighbourhoods to live in the world in Stoneybatter in Dublin, because it has an excessive amount of coffee shops and craft beer places. So if you're into that kind of stuff, that's the place to be. So will Bridwell Coffee, will that reach those heights? Hard to tell. Rachel McCann there in lane 2, then a gap where Arlene Crossan would have been, and then we have Ayla Stewart there in the red of City Dairy AC Spartans, Erin McMahon from Ballymena and Antrim AC, and Rachel Bonner from Ross's AC in the red there out in lane 6. Question, Erin McMahon, is she related to McMahon, the hurdler from several years ago, whose name now escapes me?
I don't think so.
Christine McMahon.
No chance.
No chance. Same club.
No chance.
Okay, right. She'll come across the lane now and have a Christine top underneath. Justice for Christine. I don't know. So we have McCann there is the favourite for this one there in the yellow of North Down AC. Then we have Ayla Stewart there in the red of City Dairy AC, and McMahon there, Ballymena and Antrim there, storming down the back straight.
Yeah, Erin McMahon really come into this race. And we have Rachel McCann is coming into her own now. 200 metres to go.
25 seconds there as they come through the 200 meter mark. So this is fairly swift from McCann. 55.42 is her personal best, and she is storming away from this field as we enter into the home straight. McMahon tying up a little bit there in second. It is first three in each heat, so she should be safe enough. Ayla Stewart just behind her, and Rachel Bonner behind that. But McCann looking so relaxed here. She strides up the home straight. 50 meters left to go. Very, very tall athlete, and making it look extremely easy here. She's going to run about 57 seconds, and she's going to make it look like a walk in the park, and a glorious park it is. McMahon second, and it is Stewart then in third, probably just outside 60 seconds.
Yeah, it took a good while for McCann to get into her running there, but once she did, then she really pulled away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can see her there over that first 50-60 meters, only getting into her running and down the back straight. But I suppose it is a heat, and she will be back later on in that final, and it looks like she's in pole position. Katie Kirk really the main opposition for her, but really relaxed there over the last 50. Very much a training run, particularly over the last 20. Kind of nonchalantly looks at the clock. 57, yeah, whatever, she says.
Got to do it all again in a couple hours' time.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll see how that one goes for Rachel McCann. But a cracking performance there, and really teeing it up later on for that final. And we've got our 800 meter finals and 100 meter finals as well for later on. The lane draws for that. That's the kind of level we're at here. We've got it not only in paper copy, but also in our what do you call it? A soft copy on the internet.
Soft copy, yes.
I believe. You can't beat it up here, can you?
No,
it's too good.
Won't go back.
I don't think I'll ever leave. Yeah. You know.
Ulster Fries, Bridwell Coffee, Mary Peters Track.
The triumvirate, the big three. What's not to like? And my brother, as I said, was up here yesterday. Went out into the Titanic with his kids. And
I've never been. Have you been?
I was there a long time ago, I think. I can't really remember too well as a child. But apparently it's brilliant.
Well, surely they've done it up since then, didn't they? Do?
Yeah, no, I think it's been done up. Yeah. £50 for 4 people, for 2 kids and 2 adults. It's decent stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I believe I don't have children, but I have a dog. I don't know they're not allowed in. But I know, or you wouldn't even have to pay. I even think if that was the scenario. But yeah, that's pretty decent. I believe it was very, very good.
I've heard it's brilliant.
Yeah, being too cheap to pay. So you're only just out of your student life, so when I said £50 there, you almost get sick onto the mic. But yes, I believe very, very good.
Tokyo coverage here.
We've got our one of our
watching the Olympics.
Our team here are actually watching the Olympics instead of watching the Athletics Northern Ireland Championships. What is wrong with you? I mean, come on. In this one, we've got Caoimhe Rowe, Orla Lear, Ella Dwan, Katie Kirk, Amy Stitt, and
I'm very excited to see how Katie Kirk is.
And who are you watching, huh? What is this nonsense? Olympics. The 100 meter semis. Oh, like the fastest women in the world. Whatever. This is the fastest 400 meter women in Heat 2 at the Athletics Northern Ireland Championships. How's Shelly Ann going on? I was going to put money on her. Oh, yeah, she looks good.
We don't want to promote betting in this.
Yes, yeah. Especially after I lost €13 on Jacob Clemo.
Bet responsibly.
I put €13 on Jacob Clemo yesterday. He was tired. He let me down. Now I have no more money left. Caoimhe Rowe, Orla Lear, Ella Dwan, Katie Kirk, Amy Stitt, and Brianna Smith. And you'll be looking really at Kirk and Dwan here, who are in lanes 4 and 5. See there, Orla Lear there in the green of Monaghan Phoenix, just outside her, and ACC in the black there of Ella Dwan, and Katie Kirk already eating up that stagger of the athletes on the outside. She is flying down that back straight. She's ran 53 seconds in the past as Kirk, so she's well capable of winning this outright. Dwan coming after her, to her athlete from NACAC there in second place. It is Kirk there with 150 meters left to run. Kirk is coming into the home straight now, well in the lead. Dwan in second place, and it is Monaghan Phoenix's Orla Lear then looks to be in third place at the moment. She's about to enter into the home straight, but it is Kirk looking around her, almost kind of stepping out of her lane there slightly as she went to look to see what was going on in the outside lanes. But she looks very, very controlled here. Orla Lear from Monaghan Phoenix getting up for second place, and it is in third place then it is going to be a Dwan, but 56 seconds, 58, she says. Rachel McCann, I see your 57 seconds and I raise you 56, 58 for the win in that second heat.
Interesting choice for Katie Kirk not to go in the 800 there and go down to the 4.
Yeah, it is. But I suppose she ran in a couple of 4x4s in the past. I think in Commonwealth Games. I could be completely talking nonsense there, but she's obviously very, very good over the 4 as well. 53, I think, back in 2013 or so. So well capable over 4.
Clearly.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Duh. Orla Lear in second, Ella Dewan in third. You can see here Kirk just striding away. That 56 looked almost incredibly easy to her. So you'd expect a cracking race between her and Rachel McCann in that final. Yeah, she would be the Stonewall favourite for the 8.
That's one thing. Why would you sacrifice your Stonewall gold for
only maybe a 50-50 shot against Rachel McCann?
Yes.
Maybe 60-40 in favour of Kirk.
Which looked very impressive there.
She
so
did.
maybe it is more.
Maybe it's 70, 72,
70,
whatever the other numbers are. Yes, I don't know. I think maybe she's gone. The 800 is a bit of a grind. It's 2 laps. Couldn't be bothered.
It's twice as much as
And like she's gone. She looked at the time and said, "Right, well, coffee's open until 4. Got to get back and close up." You know, that's life these days, Liam. You know, like we can't all be former students. You know, living in Stoneybatter, living life, just wandering around. You know, we have to actually have work for a living here. Like, that's not true, Liam. Working now for the Independent. Any of your marketing queries?
I keep called any in a job, so I am.
It's hard work keeping that fella in a job. Yeah, in fairness, he's as I said, he's banned now. He's banned from the Republic. Can't let him back in. He's a man on the run. He's go to Barcelona and Tokyo. No, I had him in the house for the month there, and he's a hard working man. It's a hard job, the old journalism.
He's appearing on every title. He's in the Examiner. He's in the Independent. He's on the Times.
He'll do anything for money. That lad, Cahill. Anything. I can guarantee that. You look wherever if you need something written, like it could be writing a letter to someone, you ring Cahill, he'll write it for you. Anything for cash. No, in fairness to him, he's a man on demand. Once every 4 years, people start to care about athletics, and he gets a whole lot of work, and then he'll disappear off into the mist then again for another 4 years. But writing some great stuff at the moment. But he is not here, and neither are Dean Cronin and Oisin McCurry in Heat 1 of this, which is a bit disappointing not to see Dean Cronin there. But we do have Cahill Crosby of Ennis Track AC. Not of Duneen.
Not of Duneen. Ennis Track.
So we have a Duneen man and an Ennis Track man here up on the mic, and I've myself just basically amalgamated the 2 clubs over the years into one super club in that general area that we're red.
That's a good idea.
What would you call it? Could you call it the Speed Development Project Track Club?
That's a great name. That's a super name.
That's a doozy. I don't think you could.
SDPWSAF.
Now we're talking.
See, Cahill Crosby only joined athletics 4 years ago.
Really?
He comes from a swimming background, yeah.
Wow.
And came up to Ennis, and now he's in with Haley and Drew Harrison, obviously coach to Tom Barr.
He's you can see that he's quite raw over the last couple of years when he was run particularly indoors, but serious talent. The Duneen man, no, the Ennis Track man, of course, but he's in this one. He's going to be in lane 1 according to our start list, although it looks like they've moved him out from lane 1. I suspect they have him in the other lanes. It's a bit harder to run that from lane 1.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to be the class of this one, even though Roland Surlis, who would be the top 800 metre man in Northern Ireland this year, he has opted for the 400 metres. Student in NUIG, living in Cherry Park, the athlete student party house of Galway.
Explain that to us now.
I spent a couple nights up there, and you wouldn't think they're athletes, Roland.
Oh, really? Well, that's kind of a slight on Roland Surlis there. I will say, look, I'm not going to make any judgments.
Roland Surlis, DJ in Galway City.
Really?
Doesn't drink. Life of the party.
Great guy.
Great guy.
I don't know him. I remember him in school because he's a couple of years younger than me, and then didn't really see him for a few years, and then he ran 146. So yeah. I'm assuming your story and what I've just said are related.
And he's going to the Masters now in NUIG, so hopefully he keeps that progress going into next year.
And what's his DJ name? Does he have a DJ name, a stage name, as it were?
I think it's just DJ Roland.
It's not very imaginative, is it? I was hoping for something better than that.
Yeah.
It's not great. Yeah, I'm upset there now. Yeah. Like, he's got a great name anyway. Like, Roland Surlis is a lovely name. It kind of rolls off the tongue. So, look.
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
If we could get any YouTube comments in, maybe as anyone wants to come up with a name for Roland Surlis, and he's DJ. He's alternative.
Say around 150 last week in Loughborough. So maybe he's a bit tired after a long year and opted for the 400 just to mix things up a bit.
Maybe he's doing the Katie Kirkus, now calling it, and dropping down to the 400. But a cracking 400 this is going to be. He's going to be in trouble here because it's first in each heat and 4 fastest. And we have Crosby, we have Kevin Crossan, we have Éanna Madden, we have Niall Flanagan, Roland Surlis, and Matthew Willis. So Éanna Madden there in the blue of Carrick and Shannon. He has ran 20.87 back in 2019 for 200, and in 2015 47.82. Only ran 48.01 this year, but certainly going to be in the mix over this first 200. Crosby there on the inside of NS track, Madden out strongly as you would expect there in the outer lanes, and you would expect Surlis to maybe struggle over that first 200, but come like a train then in the last 200 metres. He's out there in the yellow of Annandale.
Yeah, Éanna Madden pushed this one out, then Roland Surlis is getting into his run, and Carl Crosby as well at a slow start, but he's coming around with 200 metres to go now. But Éanna Madden looks really good here.
Yeah, I mean, interesting last 150 here as Madden, the 1 and 200 metre man, now running over 400 metres here, 48.01 seasonal best. Will he tie up in that last 50, and will the 400 metre hurdler and the 800 metre runner come back at him over that last 50? But Madden looks like he's got this under control. Remember, fastest winner and 4 fastest qualifiers, and Madden is going to win this one. Surlis not getting up onto Crosby at all on this one, but it's 47.86 seasonal best for Éanna Madden, and in second was Crosby, who was looking around him a little bit, and Surlis maybe finding out that he may be able to run 1:46, but Éanna Madden is pretty fast over that.
That was really impressive. He really got out hard and just kept it going.
The classic, start off hard, go hard on the back straight, and then start going hard over the last
Crosby
150.
looked a bit
Laboured over the first 150, yeah. He was coming back at him there a little bit in that home straight, but Madden, I was very impressed there. Just looked so controlled over the last 80 metres, even when he expected him to tie up a little bit. He was very much in control there, and you can see Crosby starting to look around to make sure of his position, but cracking run there from Madden, and delighted, I'd say, to get that seasonal best. But he ran all the way to the line, so how will he return later on, I suppose, is the question in the final.
That's the key for championships. It's all about recovering and getting back into the final and getting the legs up, the lactic acid out.
You would expect the likes of Surlis and Crosby, the 400 hurdler and the 800 metre runner, to probably have a little bit more endurance. That maybe they'll run a little bit better if they make that final, which they may not. It is a cracking field. Next up, we'll have Heat 2, Darren McCauley, we have Finlay Stewart, we have Owen Buggy, we have Paul White, we have Owen Devlin, and we have Jamie Pender in this one. So we have Buggy, I think he's still of St. Albans, is he not? He's down here, he's unattached, so. But with 2 St. Albans men then with Jamie Pender, and that was well. Buggy there really the class of this one, 48.71, a 49.28 seasonal best, so perhaps not in the shape he was in 2018, but certainly going to get stuck into this one. But Paul White as well is another man that's under 50 seconds, as well as Jamie Pender, so definitely going to be quite the race in this one. Finlay Stewart of City Lisburn, not the same guy. Remember there was a Finlay Stewart won the schools 1500 and schools cross.
Different guys.
I'm assuming different guys. 2 different clubs. Finlay,
mad
common name, but
Owen Buggy, Kilkenny man.
Is he?
Yeah.
Not from St. Albans?
Nope. St. Albans is like on the border of
I've
3
been
different
there.
counties.
Yeah. It's
like
no man's
Carlow,
land.
Laois,
Bermuda
Kilkenny.
Triangle of Ireland.
Proud Kilkenny man, but also very proud St. Albans man.
Oh, so he is St. Albans. Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, he's definitely St. Albans.
Brother of Sarah Buggy, would you believe?
Yes, I would believe that. I knew that. I know these things. Yes, I've been to St. Albans, to the track down there.
I've never been, but I heard it's like a track in the middle of nowhere. It's mad.
Yeah, if you could just imagine, like, just close your eyes and drive into the middle of nowhere, and then open your eyes, and then there's just a track there. It's like completely in the middle of nowhere, but it's the same. Yeah, I know Paul Byrne. I think he went to school in Carlow.
Mm-hmm.
He dresses in Laois, but like his local like shops and everything were all in Kilkenny. Just made no sense.
90% of the population are Kelly.
I believe. I think what's happened even is if you're not actually a Kelly, you have to convert to Kellyism in the area and become a Kelly. I think it's how you know you're from the area. You become a Kelly. Maybe it's like the Icelandic thing with the Strattiers, that you become a Kelly once you move to the area. We're not 100% sure of what the scenario is because nobody knows where it is or how to find it. But 2 men that know how to get around this one lap will be Buggy and Pender of St. Albans training down on that track in unknown address. Paul White, though, Nina Olympic, a man that is running under 50 seconds as well. I think this will be a cracking race. We've got a lot of lads of very similar standard here in this one.
Yeah, I haven't seen Owen Buggy compete in a couple of years, but very competent 400 metre runner when he's on form.
Yeah, certainly, and a man that'll be put up against it here with Pender being a very similar standard athlete. See the Dunor Harriers man there, Darren McCauley there getting out strongly in the inside lanes, but really Paul White looks like he's running the strongest here, the Nina Olympic athlete, but this is the two St. Albans men, Pender and Buggy, with White at the moment in the lead there in the orange of Nina Olympic, just passing out and eating up that stagger of Pender on the outside.
Johan Buggy coming into his form now really well here. 200 metres to go. Pender looks like to be struggling a small bit, but yeah, Paul White looks to be leading coming into 100 metres to go.
White slightly in the lead for Buggy.
Yeah, White starting to look around him there as he comes into the home straight, but Buggy running really well up the home straight here at the moment, but White very, very controlled and just holding off Buggy there in second place, but that's a very, very impressive and controlled run from Paul White. 49.11 from him, so faster than most of the seasonal bests in that race, and looking extremely controlled as he did so. So that's setting up a cracking final here now later on.
Competitors for the ladies' javelin to warm up.
Slightly slower than, it's not slightly slower, but about a second slower than we had from Madden in the first race. So Madden's still looking like the favourite in this one. So we have word there that Niamh Whelan will not be running that 100 metre final later on, but hopefully there isn't any injuries there, and she's still going to line up in the 200s later on. She got in as the fastest qualifier into that final, so perhaps choosing to focus on the 200, but we will find out. You can see here in the replay as well, look how controlled White is as he enters into the home straight. You have Buggy there just on his inside, trying to gamely to hold on to him there as he comes up the home straight, but White starting to look around him. 49.11, while looking around going, oh yeah, that is where to get the medals later on, and oh wow, look, the discus, very controlled.
So two southern clubs there.
Yes, we had Madden, yeah, and then our friend
maybe
Paul
we'll
White.
find out if this.
Yes, we're our big question. We could have asked that lady there. In fairness, she definitely would have known, but she was giving me information. I didn't feel it was a time for me to ask her. But we have Craig Newell, and he could be the man to upset the apple cart here. He's ran 49.96, the Ballymena and Antrim ACL. He did an incredibly quick start. You'll see him fly down that back straight. Jamie Shanley then of Shercock AC, Jacob Hamilton of Willowfield Harriers, and Liam O'Donnell then from City Derry of Derry AC Spartans. But you're right.
What did Spartans have to do with Derry?
I don't know. What they have to do with Jersey, I suppose, is also the question. I don't know. I think we've had this discussion before, because it is a fantastically named club. But I think Spartans, it's a lot to do obviously with the Spartan lifestyle and aesthetic lifestyle of not a lack of frivolity, a lack of what would you call it? What's the word I'm looking for here? They kind of they live a very basic lifestyle. A Spartan wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't have live to excess. Let's say if you're living a Spartan like a Stoic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very similar. Stoughton, I believe, is the combination of the two. But that kind of lifestyle is what a Spartan is. And then obviously, of course, the Sparta and Spartans themselves, I suppose, warriors. Maybe that's where they're bringing that one. But not sure if there's a Greek Derry connection. But certainly they're using it. Hey, look, we know what that means. Wasaf. Still a confusing moment for us. But yeah, a great name, City of Derry AC Spartans.
You think Bandon would have been more imaginative with their name?
Just Bandon,
just Bandon.
Yeah, they were called. What were they called before that? We had another name before in like the 50s, Knockavilla or something like that.
Bandon Bears or
Bandon Bears. Yeah, we should all have better names. Aidan Madden, 47.85, so that has been corrected. He qualified in that first, and Colin Crosby 49.26, and Roland Surlis 50.29 for him in third. And then our results are flying in here, of course. Athletics Northern Ireland flying in with the results: 49.11 for Paul White, 49.57 for Owen Buggy, and 51.59 for Pender. So at the moment, Crosby, Surlis, and Buggy and Pender in those hot seats, but two more heats to come. Newell, Shanley, Hamilton and O'Donnell here, and you see Newell absolutely storm here in that lane 2 in the black of Ballymena and Antrim AC. The athlete from Willowfield Harriers there, Jacob Hamilton, running well as well, but Newell is destroying them over this first 200 metres. He's so quick and he's flying down that back straight. Hamilton then and Willowfield Harriers just on the outside.
Yeah, Newell's flying by him here, and Hamilton just needs to keep his own. Looks like he's going to be struggling here with 200 metres to go. But yeah, Newell, no let up here at all.
Yeah, Newell is a lovely looking runner there. You can see that really long stride there as he enters into the home straight. I think he won the title here last year. As he enters into that home straight, he's definitely shutting down here. He knows he has this one done and dusted, so he is looking around him. He takes a proper look around him. He's nearly stopped there to tie an old shoelace as he enters up the home straight, but he certainly is going to be the most relaxed going into the final later on, as he runs 51.71, but he shut it down pretty much from 80 metres left to run. Very relaxed from Craig Newell.
Yeah, he's taking the opposite approach of the 100 metre blitzing and just cruising into his final.
He looked around himself so much there. There was almost I once came off a bike outside Crow Park. I turned my head so much on the bike that I toppled over, and he had a moment of, there was a very slight moment there. I was like, he's after looking around himself too much. We might get it on the replay there, but he really took a full owl-like head turn, 360 degrees to get back around. So Newell, storming start. You can see here he's into the home straight, so relaxed. And when you see the old head turn here, it's proper like, oh. Yeah, look, he could have almost
disoriented himself.
So maybe he won't be trying that again, but he's probably laughing at himself there. But he's so far ahead there, he didn't really need to do that. But he, almost a stumble there from Newell, which would have been unfortunate, but hilarious. There's no doubt about that. But Newell qualifying handily there in that one, 51.71. Robert Maher then, Owen Kelly, Ryan Keenan, Cathal McGlunnan, Jack Manning and David Stewart here in this final heat. Jack Manning, of course, 48.58 2017, 49.10 this year's seasonal best, and another Kilkenny man, I believe.
Another proud Kilkenny man, yes. Brother of Cleena Manning, would you believe?
I would believe that, yeah.
Small world athletics.
It is, yes, yeah. So we don't go too far, you know. I suppose it just helps, you know, you can drop them both to the same club, makes it easier, you know. Not the club in the Roland Service DJ type club. More of a athletic club or speed development, probably track club, whatever you're having yourself. But yeah, this will be a good race as well. Manning probably the class of this field in this one, but 6 athletes here, so first qualifier and 4 fastest.
In third position from Kildare AC, Anna Wilson.
So we've got our women's shot put results here. It's Anna Wilson in third place, so I don't have the results here. But Sarah Connolly is our second place athlete from North Down. And Casey Mulvey, she's getting used to this win for Casey Mulvey. And we unfortunately don't have the actual results for that yet. We're hoping to get those momentarily. But Casey Mulvey has thrown 15.62 this year. She's at the European Junior Championships as well. So she'll be delighted to get back on the podium here. True personal best in the discus earlier on. So unfortunately, as I said, no results for that on our results feed yet. They will be there though, because it's like Northern Ireland,
of course,
superbly run organisation.
From the top down,
from the bottom up, left and right, the whole thing. Robert Maher, Owen Kelly, Ryan Keenan, Cathal McGlunnan, Jack Manning, and David Stewart. So as I said, Jack Manning. 2.46 there in the outer lanes. Kind of one to watch. Kenny see the Harrier.
In lane 1 we have Robert Maher. In lane 3 we have Owen Kelly of Kilkenny. In lane 5 we have Ryan Keenan.
Callum Baird has pulled out of this one. He's 49.60 seasonal best. So, and Dion Marcus from Unreat also not in this one. I'm deciding that the drive from Kerry to Belfast is probably a bit excessive.
It's a bit of a trek.
Bit much.
Dublin was bad enough.
He was, yeah. You didn't have to do anything. You sat in the car the whole way.
Very slow driving, though.
Yeah. We won't comment any more on that. Robert Maher, Owen Kelly, Ryan Keenan, Cathal McGlunnan, Jack Manning, and David Stewart. May or may not be related to Ayla Stewart, also of Derry Track Club. So we're into our marks here, and we're off and getting out quite strongly. There is Manning out in lane 7 there. He's already blown by the athlete in lane 8. Of that is David Stewart.
Manning flying down the back straight, going really, really strongly here. And just on the inside there as well, Robert Maher is going very strongly from what looks to be Galway City Harriers vest. But Manning storming down the back straight.
Yeah, Manning looks really good here. And then the Galway City Harriers coming in. Could be a bit of an upset here.
Yeah, that's Robert Maher there on the inside. He's running strongly there, and Stagger is kind of telling us a few little lies here as we get into the home straight, but it is Manning and Maher, Galway City Harriers and Kilkenny City Harriers, and they'll be herring their way to the finish here, but Manning looks like he has this under control here. He is storming away to the line. He's starting to shut it down a little bit now, but it is a cracking run from Manning. 48.86. Wow.
Big run.
Yeah, and I think that is a seasonal best for Manning. Yeah, seasonal best for today of 49.10, and very close to his personal best as well. So a cracking run from Manning there. So a really impressive run from him, and that was David. We thought David Stewart, but it's actually Robert Maher. Sorry, Galway City Harriers.
Robert Maher, yeah, Galway City Harriers, some great 400-metre runners at the moment.
Yeah, West is best apparently.
West is best. Killian Green, Robert McDonnell.
Christopher O'Donnell? No, he's not Sligo, isn't he?
Sligo.
Yeah.
Sligo, yeah.
Still general area, like, yeah.
West is best.
Yeah. And then you have West Cork, obviously, as well. So it's all West. It's West is what it's all about now. But you can see there, Manning looking under control there, but he under a little bit of pressure from Maher. I'd say he wasn't really too happy about having to run all the way to the line there. But Manning running a seasonal best, so he'd be delighted with that. And Maher, of course, getting that second place. And we'll find out now whether or not they've qualified as fastest qualifiers. So at the moment we have Madden and Crosby, I suspect, from Heat 1. We have White and Buggy from Heat 2. And we have Newell from Heat 3, which leaves us an extra one from somewhere. And obviously Maher and Manning, I'd say, will be our qualifiers there. I'd say Roland Surlis might snake his way into a final there.
Yeah, I think so.
He looks like the most likely candidate.
But again, fast 800-metre man in the field.
Could he roll back again in the final after? He'll have the endurance. Crosby as well, coming back from their 4 hurdles. They'll have less taken out of them, but still, that event it's now 12 o'clock, and we're looking at a couple hours. I think we're looking at 400-metre final. It's 10 past 4, so plenty of time. Maybe a trip to Bridewell Coffee and back. Who knows?
Or someone wants to bring it to us. No complain.
Takeaway, I believe we checked takeaways. Takeaway only. So it's all there. So we're going to have the women's hurdles up here now as well. And we have Anna McCauley, Sarah Connolly, Niamh O'Neill and Megan Mars in this heat. And this is going to be a cracking final later on, barring any mishaps, as I'm sure the commentators' curse hopefully won't come into play. But we have Kate Doherty and Liliana Hora in that second heat as well. So we do have a really, really top-class field in the 100-metre hurdles here. 100-metre hurdles Northern Irish record, of course, still held by Mary Peters, which after this track is named the Olympic heptathlon champion in 1972, and now living in Lisburn. And City of Lisburn AC's Anna McCauley will be hoping to emulate her now and win this title. We have Megan Mars in there as well from City of Lisburn, so they're really giving themselves a really good shout here. Anna McMoyle as well from City of Lisburn. So, and we see here on the discus, I would suspect, Finn Valley men stepping up there. We had the shop it earlier on. So
our champion from Clonmel Harriers for the best of 54.24 is Owen Sheridan.
So Owen Sheridan. So that is the discus there. We have Owen Sheridan. So I'll get those results to you very shortly as I scramble around here. Aha, we have the results. So 54.24 from Owen Sheridan from Clonmel Harriers, and then our second place man was Gavin McLaughlin there from Finn Valley AC, 43.09. And then in third position we had Troy McConville from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. He threw 37.92, just beating Jordan Cunningham, who we'll see in plenty of events now later on as well. 37.86. As you see Shane Howard there on screen, the long jumper from Bandon AC, kind of made famous for his lockdown antics last year, training on bales of hay. So last year's senior champion in the Republic. And we have
I suspect here the City Lisburn AC man is. I'll get his name there now for you. In the jumps. So in that long jump, senior men's long jump, and now I'm going out. So that's Ben Fisher of City Lisburn AC. No jump for Shane Howard in round 1, and we have Adam McMullen coming up in that one later on as well. So that'll be a cracking men's long jump to come, and obviously plenty more action on the infield. And we have, and Liam, you missed it, we did in fact have Owen Sheridan, Clan of Harriers, getting the gold. So we have, it has been confirmed to us that you can actually win a medal
in the discus
in any event, I suspect, if you were from clubs in the south.
That's very strange, isn't it?
Well, it works both ways, I suppose. Yeah, we won't get
It
too
does
far
work.
into this. Is the stuff I told you we we're supposed to talk about on the way up.
It does work both ways, yeah. So
yeah.
that makes sense.
So yeah, there you go. Makes sense. I feel like you should go up and, you know, if you're eligible to win it, go up and win it.
Owen Sheridan, former Mullingar.
Harriers, yes. Yeah. He went to St. Vincent's Mullingar, I think, one of their schools. Discus. He went to European Youth Olympics anyway, I think, for sure. And the discus, so throwing 54-24 there. And Gavin McLaughlin rolling back from the shot put was in second. And then we had Troy McConville from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, which you would think is that WASAF, Radfern WASAF, but actually it doesn't work out. We're doing a kind of a crossword type situation here, and unfortunately it doesn't work out. Bit of rain now coming in for these long jumpers. So you see an athlete there from the city of Derry, I suspect, in the long jump. So we're getting those results in from the long jump. They're flying into us now at the moment. I think that could have been Sam Duncan there. But we have in the lead at the moment is Ben Fisher. He was third here last year, I think. Shane Howard in there as well. That was Sam Duncan. And we have Adam McMullen up next. So this will be a cracking jump as we wait on the 110 hurdles. Adam McMullen, great guy.
Big guy.
Massive man, yeah. There's no doubt about it there. You can see him on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see him from here. That's how big he is. But he's a very, very tall man. And yeah, I've stood next to him a few times. And I'm not a small man, neither of you, Liam. And I felt quite small next to Adam McMullen.
Crusaders, man.
He's just very long. He's just a long, long individual. And he's doing the long jump, of course. He is a Crusaders man, yes. Originally, I don't know what club he used to compete for.
Not sure.
But here he is. He's jumped 7.99 in the past. Just shy of that 8 metre barrier. And he's back after a couple of years of injury. And he is absolutely flying it at the moment. And hopefully that is a cracking jump. He doesn't look that happy with it. Doing a good bit of coaching up here as well in the last couple of months. So we'll find out exactly what he's achieved there. 7.99.
So close to that 8. I remember when he did it, and he was, and as we were saying the way up, you think you're just going to roll into it again, and you never know.
Never know what's going to happen, yeah. And Adam's gone through a couple of years of fairly dire injuries. 7.22 there to take the lead in that one. But yeah, you'll be hoping now he's going to get back to his best. But he's 29, 30 years of age now, so I suspect he's enjoying his athletics and working his way back up towards those that 8 meters again over the next couple of years. And here is, of course, our good man. He's not on our start list, but it's Joe Frey from Lagan Valley.
He's doing it all today, Joe.
He is on the Anna Macaulay
he's getting the 10% discount thing.
Yeah, similar gig. He's in lots of events, and why not? He's getting out and about. Ran the 100 earlier on, and now he's rocking and rolling here in the long jump.
I believe his daughter Laura Frey is in the 400 meter hurdles.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I
think I have that right.
Well, once again, do you have any facts to back that up?
Because when we were going to do the beer mile last year in Ennis, Laura Frey had entered, and she said, "Can I bring my dad with me?" So he's up for anything, Joe.
Well,
he'll run any event.
There you go. I think
from 100 meters to beer mile to long jump.
I'd be shocked if that isn't the same Joe Frey. If that's the story behind it, you know, there's hardly two Joe Freys that are up for anything.
Hardly.
No, good old Joe. Fair play to him. He's getting stuck in there, and I don't think I'd do. I'd say if I did a long jump now, I cut grass last week, right, and a lot of grass to cut, so I may have ran with the lawnmower, and my back has been sore since.
You gotta get the miles in wrong.
I had already got the miles in that day. I didn't need to get the miles in, but I was under pressure for time, so I ran with the lawnmower, and my back is sore. And there's Joe Frey at, look, I know I'm not going to, at unknown age, and there he is.
long jumping. I'd put my back out. I'd still be in the pit. I'd have to be taken out of it. We're at the 110
What's his
hurdles
secret?
there.
What's his secret under?
I'd say Ulster fry once a day.
Ulster fries. It's the various amount of breads.
It's right, 2 to 4. We were still confused. We have on the start line here, though, 100-metre hurdles. We've got Anna Macaulay there on the right-hand side of your shot, City of Lisburn AC, Sarah Connolly from North Down AC, and then we have Niamh O'Neill from St. Coleman's South Mayo, and we have Megan Mars from City of Lisburn AC. And Megan Mars, definitely the one of the favourites in this field. She is a supremely talented athlete, is Megan Mars, and has competed at the Commonwealth Games in the past as well, so certainly an athlete with serious ability. She has ran 13:43 this season, seasonal best. 13:32 is her personal best, and she was the female track and field captain at Loughborough. Don't know if you knew that.
Really?
Studying physics and sports science.
Wow.
It's obviously very bright as well. Even to be able to contemplate doing physics, you'd want to be fairly bright. I hate physics, and I'm a science teacher. I don't really understand it.
Loughborough, the premier athletics school in Britain.
Very much so, yeah.
Very hard to be selected captain.
Yeah, so she's certainly a favourite for us. You can see her there absolutely flying over those hurdles. Very, very good technique. Connolly then going well in the inside lanes. But Mars, absolutely the class of this field. And see how quickly she gets those legs back down. And almost looked like she was running on her tiptoes there over it, kind of daintily popping over those barriers. But a classy run from Megan Mars.
Yeah, 13.6 there for Megan Mars. She was followed by Sarah Connolly.
It was Anna Macaulay then just on the inside. We can see this kind of almost tiptoe motion over those barriers as Mars quickly gets that trail leg down, snaps it down going over the barriers, and you can really see how much of a technician she is over those barriers. Macaulay in third, Connolly then in second, and unfortunately Niamh O'Neill struggling over the middle barriers.
Not for the faint-hearted run on the 100-metre.
Terrifying. I don't know
been
about
roped into it for National League.
I've done it in the National League. I did it in UL in the National League in 2007, and I ran about 18 seconds, and it is absolutely terrifying. And I have no idea why. I almost feel that they need to make them smaller to make the event more accessible, because have you done it?
I would never do it.
You get down in the
They
start,
wouldn't pay me to do it.
you look up, and you're like, oh god, what am I after doing here? And it's horrific. You can obviously look. I can jump over them all, but I'm jumping them, and I'm like terrified jumping them.
But to sprint over them.
No chance, yeah. And it's an event where when kids are younger, it's like, yeah, grand, you're fast and you can do the hurdles. And then it's like, oh, right, you're not 6'5". That's right. Good luck. But yeah, you see, like in the Olympics, the guys obviously aren't that tall, but they're obviously fantastic technicians. But it's an event that suddenly becomes very difficult, I think. It's perfectly accessible at 15, 16. And then it's like, oh, you thought that was grand, did you? You won an All-Ireland doing that. You've got a schools medal. Yeah, we're going to make them 9 feet tall now. Deal with it.
Because we have Liliana Hora here from Duneen. She trains in Ennis, and I see her up at the track sprinting over hurdles ferociously, and I'm just aghast.
Yeah, and it's the fact that, quite regularly they're going to hit those hurdles, and it's going to be potentially horrific on a daily basis. Like, I go for a run.
Because I think, Ronan, we pride ourselves as distance runners on our grit and determination.
Oh, yeah, we're hardy lads out in the rain.
We're softies, really.
No, I'm terrified of that. even from here, like, I'm already too close to these hurdles, and these are the women's height, and I'm too close. It's terrifying. Yeah, it's the fact that Liliane goes out, she goes training, and every day she goes training, she could potentially absolutely pancake herself in the track. That's not great now. I was running in Bushy Park a couple of months ago. I was running with a former student and out for a jog, and I was running along and I clipped a root that was in the ground,
dangerous.
And I absolutely gratted myself and landed face first on the ground. And I thought to myself, that was embarrassing. But Liliane has that fear every time she gets on the track. This is a real commentator's curse here now. I hope nothing happens, but yeah.
No,
Chris is a cracking field, by the way. We're getting distracted here again.
Liliane is a fantastic technician, coached by her dad, Liam O'Hora. They have a great group there in Ennis, but are Duneen, so there is a distinction there.
A very, very kind of grey area of distinction, I believe. Emer Kelly, City of their AC Spartans, they're on the inside. Then you have Kate Doherty from DSD. Anna McAmoy from City of Lisburn, Liliana O'Hora from Dunedin, Niamh McCurry from Annalee, and Bevan McCaffrey from, I think that's, I think she's wearing an Annalee vest as well, the green and yellow.
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
I think she's on down unattached here.
The modern Annalee vest.
Exactly, yeah, the updated version. But certainly Liliane, 13:53 is her personal best, 8:41 indoor PB last year as well. But she's in cracking form here with that 13:53, and Kate Doherty won't be too far behind her either. She's there in the 2:06 vest of DSD. She has been in sparkling form as well. Be getting onto their marks now very shortly. But yes, Megan Mars in their first heat, and then we've got 3 athletes of very similar ability here. Of course, Doherty running well over several distances, but over hurdles this year, she has around 13:48, that personal best, so just slightly faster than Liliane, so it'll be a cracking race here. As well, there's no real tactical efforts to this. You do have to run all the way over the line, but you see O'Hora out very well about Doherty getting that hurdle first, but it is Doherty going clear over those hurdles. He's just a slight inch ahead of O'Hora here, and it's going to be a cracking finish here between both these athletes. And O'Hora looks like she has it here coming off the barrier. Ooh. And it is very hard to tell there. 13:58. That was a cracking finish, and we'll see here, Liam.
Yeah, O'Hora got out really, really well, but then she was.
Yeah. That's Kate Doherty there on the right hand side of your shot.
Kate Doherty's with her the whole way, and then looks like Kate Doherty just got over the last barrier a bit better and held on.
But a cracking finish there between both of those athletes in 13:58, and that to go with that Megan Mars run in the first heat of 13:60. So the 3 of them are pretty much locked on there. That is going to be some final later on between those 3 athletes. 3 athletes with a very, very similar standard, and you can see both of those were Megan Mars a much more controlled and relaxed run as she was on her own in that heat, but those 2 athletes up against each other, knowing that they had to go all the way over the line. And as I said, the hurdles is not an event you can kind of relax your way into because of the fact that the barriers are there. It's very much you run almost as fast as you can run in that first heat.
We know Megan Mars, she was on her own, but the 2 girls there, they're right side by side. It must be very hard just to keep the blinkers on, focus on your pattern.
Definitely, yeah. Like you could see, they were kind of battling at each other. You could definitely see each other out of the corner of their eyes, and they've also battled together all season as well. Very similar standards, so you'd expect they're well used to seeing each other coming in at the same point in races. But I'm really excited for that race. It's probably one of the races of the day. As you see Ben Fisher here in the men's long jump. Get those long jump ideas for you. Shane Howard has got to jump in the second round, 7:01. Still in the lead, of course, Adam McMullen, 7:72. And Ben Fisher here is in second place at 7:14. So he's got to find a couple of centimetres now to get himself up into that lead against Adam McMullen. Fisher here, City Lisburn, striding out down the track. Erin Fisher, his sister as well, competing earlier in the women's long jump. That looks to be
good jump.
Fairly good jump. He made the pit.
That's all you gotta do.
First and foremost, get into the sand, and we'll figure it out from there. But yeah, cracking performance there from Fisher. He's actually got a cracking performance, I said, as he gets a no jump. They've given him the red flag, which is unfortunate.
So we're clearing the track here for what's coming up next.
I suspect they're rolling the men's hurdles out, but I could be lying. I am lying, in fact. There were 3 men entered in the men's hurdles, but I don't know if we've got there. This is Joshua Knox, by the way, in the long jump, and he's jumped 6:15 in the second round. He's in 5th place or 6th place, and by 6th place I mean 7th place as I run down through the rest of the results, and he will be hoping to improve on that earlier jumps there. But yes, the track results, we have Megan Mars qualified obviously in that one, and our 400 metre men's as well, as suspected, Mar and Manning, Newell, Paul White, Owen Buggy, and Surlis does get in alongside Madden and Crosby from Heat 1.
That'll be a cracking final.
That'll be very, very good. Some great races today. I'm very excited. I don't know why anyone will be watching the
I think we've the mixed relay coming up soon. But
there's no mixed relay.
Stay here, we'll let you know how it goes.
Not mixed relay. It's all about the men and women's race walk, which is up momentarily. And then that will be followed then by the
that'll be followed by the 200. Although my timetable is probably a little bit different to what the actual timetable is. So I think we've got the race walk up very, very shortly.
3K women's race walk.
Yes, and men's in together. So we have Danny
Very
Sharkey, Sean McMullen, Brian O'Donnell, Ava McNally, and Siobhan Doherty. So that'll be an interesting race. The men's 110 hurdles, Josh Armstrong, Jordan Cunningham, and Donal Carney were entered, but they are taking the hurdles off the track. So unless they're going to put it on at final time, but normally it's the other way around. They run at heat time. So we'll find out. They could have heard our preview for the
Not scared.
and just been like, nah, no lads, no chance, out the door. Or all this chat about Bridewell Coffee, and they said, will I take on the hurdles, or will I get myself, perhaps, I don't know, there's a deal, coffee and croissant type deal, an almond croissant.
Surely we should get a free coffee for all this endorsement we've been given.
Well, Katie Kirk, if you're listening. You probably aren't listening because the mixed relay is on. And we will keep you updated on the mixed relay as well, if for anyone that's somehow watching this and not have the other TV on. As a man appears to be on some sort of tiny tractor here. I don't know if we can see this tiny tractor that he's
Very
on.
inconsiderate of us.
I don't know exactly his plan here. See Adam McMullen there over in the long jump, and we're clearing the hurdles here. You see McMullen here, he's in the lead, 7:22. It's raining now. He's got the long johns on as he hopes to have a long
Big
jump here.
there.
It looks a fairly large jump. Some efficiency here at the Athletics Northern Ireland
incredible.
Championships. They're just absolutely tearing these hurdles off the track in a motor race fashion. Do you know that the Henry Ford, of Model T Ford fame, his grandfather is from Ballinscarty, which is about 10 minutes from where I live.
Wow.
And it's a tiny village. And they have a Model T Ford built there on the side of the street.
Wasn't there a Ford plant in Cork?
There was, yeah, for many years, yeah. And then they closed it down, I think. Back in the 80s, probably. But yeah, they're almost kind of mass production type setup here with these hurdles. Very well organised. As everything is at the Athletics
Fun
Northern
facts. Like St. Patrick's Hill, you said that fact as
St.
well?
Patrick's Hill in Cork, yeah. It is the steepest short hill in Europe. Made up fact. So we've got a bit of rain here. It's really setting in.
This isn't really prime walking conditions now.
No, it's not ideal for the likes of Danny Sharkey, Sean McMullen, Brian O'Donnell, and Ava McNally and Siobhan Doherty. They'll be walking 3,000 metres. They're already on the back straight there, getting ready. So we'll see how that one plays out for them.
I have put myself forward to race walk for UL in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, the varsities are on, yes. Yeah,
So
you're
I
on
need
the 1 year down,
I'm
yeah.
going to be picking up a few tips here.
And why? Boy.
Just because I no interest in running like 10,000 metres. Unless I want to be part of it. I'll do the walk.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Never done one.
You know how miserable that's going to be?
I don't. You've done it.
I've never done it. I've never done the race walk or the pole vault. I've actually done every other event. And
The walk is that bad that you've...
I wouldn't do it. Apparently your shins are in absolute bits afterwards.
Maybe I might reconsider.
Wear a nice shoe, a good pair of shoes, I'd say. And yeah, apparently shins are bad buzz afterwards. But you told me on the way up you did a lot of walking, so
Yeah, I'll do loads of calf races. I'll be fine.
Prepped. We've a couple of results coming in as well from different events. As I said earlier on, Casey Mulvey with that win in the discus. Second place, of course, Molly Coffey O'Connor, and then third was Hannah Wilson. And the men's shot put then as well, of course, we had James Kelly, Kevin McLaughlin, and we missed out as well. We meant to mention Damien Crawford earlier on. He is the elder statesman of the field here. He's in a couple of events, and you'll see him later on. His sons and daughters and everything are competitors across the board here in the throwing events. Casey Mulvey as well with that shot put win. And there we have our walkers on track. Senior Women's Javelin is currently taking place as well. And we've our leader in that, of course, is Kate O'Connor at 43.78. She's thrown a fair bit further than that in the past, around 51 metres for Kate O'Connor, but conditions are starting to turn a little bit up here at the Mary Peters track. Still obviously glorious because it's a great place full of great people, but yeah, the conditions starting to turn a little bit. 43.78 for her. As
usual, the weather app is light to us, Ron. We were told it was all sunshine today.
It's disappointing. But Kate O'Connor still throwing that 43.78 as the race walk gets underway here, and we'll give you
an idea of who's in this one. So that leading at the front there is Brian O'Donnell from Finn Valley AC. Second place looks to be Tyrconnell's Siobhan Doherty. Then we have Sean McMullen of Mullingar Harriers. We have Clonus AC's Ava McNally, and we have Danny Sharkey from Letterkenny AC back there in 5th in the field, 3rd in the race. So 3,000 metres, 7.5 laps of shin-busting pain for these athletes. 3 men, Brian O'Donnell from Finn Valley out the front already, flying away at the front of this field. Of course, the club of Brendan Boyce.
I haven't seen any referees.
No, it's free for all. Lads could run or anything. No, there are referees there somewhere. They kind of, they're a bit like in a shop when you have the undercover like security guard.
Is that the guy hiding behind the
That's
shed?
I don't think it is. That's the fella who's gone. I'm here to take photographs and it's raining, so I've had enough. I'm sitting in here. No, they'll hide. They'll hang around there and then they'll pop out with a yellow card. There will be officials somewhere.
Brian O'Donnell looks like this isn't his first race walk.
This isn't his first rodeo. I'll tell you a story about that now in a second. But Brian O'Donnell from Finn Valley, he's been here before. He's done this before in his own time, and he's well capable of leading away from this field. And then Siobhan Doherty then from Tyrconnell leading the women's field there in 2nd, and then in 3rd Sean McMullen going well there from Mullingar Harriers. And of course, Clonus AC's Ava McNally in 4th, and bringing up the rear, Danny Sharkey from Letterkenny AC. So we'll keep you updated on those throws as well. We'll get an idea on some of the top throwers as well. Obviously, the Javelin currently ongoing. We have Kate O'Connor, 43.78, Ella McCurdy from Lifford Strabane, 37.64, and Shive Byrne from Enniscorthy Juvenile in 29.98. And then in the long jump, we have Adam McMullen. He's gone up to 7.37 with that previous jump that we showed you in 7.01. Is in 3rd from Shane Howard. Ben Fisher in 2nd, 7.14. So they have round 3 to come. But of course, Brian O'Donnell still leading this one.
Just have a tweet there from Elizabeth Egan saying she's watching the Olympics but with our commentary.
That is going to be a little bit confusing as Brian O'Donnell comes up here with 5 laps to go in the race walk. We could commentate on the mixed relay as well. Keep it going, keep all the plates in the air, but perhaps it might be a bit of confusing. So we'll keep you here. We'll keep you updated with the only event going on today, the men and women's race walk here at the Athletics Northern Ireland and Ulster Championships. There's nothing else on. Stick with us. Elizabeth Egan, of course, she might say that she's best known as a steeplechaser, but I think she's now best known as a person who creates fantastic Excel sheets that explain everything about the road to Tokyo to us.
Is it as good as this Google Doc?
Oh, I'd say Elizabeth Egan and the creator of said Google Doc that they're making today would be good friends. I think they'd be similar.
It's very
people.
helpful, even though I still don't understand the point system at all.
I'm not really sure what it was for, but
I don't think I'll ever understand the point system, or I don't think anyone does.
Elizabeth Egan does.
I think you need to be a mathematician to figure that out.
I'd say herself and Megan Mars, the physics heads, would they pull themselves together. But yeah, I kind of have a general understanding of how it works.
I
But
was listening to Craig Engels, he was on the Pardon My Take podcast yesterday, and they were asking him about it, and he said, I honestly haven't a clue how I get points or where points come from. Or
it reminds me of, because we're looking at the long jump as well, Owen Hannon, long jumper extraordinaire, 7.48 at the Euro Junior qualifying round back in 2008. And we worked as the PROs for the DCU Athletics Society. And at the Clubs and Societies Day, we kept shouting free pints, and people would come up looking for free pints. We were actually giving out points, and those points, we didn't know what those points are for. We just kept shouting free pints, so people would come to us, and then we'd start talking about athletics. We ended up signing up so many people that they were kind of actually, the athletic club was upset because it wasn't really for like non-people who were involved in track and field.
marketing geniuses.
And I think we ended up adding like 80 members to the club, and there was nothing there for them. So it's
just misery.
free pints, and free points for Craig Ingalls. Points for nothing, points for everything. And the points, probably, if there were points, we're going to go to Brian O'Donnell here from Finn Valley, who's steaming away from this field here. Siobhan Doherty in 2nd place. And there's going to be a great battle between our lady from Clonus And our man from Mullingar here in 3rd and 4th place, and of course the Shark Attack, Danny Sharkey, back in 5th place at the moment. You see here Shane Howard on the back straight here. He's getting ready for the long jump.
Fellow bandit man.
He is a fellow bandit man, yeah. He's from Rathcormac in North Cork, though. He's transferred in back when he was a teenager, alongside his sister Roisin Howard, and he's he's pure bandit for a man from Rathcormac, from North Cork. We always still comes to all the events. He's very much involved in the club, and he's a absolute champ. In fact, the national champion from 2020.
He's throwing the jacket on to keep warm while he waits to have another jump.
Yeah, he's an absolute gentleman, and quite a good coach as well. Seen him involved in some of the coaching in the club there as well. So he's someone that will definitely impart a lot of his knowledge over the next couple of years. Coached by Liz Coomey, coach to Lauren McCourt there, who was in the European Junior final in that 4x4 relay. But he's put on the coat again, a jacket of some sort. Looks like he's holding something in said jacket, as if he's robbed the shop.
He's having trouble with the zip there, Ronald.
Possibly. I'm going to go with my theory. Oh,
you're right.
Aha! It's some sort of pantaloons, a San Culutz as it was. He's he's got it in there. He's just keeping himself warm. But he's in 3rd place at the moment. He's going to have to heat things up here a little bit.
We have some overtaking here on the walk.
Yeah, Danny Sharkey getting passed out there by Brian O'Donnell from Finn Valley. It's a real Donegal battle there as O'Donnell flies by. He's got 4 laps to go. We've got 5 laps to go for Sharkey. And on the back straight then, as you can see, just passing by there, we had our man from Mullingar, which is Sean McMullen. But 3rd place athlete here, Shane Howard, 7:01. And he has got to go out and try and jump 7:37 to get into that lead. Or 7:38 to get into that lead. Well capable of that. As he flies down the runway here. And that's a decent jump. I don't think it's going to be good enough. It is, unfortunately, a red flag, and the man rakes away his efforts. Not red flag for Howard, so no jump. Second no jump of the first 2 rounds. Of course, he goes into the last couple rounds. It only takes 1 jump. As we see Brian O'Donnell there being got that wonderful tractor type situation in the background.
The women's javelin going on here now as well.
We have it, and that is, I think, it's going to be the lady from City of Lisburn. So that looks like Anna Macaulay, who is, as we said, competing in 87 events today. But Macaulay, she's a heptathlete, well capable across a range of different events, long jump and sprints as well, and hurdles. So she has thrown, yes, she's thrown 33.41. She's currently in what looks to be 3rd place. Kate O'Connor in the lead. So this is Anna Macaulay here. 47.37 for O'Connor for the win so far. That looks to be about 28 metres there from Macaulay. So not as good as our first round throw. So O'Connor still in the lead, 47.37. And in 2nd place then we have Ellie McCurdy, who's thrown 37.64. O'Donnell here in the drizzle, in the rain. 3 laps to go for him. Finn Valley AC man. Great pair of Adidas shoes there as well.
Are they the carbon fibre ones?
I don't think so, no. They look like a pair of Boston Boosts, perhaps.
Old school.
Yeah, I suspect they're quite old. The shoes, not the man. And yeah, here we have City Lisburn AC's. I was going to say
it's over 30 metres.
Sarah Woods, but she's not entered. So who that is a question. So we have it could be, sorry, it's in fact Ellie McCurdy, I'd say, from Lifford Strabane, perhaps, in the red singlet, often confused by me in particular. And we have Sasha Wilkinson here. She's going next in for Lagan Valley in that javelin. We see Siobhan Doherty there in the race walk. She is from Tyrconnell AC. She's leading that women's race. She's 3 laps to go for her. And Danny Sharkey there, 4 laps to go for him from Letterkenny, striding his way into the history books. Doherty coming into the back straight there, and we have Ava from Clonus AC, Ava McNally. She's in 2nd place in that women's race. So plenty of action here. There is
Ava McNally from Clones, second place in that women's race, the Monaghan athlete. So we're back here in the throws here again. In fact, we have Adam McMullen on the long jump runway. So 7:01 is the best jump from Howard. Fisher then with 7:14, and McMullen in the lead at the moment with 7:37 in that second round. So at this rate, by round 6, he could be jumping like 7:90. Keeps improving the way he's going.
That's the trajectory anyway that he's on.
If it's an Excel sheet, that's how these things work. So cracking run up there. I think that was a little bit of a tired jump, I think, from McMullen. Wasn't as kind of explosive as he was in the first 2 rounds. But then again, 2 distance runners talking about the long jump. I won't say that we know what we're talking about. But it was measured. And it is over 7 meters, I suspect. But it just didn't look as impressive as the previous 2. Watch now, it'll be 7:60. We have 7:27. So in between the 2. So 7:37 is his best jump. It's a great series so far from him. 3 jumps over 7 meters. Of course, Joe Frey up shortly as well. Sam Duncan up now from City of Lisburn. We'll try and keep an eye out here on the javelin, as we will have Kate Doherty up very, very shortly in that javelin. This is Hannah White from Lifford Strabane, I think. In fact, I'm lying to you. It's in fact Sasha Barrett Ferris, and we've missed Kate O'Connor. She threw 44.84, so still with that second round throw, 47.37 for her. We'll try and get her later throws if we can. And that is Sasha Barrett Ferris. No throw in round 2, 19.06 in round 1. So I think, very unfortunately, I think Adam McMullen and Kate O'Connor are in sync in long jump javelin. So hopefully there's some sort of well, we might get that figured out as we move along. Of course, this race walk is still ongoing here, and this is Sive Byrne here of Enniscorthy Juvenile AC. Not really too sure what happens. Like, did it just stop her competing when she gets to senior level? So no more. She's 31.49 that second round, so decent. Yeah, I'd say that's about 27 meters there, so 28 meters maybe. Decent effort from her, but not improving on her best of 31.49.
Ryan O'Donnell going to his last lap now on the walk.
Yeah, 1 lap to go for O'Donnell, the Finn Valley man. We're pretty much as we were from the start. They could have finished this after 100 meters in terms of the results. O'Donnell, though, I'm yet to see an official. You're dead right. We actually I think they're out there.
Just start jogging.
They're just in plain clothes. Look, if we look to our left here, there actually is one on the track in blue. Down the far left there, you can see there's an official down there. So this is complying with all the rules. We were only joking. Brian O'Donnell there on the back straight, still in the lead for him.
Ireland's most successful event in the past 20 years.
Yes, very much so. Costin, Boyce, Griffin, and Rob Heffernan, of course. Loughnane, and O'Sullivan, Johnny O'Sullivan.
David Kenny as well, isn't
David Kenny now rolling into it in the last couple of years as well. Yeah, so plenty of athletes being produced by whole range. In fairness, not just from one spot either, like across West Waterford as well, and you've Laura Reynolds, sorry, as well. I forgot.
Kate Field,
of course. Yeah. So
many
powerhouse. Yeah, so many you forget. But powerhouse event, and obviously we had 2 in the men's junior 10K as well in the Europeans there. So 2
I
lads
think
from
people
Mullingar.
look down the walk a lot of the time, but it's our best event.
Yeah, exactly. It's the showpiece event for us. And perhaps maybe even at the varsities we'll see some new talent emerge, as we see emerging from the mist here. Brian O'Donnell coming up the home straight. Finn Valley AC's Brian O'Donnell going to get the win here at the Northern Irish and Ulster Championships, Lakes Northern Ireland, here at Mary Peters Track. 15 meters to go for Brian O'Donnell. Will he celebrate wildly, or will he just hold his shins? Yeah, celebrates wildly. So, Liam, that's what you have to beat now at the Varsity Championships in a few weeks' time. Could be tough to do. 3K walk. What's the varsity?
It's grueling than I thought in my head.
I think it's going to be horrific.
I think I might have to review this.
It's the flat version of the 110 hurdles,
but it is it's going to be a cracking event. As we move along here, we've got second place in the race overall. It's Siobhan Doherty, and of course we have our walkers, our male walkers coming in as well. We have Sean McMullen and we have Ava McNally coming in the female walk there in second place. So plenty more to come from them. Here's Siobhan Doherty. There we have live footage of official. Yeah. This guy I thought was the referee in the blue here. I just think he's just a kind of an interloper. He just strolled onto the track.
If you look official, people won't say anything.
Exactly, yeah. Look like you know where you're going. And Siobhan Doherty knows where she was going here. She's going all the way to the line here to win the Athletics Northern Ireland Championships here. The Tyrconnell athlete. Getting the W here. 15:56 for her there. That's a cracking.
She's delighted.
Yeah, buzzing there to win that title. And Ava McNally's going to finish second in that, barring any mishaps from Clonus AC. And we have our man from Mullingar, Sean McMullen there. He's coming around. He's got 300 meters left to walk in this one. Get an eye then on. We'll see the results really from the throws. We have all those ladies are going to be coming back in the throwing in the javelin, as we only have 8, so they'll all be back for the last 3 rounds. Of course, that's being led by Kate O'Connor at the moment. And then in the jumps, the back straight there, we have our close to our top 8 now at this stage. We have exactly he's already jumped. Alejandro Shishini from Giftnock North AAC. So what the AAC? I know, we'll have to figure that one out as well. It could be a typo. It could be like BBBQ in The Simpsons. What's the extra B for?
I doubt there's typo on this Google Doc.
We're going to find this one out, and we'll take a moment to have a Google there in a second. But other search engines are available. Ava McNally here coming up here with a lap to go. She's going to finish second, hopefully, in this women's event. And of course, we've got 2 men to go as well. Brian O'Donnell has won, and Siobhan Doherty has won her race. We've got Danny Sharkey and we've got Sean McMullen still out there. McMullen, though, coming into the home straight there. He's about to go around Sharkey here with 100 meters left to go.
So after three
the main man,
Javelin,
Sharkey and McMullen. Up the home straight. Lap to go for Sharkey, or 2 laps to go for Sharkey. And finishing up the home straight here is McMullen from Mullingar Harriers. Walking really, really well. Liam Nocton is taking all the notes for his varsity debut in a few weeks' time.
I don't know.
Get down. You're gonna actually go down there and compile a few notes, bit of advice from McQuillan there. Or McMullen second in the men's event. Sharkey here with a lap to go in for the Letterkenny AC. And we've got Ava McNally here in the back straight. So everyone into their final lap here in the race walk. See a bit of jumping on the back straight there. So there's McNally here with 200 meters left to go. Should be happy to get out of the rain and get herself dusted off. Second place, hopefully, barring any mishaps here from the judges. So we're finishing up that first 3 rounds in the men's long jump, so we'll figure out there in a moment who's made that final few. Final 8, Thomas McAdam laying down the Tar McAdam. No, I'll work on that one. There's better puns there. Give me a minute. But he's 6:09. He's jumped, so I think he should be making that top 8 as well. And I said, here's Ava McNally entering the home straight. 100 meters left to walk. What kind of tips would you take from Ava McNally here?
Yeah, I haven't got my head around the hips thing. How they do that movement.
Yeah, I don't know how it happens. I maybe they don't even know how it happens. It could be
walk fast enough. It just happens.
And so like there's maybe something in physics, like the Doppler effect when an ambulance goes by you and you hear it at a different sound, and as it's speeding by you, the sound changes. Perhaps something similar. What is the effect here was to destroy the rest of the field, and McNally here is in second place from Clonus AC, 1947. Good year, 1947.
What happened in 1947, Ron?
Very little, I suspect. It's kind of
We're not in like World War.
World War II finished in 1945, and then the Olympics started again in 1948 in London. So I think in 1947 nothing really happened. I'm sure loads of stuff happened, but it is kind of a year that doesn't really speak to me. Not really getting much from it. Does anyone know? No? You know? How's the mixed relay going? We've had very poor reports from our team here in terms of what happened in the mixed relay, because they're currently watching the hockey, the Irish women's hockey team.
I thought it was half 12 the mixed relay was on.
So we're not sure on how the mixed relay team got on, but we know that the Irish women are singing the anthems there and getting psyched. As we see the javelin being hoisted out there, as we see Danny Sharkey, our main man here in the race walk, finishing up from Letterkenny AC. Danny Sharkey, 10 metres left to walk, and he's over the line. Bronze medal, checks the time, shakes the head, and says, "Oh, all the way back to Donegal for me," which is a surprisingly short distance from Dublin. It's 2 hours 50 minutes. I thought it was longer.
Good day's work there.
Good day's work for all 5 of those athletes. So Darty, the winner of the women's. Absolutely, you'd have snuck in there yourself on the bronze medal for the females if you were so inclined. So 5 athletes there, and that looks to be Kate O'Connor. We just caught her there, and in fact it was not Kate O'Connor. I lied. I was throwing myself in there like they were throwing the javelin. That was Hannah White.
So next on track would be the 400 meter hurdles. Am I right?
It looks like it, which is going to be quite an event as well. Perhaps the two we're looking
Kelly
at.
McRory an omission today, I think.
She's not there, yeah, unfortunately not. Looks like we have some 200 meter women's coming up shortly, and we're too early. We're too early on our mixed relay. But in the throws there, we're still back in the throws. Lagan Valley, Sasha Wilkinson. I was getting far too excited there about the javelin. She is from Lagan Valley, and she's launched it out there. She's been hitting the 25 meter mark the whole way through, and she'll be hoping to throw something similar here as a gun goes off, which we quite regularly think is, oh god, I should have been watching something and I wasn't. But we've got the women's pole vault going on as well, which we'll try and keep you up to date on. I know Ellen McCartney is pole vaulting, jumping in that one, and she'll be in the mix later on. So next up on track is the women's 200, in fact. So we'll keep you updated as best we can on the jumps. McMullen's still leading the long, and we've got Kate O'Connor still leading that long jump, and Ellen McCartney has not got herself involved in that pole vault yet. So women's 200 meters, it is 4 heats, qualifying first in each heat plus 4 fastest qualifiers. And in this first one we have Emma Hutchinson, Katja McManus, Sarah Doyle, Nicole Walsh and Talia Corbett. So a couple of these coming back from that 100 meters earlier on. Heavy day, lots of action.
Yeah, Catherine McManus out again.
Fairness, McManus is well capable of running a whole range of events in the same day. She's fantastic endurance across a whole range of events in that women's 200. So as I said, we may or may not see Niamh Whelan throughout the day here. She pulled out of that women's final in the 100 meters, but we do have McManus in this heat. Hutchinson there from Ballymena and Antrim in the inside lane in the black and green of Ballymena and Antrim. Sarah Doyle then of Tala, and then Nicole Walsh and Talia Corbett there in the outer lanes. You have to be looking at McManus in this one.
Definitely. And probably Nicole Walsh from Galway City Harriers.
Yes, in fact, yeah, Nicole Walsh will be definitely in the mix there as well. The GCH athlete. So out strongly McManus, much stronger than she was over the 100 meter distance there earlier. This is a preferred distance, this 200 meter. The DCH athlete, Dublin City Harrier athlete, coming into the home straight, and she is blowing away the rest of the field. Walsh running well there in the outer lanes to Galway City Harrier, but it looks like it is McManus here with 50 metres left to run. McManus is running away from this field, looking very, very controlled and comfortable. Walsh is going to get up for second, and it is Emma Hutchinson going to finish third, but fantastic. 24:49 from McManus there, looking very controlled.
Only not even an hour after
Not even
last
an,
race.
yeah, exactly, and she's out again. Be hard, I suppose, trying to figure out the recovery and the food process there for that one is probably the most difficult part of today for her. I'm sure she's well used to great experience. A very experienced athlete. You can see Walsh there looking like she was going to run really well over that first 100, but McManus blew the absolute doors off here in the last 50. You can see her getting up into her running there and looking really, really controlled and very tall, very long striding athlete, very upright athlete there in that last 50 metres, and Walsh running very well there for second place. So looking to get in as fast as qualifiers.
The presentation for the ladies, the women's 3.
So your friend Brynja Binstatir is back in this one.
Well, we hope she gets a medal on.
It's one of my
People's favourite.
Yeah, the people's champ. It's one of my goals in life is to be here when she gets a medal. Moira Groom, Sarah McCarthy, Brynja Binstatir from City of Lisburn, and Rachel Bonner from Ross's AC. And we see here the presentation, Siobhan Doherty and Ava McNally getting their medals here. Winning, Siobhan Doherty winning the race walk, and McNally finishing in second place. So you're looking at, you're the 200 metre expert here, Liam. Sarah McCarthy from Mid Sutton.
And the sprinting expert.
It's always good to have someone of your, sprinting sprinting enthusiast, I suppose, on the commentary here.
Yeah, I fancy Brina
Brynstatir, yeah. Of the Lisburn Brynstatirs. Yes, I think she'll be definitely in the mix. She ran a pretty decent 100 earlier on. I think it was 12:60 or so. So I'm sure she won't be too far away. But Sarah McCarthy, definitely the class of this field. You can see her there in the just removing the tights there. She's in the pink top in the middle of your shot. As we see the men's presentation here, we've got Brian O'Donnell, Danny Sharkey's just getting his medal there for bronze. Sean McMullen there in second, just on the left-hand side of your shot. And we're still in the all self-presentation mode. And then Brian O'Donnell getting the gold there at Finn Valley AC man. Oh, delighted with themselves. Bit of chat back and forth. I presume all friendly chat. Yeah, he's getting the old fist pump. Don't know if there's any animosity there between those athletes. Who knows?
Nah.
If there isn't, we could maybe create it.
We could.
You know, some sort of major divide.
Bit of Donegal rivalry.
The Donegal massive, yeah, absolutely. But in this one, could be a massive gap here at the end. Sarah McCarthy, definitely the class of the field. 24:06 so far this season. 23:78 windy, so she would be ahead of McManus's time there from that heat, but McManus definitely under control. Moira Groom from Trim AC. And the people's champ, Brynja Binstatir. Rachel Bonner then in from Ross's AC out in the outside lanes. So settle into their blocks here. You can see McCarthy there in the blue shorts. Just going to just center right of your shot. She's going to go very quickly. You can see there she's already eating up that gap. She is a superb 200 metre runner, and she is storming away as you come into the home straight here. McCarthy flying along here, and Binstatir then in second place, trying to hold up and stay with McCarthy here. But she looks so comfortable as she enters into the home straight here. 50 metres left to run, and she's gliding along the track, and is a clear winner of this heat. Remember, fastest qualifiers as well to come. So 24:69 from her. Binstatir in second. And in third place is Rachel Bonner of Ross AC, and Maura Groom then in fourth.
Well, McCarthy got her really quick there.
Yeah, you can see here.
Just got her really, really fast. Binstatir, good run.
You can see here as they enter into the home straight, she gets really up into her running there, and she's almost like bouncing off the track over that last 50 metres. And that's so far, even without seeing the rest of the heat, that's going to be a cracking final between two very evenly matched athletes in McCarthy and McManus. Raced each other indoors as well earlier this season. And in this one then we have Lindsay Brown, Faith Finney, Orla Lear and Megan Briggs. Orla Lear running well over 400 earlier on and made that final, so it'll be interesting to see how she runs in this one. But Megan Briggs, I'm sure we'll think of something to say. Megan Briggs.
A lot of City Lisburn athletes.
They very much the massive track and field club. In fairness to them, they produce a hell of a lot of sprinters, particularly on the female side. But yeah, very impressive club. That looks like that was Ellie McCurdy there. She's thrown him in around 35 metres so far. She 37 is her best throw in round 1, and that's a pretty decent series there. Everything above 35 metres so far. And Kate O'Connor is going to be up very shortly, so we'll try and keep an eye on both that and the start of the 200. We also have Ben Fisher in the long jump there as well. He's in 2nd place. So here is Kate O'Connor. She's thrown over 50 metres so far this year. The heptathlete, just missing out on that Olympic qualifying spot. She's thrown pretty decent throws today, 47-37 so far, and that is monstrous.
That's her best throw of the day.
Yeah, that is pretty damn decent. He's in around that zone again of that 45 metre zone, but you can really see the difference in class there as she launched that one out. And Ben Fisher in the long jump there as well. Get an idea of those long jump results before we give you
Red
sprint.
flag there.
Another red flag for Ben Fisher there. His best is 7:14 there in round 1, and no major updates from the long jump. McMullen still in the lead with that 7:33. We did no jump again from Shane Howard in round 4, unfortunately for him. So he'll be hoping to improve on that. McMullen should be up shortly. Hopefully we can get hold of him as the women get into their starting positions. So we have Brown, Finney, Lear and Briggs. So it should be an evenly matched race here. Lear from Monaghan Phoenix, as I said, doubling back from that 400 heats earlier on. Two more City of Lisburn athletes in this one, Faith Finney and Lindsay Brown. Did you find it hard not to call Nick Griggs Will Griggs?
I'm assuming the chant has been going.
It's I'd say so. Yeah. It's definitely being used. My cousin was over at the European Juniors with him, and just said he just kept calling him Will all the time.
He's not running today.
No, he's not. No, I think he's away at the European Under-18s thing in France.
So you're a teacher. You coach Under-18s.
Yeah.
How do you manage the transition to senior level?
I hand them off to somebody else. Generally, yeah. I hand them over to Phelim Kelly of Dublin Track Club if they're in Dublin, and then so far I hold on to them if they're in my club because I'll be the only one that really coaches them. But if I can get them to go to America, I'll do that. Let them. I don't have to deal with transition then. Just all the good banter juvenile years, and then the hard part.
Okay.
No. What would you do?
I don't know, it's just you see a lot of good juniors coming through. It's just that transition to senior level is the tricky part.
Yeah, so I wouldn't deal with it. No, in this one we have Lindsay Brown, Faith Finney, Orla Lear and Megan Briggs just out there in the outside lanes of North Down AC. Will she be on fire in this 200 metres? Hard to tell. Could be maybe come up with a very, very catchy tune if she was in fact to catch fire over the last 50. Brown, Finney, Lear and Briggs. Very hard to know who will come out of this one. And I think we actually have an athlete there in the inner lanes that we don't have on our start list. But getting out really strongly there, it is Faith. It is Briggs, is it? Out in the outer lanes. Yeah, she's going really, really well there. No, in fact, it is not Briggs. She's on the outside lane from North Down. I'm not sure. That's 141 there. She wasn't on our start list. That's Molly Curran there. It's in the next heat from City of Lisburn. She looks like she's going to run away at this one, but it is Molly Curran there with the win that one, and Orla Lear there just in second. So we have only 3 heats, so we'll have a few more fastest qualifiers from those. But that looked like it was Molly Curran, and then the second was Orla Lear. So Orla Lear's having a hard day. 400, 200 double.
Not the usual double. Usually go 1, 2 or
Yeah.
2 and 4 is tough.
Hard day in the one day. You can see here Curran getting out really strongly there in the outside lanes, the City of Lisburn AC athlete, and coming into that home straight there. Lear in second, and you can see Faith Finney there as well, number 54, running very, very well for City of Lisburn, really kind of falling away over that last 50, but Lear showing that 400 metre ability and coming back at Molly Curran over that last 50. But Curran, very, very strong running from Curran, and a very good time as well. And here we're back to the Javelin. Would you know much about the Javelin now, Liam?
No, my knowledge is quite thin on this as well.
Well, that was, I think, Sasha Barrett Ferris from City of Lisburn. And, yeah, Javelin, very, it looks easier than it is. It's very hard to throw it and actually get it to land on the ground properly.
I did the athletics level 1 course, and we did went through all how to do it and all. Very technical.
Yeah.
It's all in the hips.
A lot of hip work. And then, even then, do you know when you're a young fella and you're throwing stones or throwing stuff, and then there's always someone that can just absolutely launch it, and you're like, it doesn't look any different to me. It's not stronger than I am. So there's obviously some sort of technical ability or whipping action of the arm that I'm just not capable of. And you can see that there when you see some of the athletes coming out. They don't look no different in terms of their strength or their speed, but there's just this whipping action of the arm, and off it goes. Very hard to coach.
Yeah.
Very hard to coach. And just that constant, like, why is it flying up in the air and landing on its back? Makes no sense.
Have you tried to coach it?
I have in school, yeah. It's just that you just have, it's really like, oh look, that kid can do it, and then you can get him to be better at it, but actually trying to improve someone who's bad at it to being good at it, I find very difficult.
You either have it or you don't.
Yeah. It's very odd in comparison to like the shot put or the hammer. I can see how you can, or discus. It's a bit. There's a big difference in those in terms of the throws. You can see you often see people doing the shot, hammer, and discus, but not doing the javelin.
Javelin, yeah.
You see the women's high jump starting to roll into their early warm-up jumps there as well. So we'll get an idea there of the end of this. We've got Kate O'Connor coming up shortly in the javelin as well. She's usually the last to throw there. It was Ellie McCurdy of Lifford Strabane. So hopefully we get an idea there. In fact, that was Kate O'Connor just in the background there, shot 48.10. So that was in round 5, was her winning throw there, 48.10 from Kate O'Connor. Second place, Ellie McCurdy, 37.64. And in 4th place is Sive Byrne with 34.40. So cracking performance there from Kate O'Connor to win that one. And then in the jumps, 7.25 from Shane Howard. So he's put the cat amongst the pigeons there, and he's moved ahead of Ben Fisher, who's jumped 7.14. And of course, McMullen still in the lead with that 7.43 there in round 4. So some great performances here in the senior men's long jump. Men's 200 meters.
Yeah. Another Sykes. Adam Sykes again.
Adam Sykes, yeah, back psyching out the rest of the competition. So we got 6 athletes in this field: Nathan Stewart, Adam Sykes, Adam Murphy, Adam McCord, James Sullivan, and Alex Lee. So you'd expect Sykes, who's ran 22.51 so far this year, to be the main man here. But Stewart beat him over 100 meters earlier today. Very difficult lane draw for those two, 1 and 2 there for Stewart and Sykes. Murphy as well in that one, Adam Murphy. He's ran 21.64 PB there in Carlow on the 4th of July, so he's in good shape. He's out there in lane, I suspect lane 4 there. He's, yeah, lane 4 in the yellow there. The yellow vest.
First of 3 heats.
Yeah, so let's look at the first 2 and then 2 fastest qualifiers in the rest. So we're off in this one, and it is going to be Stewart and Sykes there in the inside lanes, and Murphy look running very, very strongly there as well, the Carlow athlete. And entering into the home straight, Sykes is running well. Stewart looks to be ran out of it there from Orange Go, but he could come back. But it is Sykes and Murphy up the home straight, and Murphy muscling away from Sykes over the last 50 metres, the longer striding athlete, and Sykes looks around and shuts it down. 22.11 there from Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy got out really quick there. Sykes again just slowed down a bit in the last 50 metres.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where you can see Murphy there in the middle of your shot running really, really strongly, and Sykes there just inside him, and they kind of enter into the home straight when the stagger on winds together. But Murphy then just eases away from him there over that last few meters. But then you start to see Sykes look around him to say, well, I think I'm pretty comfortable here and in control, so I might just shut it down. So wonder now, does he have much more left, or could he actually have caught Murphy there if he wanted to? Hard to know.
He's a lot and he's played his 100 metres to come back to as well.
It's a busy day for Sykes. Busy day indeed, but he loves it. The Orange Grove, massive. It is starting to get a bit chilly here now. I saw you putting on your jacket. I'm a bit jealous, so I'll put mine on. This race here, Paul McDermott, Luke Morris, Matthew Sykes, Louis Albro and James Armstrong. So more Orange Grove men back in this one. Luke Morris won an Irish Schools medal in the relay many years ago, and I think he's third maybe over 200 as well from Newbridge.
You know your school's history, Ronald.
I unfortunately have to, keep a real close eye on what other schools are doing in the schools and read all the results. And I'm sure you, as a Pat Hogan disciple, spent many time looking at the results of other cross-country races, wondering what other...
Spend more time doing that than studying for actual exams.
And calculating, well, if we finish here, then they might finish. Yeah, absolutely. It's different now because you can actually Google everything, but I'm not that old. But when I first started getting to any decent level, the actual newspaper was still the only thing you could actually see those results in, and the results for like those races wouldn't be up for ages on the internet, because you have it in the newspaper the following day. So you'd be wondering what the North Munster schools results were like, who ran what. But we can have the results here at the tip of our fingers here. Updated.
Google Docs now.
Automatic updates.
Game changer.
So you can see here, Sarah McCarthy, by the way, and Cash McManus took automatic qualifiers there in those 200s earlier on. And we're just waiting on the updates now, are literally coming in as we see them. Molly Kern was the winner of that third heat, 25.91. So no Niamh Whelan, she's scratched completely there. And I would suspect we've got Nicole Walsh will qualify, Bryn Stothier will qualify, Emma Hutchinson should qualify as well. And we'll see, I don't think we have any further qualifiers from that senior women's third heat, but they may change the qualification procedure there after having less heats. We will see. And no results then for our men's 200 yet, but this one, McDermott from Dunor Harriers there in lane 2. Then we have Luke Morris in the green of Newbridge, Matthew Sykes from Orange Grove, Louis Albro then from North Down, ran very well there earlier on in the 100 metres, and James Armstrong from Orange Grove. So he is two Orange Grove men. Orange Grove are really playing the percentages here. Enter as many as you can. And we'll see how we go. So you reckon Morris, eh? You're a big fan of Luke Morris.
Louis Albro is quite impressive in the 100 metres.
Yes, and you like saying his name, I think.
Louis Albro, yeah, it's nice. Rolls off the tongue.
It does, yeah. It's a nice name. Albro. And like, hey bro, Albro. All works. All works. It's no, what was your man's name earlier on?
Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton. Genius. But Paul McDermott, Luke Morris, Matthew Sykes, Louis Albro, and James Armstrong. Liam's money's on Albro.
Stood up again here.
There's a lot of toing and froing with this sprinting nonsense, isn't there?
Yeah, it's too much messing.
Just get on with it, I think you'd probably knock at least an hour off schedule if you just went, look lads, you're going in 40 seconds. That's it. And if you're not ready, you're not ready. Our cameraman here is a former bronze medalist at the Senior Championships in Dublin. In the, or was it indoors? Indoor medal or outdoor medal? Indoor, sorry. He's not claiming an outdoor medal, but he's probably still getting ready for a race, and he's well retired. But we have Albro very well, as you said, Liam going very strongly there on the outside, but Morris storming there as well as Paul McDermott. We'll see now as the stagger unwinds how this one goes, but McDermott running really well from Dunor Harriers. It looks like McDermott in the lead. McDermott and Morris. Albro looks like he's going to get run out of it, but these two stride for stride up the home straight, and it's going to be Morris from Newbridge with the win. McDermott and Albro then in second and third, 22.08, so fastest of the day there.
Yeah, so two Orange Grove men didn't run out of it there. Newbridge man, Luke Morris.
I called it. You didn't believe me.
Okay, presentation for the women's javelin.
McDermott though running very strongly as well. Very good 400 metre as well, Paul McDermott.
Morris running extremely strong there, the man from Newbridge. Your man Albro there on the outside. Maybe that 100-meter exploits earlier on coming back to haunt him.
He's the lactic in the legs.
But he beats out the two lads from Orange Grove. Here we have the women's javelin presentation. So we've got Kate O'Connor there, 48.10. Second, of course, Ellie McCurdy from Lifford Strabane. And in third place, we have Sive Byrne from Enniscorthy Juvenile. Soon to be retired when she hits the age of 19, I believe. And then that's it. No more.
That's it, you're done. It's like
No more
gymnastics in the
athletics.
Olympics now. Once you get to a certain age, you're done and dusted.
Yeah, not allowed to compete anymore. Just to leave Enniscorthy for good. Nice hotel in Enniscorthy, Riverside. Was there for a wedding once. Decent.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have to say. Nice town. They have a track there now as well.
They
Built a
have
track
it
down
all
there.
in the north now.
No, Enniscorthy's in Wexford.
Sorry. I misheard. I misheard what you said.
You're thinking Enniskillen.
Yes.
But yeah, strange kind of St. Albans-esque track in Enniscorthy. But yeah, that was the javelin
There's
results.
tracks everywhere now.
There's not a track in Bandon, and I'd like to take this moment to give you the GoFundMe link.
Everyone I meet from towns to say, yeah, they're building a track now.
Mad for tracks.
There's tracks everywhere.
Maybe the price is coming down.
Popping up left and right.
They are, in fairness.
We've no excuses now.
Well, I suppose once you have a track, you know, like Santry has a track, so then like that's not going anywhere. So there's always going to be more tracks. We're not going to get less tracks. But they ripped up Belfield. As in we had like 10 tracks. We're never going to get
But
down.
down with putting a new track in Belfield.
They are, so we're back up. We're going well. We're going well on the track front. Would you like to hear the qualifiers in the women's 200?
I'd love to hear the
You're buzzing for it.
qualifiers.
I can see you're buzzing there. So we've got Cashman McManus, Nicole Walsh, and Emma Hutchinson in Heat 1. They've all qualified. Sarah McCarthy, Brainia Brynch-Shottir, People's Champ, qualifying automatically. Rachel Bonner then from Ross's AC also qualifying. Molly Kern and Orla Lear then from that third heat. Faith Finney missing out. Great name. In Heat 3. And then Adam Sykes and Adam Murphy, the two Adams. No Eves, just Adams in Heat 1. 22.11, 22.57 for them. And then we got Nathan Stewart, Alex Lee, Aaron McCord, and James Sullivan then making up the minor placings in that first heat. Heat 2 then is going to be Paul McDermott and Luke Morris. That's been corrected down to 21.93. So it's fair all moving for Luke Morris. And it looks like Sykes is going to be run out of it in that one. So Albro in third, Armstrong and Sykes then in fourth and fifth. And that was, we're now having our third heat. Jake McCloskey, Johnson Bangura, Simon Esseman, Finn O'Neill, and Kurt Wright of the Speed Development Project Running Club. Now, Simon Esseman studied analytical science at DCU.
Jeez, these guys are so brainy.
Yeah,
Analytical science.
there you have it now, yeah. Can't remember, he works for someone now that I didn't know what the company was, so I didn't investigate further, but he's in lane 3 there in the red and yellow of Tala ACs. 400 hurdler as well. Johnson Bangura getting out strongly with that glorious headband there as well. So S-Man leading coming into the home straight. Yeah, he's got about 2 or 3 meter lead on Johnson Bangura there, but it is S-Man all the way to the finish here. He looks very, very controlled, very long striding, and comfortable win here for Simon S-Man, 22.50.
Yeah, looked really good there coming down the home straight.
Very controlled, wasn't he? He looked like he wasn't under a whole lot of pressure. And those spikes are almost kind of slipper-esque, aren't they? They're very very petite, like ballerina-esque shoes. I thought they'd be a bit more chunky, but I thought he wasn't wearing shoes there for a moment. But Esseman with the win there. Loves it.
Just standing there, taking it all in.
Taking in the Mary Peters track here and thinking, this is a lovely venue. We should come here more often. But yeah, he was 2-3 meters to the good here, and he only got further away over that last 200 meters. Better known probably as a 400 meter hurdler over the years, and you see that strength then coming to play, but winning by a canter, a distance. Also, on a completely unrelated note, although slightly related note, at the West Leinster schools many years ago, Simon Esseman, they were doing it on 400 meter hurdles on times, and somebody didn't get the correct time for him, and I was collecting the times because our athletes were in the race, and knew that he'd ran way faster than everyone, and had to go down and go like, no, he's
he won the race. Like he should be in the Leinster schools.
He just did it off eye.
And I had the times myself. Like I was like, no,
yeah.
he ran faster than our guy. And you were saying he went off the Leinsters, and I think he ended up second in the All Ireland that year.
So he deserves.
I claim partial credit. So I don't think
50% of the medal is yours.
I wouldn't say 50 now, like 30 maybe, 30. But an absolute gent, yeah, lovely fella, Simon Esman, and running for Tala AC there, 22.50.
Big javelin throw there.
Big javelin throw.
Oh, they're the men warming up. That would make sense.
Kate O'Connor won that women's javelin there earlier, and I want you to watch out because you've never been here before, as we discussed on the way up.
Never.
No, and you're obviously mesmerised by the venue and the high level of organisation, but you will be even more mesmerised by Damien Crawford later on from Lifford Strabane. I've forgotten all the facts I know about him because I learnt a lot of facts over the last 2 years about him, but he is of an advanced age, let's say, and he is some man for throwing. You'll see him later on. He will throw further. If me and you did like a relay of javelin and I threw it, you picked it up and you threw it again, he'd still beat us. And he's look, I'll say this, he remembers marathon before it became Snickers. Right, he's been around a while.
Wow.
He's been around a long
That
time.
says it all.
I know. And he's here. He's already competed already today. You'll see him later on launching that javelin out.
You wonder, like, do their shoulders not blow out over time? In
Not-
baseball, you get like Tommy John.
Yeah.
Your elbow just gives up.
Just
after
gives
a
up.
while.
Yeah, javelin elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. Not in Damien Crawford. Maybe he just
Clearly
switched
not.
arms. He was like, no, I'm a lefty, but I'm going to go with the righty now. But you'll see him later on. I'm actually excited to see your I'm looking forward to your reaction to Damien Crawford launching the javelin out
I
there.
think they just don't age up here. Like Joe Fraser just running around there.
Loving it, the walks as well. Yeah.
The walks, yeah.
Elixir of life, perhaps, in the track here, Mary Peters. Maybe it's like Tiernan Og. They leave Mary Peters, they age.
Just feed the monster fries.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to leave without getting one now. It has a pancake in it, and 2 types of bread. It's like, how do you, like, if I'm ordering a fry, and there's like more, if I obviously would get toasted and put a bit of jam or something on the toast afterwards, if it's in like a hotel type situation, or if I might dip it in the beans, like. But I wouldn't probably deal too much. Maybe 2 slices of toast would be too much for me, like, I'd be full. 3 types of bread, one of which is a pancake. What else is in it? How do you find the time or even the ability to eat the rest of it? Mesmerised. Sorry. I don't know what to say.
5K women's up here.
I don't mind that. No, it is actually up, and it's actually going to be a great race. And quite a lot of good athletes in this one. We've got Kerry Bamber, Sarah Jane Cook, Nikita Burke, and we have Caitlin Harvey, Niamh Heaney, Hannah Irwin, Christine Russell, and Grace Carson. So Nikita Burke running very, very well. I think I'm not going to say for sure, but I think she was third at the Senior Championships down below in Dublin. 16:26 is her seasonal best this year, but she's up against a very, very similar athlete in Grace Carson, 9:33 over 3K and 16:23 then over 5K. So Carson there is in the colours of Mid Ulster. You see her there on the outside of your picture there. And Nikita Burke is a tall athlete there from Letterkenny in the centre of your shot there. The third athlete in from the left. So we have a bigger field than what I can see here. A few extra entries, I believe. So we have Kerry Bamber, Ballymena Runners. Then we have Sarah Jane Cook, Victoria Park, and Conswater AC. And then we have Nikita Burke from Letterkenny. Then with Caitlin Harvey from the Lagan Valley, I don't think is in there. Then we have Niamh Heaney from Omagh Harriers. Hannah Irwin from Cambridge and Coleridge AC. Great name. Christine Russell from Letterkenny and Grace Carson from Mid Ulster. So we'll get an eye on these athletes as they go around. So 5,000 metres. This is more your...
We're coming into our own now, Ron.
Yeah.
5,000. In this race, we've got Kerry Barner.
So we'll get an idea there of these athletes at the front of this field. So I think that is the athlete from Lagan Valley, I'm going to say, but I could be wrong. 34. No, sorry, that is Hannah Irwin there of Cambridge and Coleridge AC. So she is leading that one there in the white and blue of that club. Grace Carson then in second place, and then Nikita Burke in third.
See, all bunched up early on, you'd expect this to be strung out soon enough.
Yeah, they're going through there in 40 seconds, 80-second lap pace, 5:20 miling. So it'll be probably in around 16:30 pace.
Carson and Keita Burke have tucked in behind her.
In around that pace. And because I haven't done my research, I'm going to figure out the story about Hannah Irwin here. And while that's happening, you're going to bluff the listeners here, and I pretend I'm not. You're going to keep them going while I look this up.
I'll do my best. Still have Grace Carson in second and Nikita Burke in third. Already a girl falling off the back of this group.
And Hannah Irwin is in fact a classy runner, and I probably should have actually researched this properly, but she's ran 15:56 and 9:23 both this year, and also a PB over 10,000 meters of 33:11. So
Wow.
yeah, I would not want to be in this race, I don't think, against Hannah Irwin. She looks like she's going to try and put the pressure on the other ladies in this field. Now they are fairly evenly matched, but that 33:11 that speaks to me as I'm going to put you through.
Yeah, she's clearly
misery.
running a coy race here, and I think when she wants to open up, she can.
Yeah, if we go back to the Film Without Limits, starts off and they're talking about the 5K, and they say all these 5K runners have something in common here. And then the other commentator goes, "What is that?" And he goes, "Pain. 13 minutes of pain." So these won't be having 13 minutes, they'll be having maybe 15, 16 minutes of pain here. Maybe not pain the whole way, but they will have to endure maybe 2 kilometers of fair bit of discomfort here over the last couple of laps.
Called NI's article about Stephen Scullion recently opened up with that quote from Once a Runner.
Oh yes, yeah, from
Basically
Bruce
saying
Denton.
we're all like mentally psychopathic.
Possibly.
It's a great quote.
We're self-medicating with the endorphins. Yeah. It's a book that gives gifts a lot. Any of the John L. Parker Jr. series of books on running, if anyone has an
It's
interest.
a great book. Unfortunately, it's not that widely available. It's hard
No.
to get your hands on.
I have a copy, and I actually read the Once Runner book on a PDF file in college on a laptop. That Cathal had given to me, the PDF file that he had.
That's not that enjoyable, is it?
No, it's not, but I pushed myself through it for the glory of it. But I ordered a copy. Yeah, you can get it all right online. And I gave it to my cousin there, and I'm giving him abuse before he moves to America to make sure he finishes so I can have it back, because I don't want to lose it. It's a great book. But they're getting after it here over these first couple of laps. We come up towards kilometre mark now in a moment. But they're certainly moving along nicely here. Hannah Irwin still leading this one from Cambridge and Coolidge AC. And in second, Grace Carson. Nikita Burke then in third. And the other Letterkenny AC athlete then is Christine Russell. She's in fourth. And behind her then the athlete from, I'm going to say Omar Harriers, number 5. Sorry, it's actually Caitlin Harvey from Lagan Valley there in 5th place. So she is the Lagan Valley AC athlete there in the yellow singlet. And that 4th place athlete there, of course, the athlete from Letterkenny, Christine Russell. So these athletes have been strung out now from the start. There hasn't been much movement here. And at the moment it looks like our athlete in 5th place, Caitlin Harvey, is dropping off a little bit. She struggling a little bit with this pace here, being poured on by the 33:11 10k athlete that is Hannah Irwin. She's not going to be lacking in strength anyway, for sure.
No, it looks like the medals are between these 4 now.
Yeah, Nikita Burke is a wicked kick finish as well, so maybe I might see her if she can hang on for long enough, but I suppose those athletes in front are not allowing that to happen.
Irwin's still in front, very hard front run a race run from start to finish.
It certainly is. Now her kind of background there, that 15:56 and 33:11 would lead you to believe that she probably isn't as aghast at her running at the front as I would be. I would not be happy about running at the front. I'd be much happier at the back of that group, but she's probably someone that quite enjoys putting the pressure on the rest of the field there. Carson there in 2nd place from Mid-Ulster, club of course of Nick Griggs, and she's holding on there as well. But these 3 athletes, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, will be fairly well matched. It'll be interesting to see how this goes over the next couple of laps. Come through the mile there.
Well, Irwin with that 10k, she can grind this out.
Yeah, she sure can. She's got, she really has them all ends up here, except for over, I suppose, our 1500 meter PB. We actually don't have a PB for her over any distance under 3,000 meters, but that 9:23 is the fastest of the field as well. She's faster than the other athletes as well. So She really is the class of this field, but not by much. Those athletes, if they're, especially as you said, when she's leading, it may be a little bit more difficult for those athletes to keep up over those last couple of laps. Christine Russell's running a very fine run here as well. She's still in the mix. She's ran 9:42, so a little bit slower than the other athletes in the field, and 7:33 over 5,000 meters. So she is having a fantastic run here today in this one in 4th place, and Nikita Burke there in 3rd. And Grace Carson does a little, looks small bit of a gap that seems to be growing there between Burke and Russell, but nothing really. These athletes, there's a bit of clipping there and then a bit of toing and froing between these athletes, but all four still locked in this eternal toing and froing around the laps.
Yeah, all looking very comfortable. No one's really struggling that much. Still have another 10 minutes or so of running.
Been a very consistent pace from the start with those 80-second laps being churned out at the front by Hannah Irwin. And she's pretty much been metronomic in her pacing the whole way through there, which is very, very impressive. Not an event I'd enjoy now on the track.
Definitely not. It's hard enough on a road.
Yes, yeah, and a road, you the first mile you don't really even notice, and then you're like, it's a bit of misery from then on out. But the track, I don't even know if I've ever done a rep that long. Don't think I've ever even bothered.
It's a real mental game. Just going around and around and around.
You have done a few track 5Ks? Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes, yeah.
And then you're going like, if you've experienced that, you know what that's like. And then you see people do the 10K. You're like, no, that's twice as bad, literally.
Because in your head, you're like, 10Ks, couldn't be that bad.
6 miles, I do 6 miles all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you do 5K, you're like, oh my god.
How do people do 25 laps of the track? We've only got 7 for these athletes to have to go, so it's going to start getting a little bit dangerous now for having 4 athletes here with 3 medals. We have them pretty much in order of their personal bests over 3,000 meters as well. 9:23 for Hannah Irwin, and then we've got Carson at 9:35, and back to Nikita Burke then, who's just ran a little bit outside that 9:33 of Carson. So you would think that the quickest in the field over the shorter distance is also Hannah Irwin. Is there any way anyone can beat her here over these last couple of laps?
The only thing not in her favour is front running this entire thing. I know they're running at the same pace, but it does take more energy at the front. You're breaking all the wind, even though there's not much wind, but it's a lot easier being in second or third chasing the fox, yeah.
Yeah, and like I know Nikita Burke has a decent 10K time as well on the road of 34:08, but not really known. Maybe I have seen her kick quite well in the last couple of laps, but hasn't ran that many shorter distances. But tall, long straight athlete there in 3rd place. You'd imagine that someone is going to break here. Christine Russell perhaps over the next couple of laps with that slower PB might struggle now as we get into kind of the danger zone. We're coming up towards the last 2 kilometers here, which is really when the pinch starts to happen for these athletes.
Yeah, you can lose concentration here very easily, and in a blink of an eye you're gone and your race is over essentially.
You can already see a little bit of a gap growing there from Burke back to Russell, and it's at the time, and as you said, you lose concentration, and it's starting to grow inch by inch there.
Yeah.
And these three athletes starting to move away over these couple of 100 meters here.
And it's so mentally draining. I'll just switch off for 2 seconds and I'll get back on the group then, and then all of a sudden you're gone. And it's too late. So it's key that she gets up on the back of her teammate there and stays in this pack.
Yeah, and we can see there now already Hannah Irwin is starting to make a gap on these athletes. We're coming up in 5 laps to go, so 2 laps or 2K to go. So the danger zone, we've entered it, and it's starting to get a bit more difficult there. Irwin is starting to break Carson, and Nikita Burke looks like she's got a little bit more running left in her at this stage. But will she go after Irwin? It's unlikely, I think, that Carson and Burke are going to make any sort of inroads into Irwin here. She looks very comfortable, doesn't she?
Yeah, she has the 10K strength. She's just grinding this out now, keeping that metronomic pace, and it's just the girls just can't keep with her.
Yeah, you can see Carson there just in second. She looks still relatively comfortable, and Burke there sitting on her shoulder, and I think Carson is probably in her head while she's trying to concentrate on what she's doing, having that kind of almost spectre, the ghost on her shoulder there of Nikita Burke. It's hard then to actually try and run away from Burke there. You know that she's using less and less energy, although Burke is starting to run a little bit kind of
out almost into the edge of lane 1, which is, she may be better off just sitting completely in there. There's nothing really to be gained from where she is right now on the outside of Carson. But Erwin looking very, very strong.
Absolutely. Still another 5 minutes of run to go.
Yeah, just under a mile to go here now for these athletes, and that gap to Christine Russell hasn't really grown, and Russell is kind of hanging on there, and you would think maybe if there's a little bit of a blow up in front that Russell could try and catch on maybe and get a bronze medal over those last couple of laps. We'll see how she goes, but a mile to go, and Erwin, she's really led the field in a merry dance here from the very start, and just kept pushing and pushing. Never really delivered a killer or hammer blow, but almost like water eroding a rock face. Just slowly but surely broke down the field. And then we see a massive gap growing out of nowhere. She's 50 metres in front now at this stage. Great name of a club as well, Cambridge and Coolidge.
Yeah, it really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
You wouldn't want to say it like 5 times faster or anything, but I assume it is in fact in Cambridge. And not the Cambridge in Boston that we were discussing earlier on. Yes, it is in Cambridge. There you go. I don't know who they've produced outside of Hannah Irwin, but based at the University of Cambridge Athletic Track, commonly referred to CNC. We'll say CNC as well, so we feel like we're in the group. 3 laps to go. Hannah Irwin here of CNC. Cambridge and Coolidge for the non-initiated. Carson and Burke there locked. It's eternal embrace here in 3 laps to go, and then Christine Russell then just off the back of that field then in 4th place.
Great battle here for silver and bronze.
Yeah, like you think Carson's ran just slightly quicker over that 3,000 meter. Well, we don't have a result for Nikita Burke, but she ran 16:26 over 5k, so she's about 30. She's only, as I roll things around, 3 seconds slower over 5k behind Carson, but Carson has that 3,000 meters in her legs earlier this year, so you're thinking maybe she'll have the wheels here. I think she's the reigning champion as well, so will we see her reign supreme for 2nd place over these last couple of laps? Yeah, these two locked together here, Carson and Burke, and we can tell you that the gap is doing nothing but growing here. Hannah Irwin there is storming away as she laps Kerry Bamber there over this lap. We have 2 laps to go, 800 meters to go, to 2-lap tango to run here for Hannah Irwin, and she still looks so controlled as she's storming away here. It's going to be a decent time as well.
Nikita Burke now has made her move, 800 meters to go.
Yeah, Nikita Burke with that 34.06 10k in her legs on the road, and she's starting to try and run away from Carson, but Carson will not be done yet. I've seen her kick for home in these championships before, and she'll definitely be not letting Burke get away from her here, but the gap is starting to inch away. Carson will be trying to hold on gamely here. Irwin on the back straight though looking supreme. 15:56 personal best for her.
Burke made a move, but hasn't been a killer move because Carson is right on her shoulder now again.
Yeah, might have actually worked into Carson's favour here. She was leading Burke there, and Burke was sitting on her shoulder, and it was almost becoming quite difficult for Carson to shake her off, whereas now Carson is the one tracking Burke and sitting in there and letting Burke take that slight wind. There is a little bit of a wind here, very, very slightly, and as athletes tire over the remaining laps, the wind does get stronger for them, or feels like it's getting stronger, so Carson has probably done the right thing there and settled in again in behind Burke, and said Burke not really crushing Carson's spirit. Carson's going around her again here with a lap to go. It's going to be a cracking finish here for 2nd and 3rd place, but Irwin is away at home, reigning supreme. She's going to win it. Carson gone by again into 2nd place. See here coming in left of your shot, 15 minutes on the clock as well, so it should be a cracking finish here. Irwin running away at the front of this field, but it's going to be a cracking race for 2nd place. Irwin is away at home, barring a complete and utter mishap. She has this one in the bank. But a 2nd and 3rd place.
They're still locked head to head here.
Carson and Burke. Might be able to get a quick look at them, or as we zoom out here, we'll see these two locked together on the back straight. Carson now has gone into 2nd place ahead of Burke, and Burke is trying gamely to hang on. Those two, that's going to be a cracking finish here with 200 metres left to run.
I see Burke just looked at her watch enough that to tell that she's struggling, and looks like Carson might just move past her now.
100 meters.
Yeah, perhaps I think Carson's got a little bit of a gap there in second place. We see Irwin here reigning absolutely supreme here. She's going to win the Northern Irish Championships here with 50 metres left to run. She is absolutely the class of this field, and she's not going to be that far outside her personal best here on the track. She's ran 15:56 in the past, and she's going to run about 16:02, 16:03.
It's like Burke has actually just gone past Carson now all of a sudden. She's going to take silver.
Big finish there from Burke for second place and Carson for third. So great battle between those two girls.
Yeah, that was tough going there between Burke and Carson for that silver medal.
It's the kind of scenario where you're hoping that one of them just gives up. Please give up.
Please just die. Please die and let me go past you.
Christine Russell there coming up for fourth place from Letterkenny as well. So I think she won't be too far outside her personal best. It's a good performance from her. And as they backmark some to the field there, there's Kerry Bamber there from Ballymena Runners AC. That was a really high quality battle there, I have to say.
It was. Took real grit there from them two girls.
Yeah, serious battle there. There's Caitlin Harvey there from Lagan Valley coming up for fifth place. And then we have the athlete from Ulster, Sarah Jane Cook from Victoria Park and Conswater AC coming in there, going well. But yeah, cracking finish there, Carson and Burke.
I thought Carson had it going into the last lap, and then looked Burke like she was ran out of it, and then all of a sudden she just kicked on.
Yeah, because we kind of looked away from here. You can see in the background Carson leading into the home straight. You see Irwin there. She's the one winning the race by an absolute mile distance. And a clear winner there, just outside 16 minutes for her. But in second and third place, you said, Burke looked dead and buried with 200 metres to go. And I thought, when we looked away to watch Hannah Irwin finishing up the home straight, and you spotted Burke's blistering finish there. She just somehow, as we looked to the left, Burke had stolen 10 metres on Carson, and Carson might have made that move too early. She went with a lap and about a lap and 50 to go, so maybe a little bit too early for her, and didn't have the legs there as Kerry Bamber finishes for Ballymena Runners AC. I think that is the full field of women's 5k. In fact it is, yeah, that was our final athlete in that one. So next up it's going to be the men's 5k.
There'll be multiple 5Ks.
There looks like there was meant to be an A and B one, but I think we might get away with just an A one. Time trial 1 it says on our timetable here, but I don't see the next one. Oh, in fact there is a next one, yes.
Could we have Shane Howard, final call for Shane Howard, abandoning AC to the presentation.
So we'll have two 5Ks later on. We'll see how that rolls out. We'll see what way we end up with that in the end. We'll get an idea there before the start line. That of our different results here from the throws. Senior men's javelin is being led at the moment by Dylan Kearns. In fact, I'm lying to you. I apologise, Liam. Garrett Crawford is in the lead there, 67.15. In second place is Michael McConkey, and in third place is second place is Dylan Kearns, third place Michael McConkey, and fourth place Jack Brownlee. There's three athletes there within a metre of each other for second and third place, and another athlete from Paddy Sheridan, Crickstown Mulview just behind that, Aaron Crawford 51.08, Damien Crawford 41.45 as well in that one, so I'll point them out to you in a moment. He is in fact not on our screen at the moment, but he's the athlete there walking towards back of the field. An absolute legend of a man. And in the jumps then as well, Shane Howard 7.25 finished second in that one. Ben Fisher just behind him 7.23, so great round 6 jump from Ben Fisher. And of course Adam McMullen with that 7.43 is the winner of the men's long jump. And men's 5k. I think there's a lot of North Belfast Harriers in this one.
Stags up.
Stags up on the Stags. Stags for life. Maybe they should copyright Stags and then,
give us money.
Yeah, possibly give us money, we give them money. I'm not sure how it works. But in this one we've got Brandon McGinn, Dermot Keogh, Cameron Stewart, Brandon McKeown, Melvin Steele. Great name.
It's a fantastic name.
Very, very impressive. As we see here, the men's long jump, Ben Fisher in third, and we've got Adam McMullen in with the win here. Shane Howard nowhere to be seen at the moment. He finished second in that one.
We have Thomas Baltazar.
Wow, that's an impressive name from Clan of Harriers. Ian McElhinney, Mark McAvoy, Cian Whelan, Aaron Rush, Sean McLaughlin, Kate Stafford, and Padraig McKinney. Now Baltazar, is that something biblical or of that kind of era?
Oh, isn't there a series of like high-end restaurants called Balthazar?
I don't know. I see you're the bougie Stony Batter resident. Yeah, it's a name that we need to Google.
Maybe that's better on.
Balthazar are high-end restaurants.
Yeah, they've one in London, yeah, in New York.
All day, yeah, Covent Garden. There you go. Classic. So Brandon McGinn, Dermot Keogh, Cameron Stewart, Brandon McKeown, Melvin Steele, Brian Eamon McFlynn, Colin McDoyle, Ian McGuiney, Thomas Balthazar, Mark McAvoy, Cian Whelan, Aaron Rush, Sean McLaughlin, Jake Stafford and Padraig McKinney. So to the front is the man from Annandale Striders, and that is Cameron Stewart.
And then we've all the stags.
All the stags for life. And yeah, that's Cameron Stewart there in the lead, and then behind him is Dermot Keogh. And then we have the Willowfield Harriers man then going into third place. That's Jake Stafford. And we have, I think we might have another Willowfield Harrier man in there as well. But we have a huge number of stags up in that one. So we'll find out now who we actually have rolling in this one.
So this has been done off times then?
This has been done off times, yes.
Yeah.
So this is our B time trial, or our second time trial. And we've got our main senior men's 5K coming up later on. So some of these lads will be trying to run around the 16-minute margin, I suspect, between 15 and 16 minutes. All well capable. Dermot Keogh there in second, and always ran in the 15 minutes in the past. Cameron Stewart there, and they'll start to lead us out. They have 78 seconds, so it's in around that 16-minute pace again for these boys.
Good thing this wasn't on last week in the middle of the heat wave.
Yes, that would have been fairly miserable, I suspect, yeah. I know the European juniors there, that Nick Griggs on fire, that he won. It was like 30 degrees.
Yeah,
miserable.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, not enjoyable at all. And obviously,
how did you get on running in the heat?
I was painting my house, so I actually didn't do much running that week.
Yeah,
so
I decided on Monday, I said it's too warm for running, I'm just going to walk this week.
Yeah, it's a good decision.
It's just not enjoyable in that heat.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. I did a couple of runs. I did like a 70-minute run one morning, and I was mainly made out of sweat when I came back. It's just needless. And I went early. I went at like 9 o'clock, and it was like 25 degrees. No need for it.
Yeah.
I think 25 is. I think if it goes over 25, we shouldn't be allowed outdoors. That's a bit.
Siesta.
Yeah. Dermot Keogh here leading this one, and second is the Willowfield Harriers man Jake Stafford, and then one of our stags up, and North Belfast Harriers gone into third place. We got an idea on who that is, and then just behind him then Cameron Stewart, and we can see here Hannah Irwin getting that gold medal there in the women's 5K, Carson in third, and second then of course Nikita Burke with that blistering finish. I think that what we need to do is have a system that if there's a heat wave again, so like I'm a teacher, so I have all the summer off, so I can take advantage of any heat waves. But like, what if you're just in a normal job and then you go to schedule your holidays and you end up with like a week where it's just raining for the whole week? So I think when there's a heat wave, everyone should have a half day. It should just be like, look, you need this for your own mental health. You need a.
I concur. But we don't have the infrastructure for heat waves.
Yeah, so everyone should just have to go
We're
home.
Just not prepared.
Pack it in, go to your back garden, sit around. There should be some sort of, no, it's only a 4-day week this week, it's going to be roasting. Take it off.
That only happens once a year.
Yeah. We come in on a Saturday when it's raining, like, you don't care, like, there's nothing happening. Make it up later. We could be on something here.
Or just be a teacher and just have the whole summer off.
Look, we can't all live such a luxurious life. But, well, you can just, put it in on your CAO forms or the UCAS equivalent. Whatever you need to do.
We had a big move from Balthazar there, but then he's just gone back into the middle of the pack again.
Yeah, I don't think I as you said, I googled it incorrectly. So let's find out what Balthazar's story is, or just even the name Balthazar. I think we'll. And you know what the appalling thing is? I think I've googled him before. Like, this is not my first time googling him. Okay, so wow, it's a lot. He was a Babylonian king. He was one of the there we go. He's one of the 3 wise men. There you go. I knew there was something in there. Yeah, there we go. And there's a lot of others, a couple of footballers.
What gift did he bring?
That's a good question.
I'm going to say myrrh.
He was the king of Macedonia, apparently. He did bring myrrh.
Yes.
Outrageous.
Great knowledge.
So still
And other than that, there's been loads of other Balthazars. But yeah,
Complete guess about the Mur, actually. That wasn't.
Frankincense is one of the other ones, and then after that, is it gold? Could be. But yeah, there's a lot going on with this name Balthazar. There are a couple of rivers as well as a restaurant, science center in Sweden, and a Balthazar is a 12-liter champagne bottle or wine bottle.
So the women's powerful.
Which seems excessive. Is that for one?
Could be for the one Lewis Hamilton uses when they win that.
Who knows? But anyway, we've been horribly distracted by Balthazar here.
Very noble name.
It is, yeah. Where is he there? He's back in probably about 8th, 9th place. One of the 2 wise men from Clan of Harriers today, making the trip up here. But a wise move from, you can see how we're going with this the whole way through. Dermot Keogh still leading this one here from Finn Valley AC. Still knocking out that kind of 16-minute pace, but it's really become a group of 5 here. The Willowfield Harrier there is, of course, Jake Stafford, and then we have our North Down AC man then as well, who is Sean McLaughlin. He's there in 3rd place. The Annadale man is Cameron Stewart, and we have an North Belfast Harrier in there. He's in 3rd position. I'm gonna figure him out there now as he comes around.
So just an update from Tokyo.
Oh, update from Tokyo. We were 7th.
Poland took the win in the mixed relay.
Poland with the win.
Dominican Republic.
USA
in 3rd.
USA 3rd.
Netherlands 4th.
Netherlands 4th.
Or 6th. While Ireland
Great Britain
were
5th.
As the result of the
We were 8th or 7th? 7th or 8th?
44 mixed relay.
Final though. Loving it. What a time. Australia chumping it out. And we have in the throws here, this is a man from Lifford Strabane, and I think that is, I was going to say it's Garrett Crawford, and it's pretty damn long, so I'm going to say it's Garrett Crawford, because he threw 67.20 in round 1 and 67.15 and 67.20 in rounds 1 and 2. So I think that was him there launching that out.
I'm trying to nab Liliana Hoare for an interview, but she said she's going to wait till after the final.
Yeah, it's probably a bit unfair to get her up in the midst of the competition, but who knows? I mean, it's never been done. This is Ellen McCartney here in the pole vault. That is very high, extremely high. I can check how high that is, but I'd say it's 425.
Have you done that in the National League?
Have not done pole vault's another no
too
go.
Scary.
It's she's a lunatic. Like I don't know the lady, but I'm saying she's just launched herself 4 meters and 5 into the air on a pole, a fiberglass pole, and yeah, okay, there's a nice mat there and all the rest, and I'd say it's a bit of crack to land on the mat, but no, I've tried it and I can't get beyond the there's something blocking me from actually getting off the ground. I'm nope, not doing that. So for her to be flowing over 405, and of course she is she's jumped much higher than that in the past, and she's a regular winner of these events, but she is at 405 there at the moment. That was the first failure at 405, but I'm sure we'll see her back later on. She's jumped 415 as her personal best, so she's got a shot maybe at 415, 420 over next while. We see just from North Down there, the athlete from North Down kind of waving by Sean McLaughlin there. I don't know if you spotted that on camera there, Liam, but it was almost, if you're a fan of cycling, when he kind of flicked the elbow at the lads. He said, "Come on round me, I'm not taking this. Take it on yourselves." They did not. They totally ignored him, as they should. Completely ignore Sean McLaughlin there at the front and say, nah mate, you're at the front. You take it on.
You do the donkey work. We'll sit here and chill out, even though they're not chilling out. This is extremely tough.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. This is quite a salty pace being put on here by Sean McLaughlin of North Down. He's leading the Willowfield Harrier, who's losing a little bit of ground there, Jake Stafford, and just behind him, Dermot Keogh then of Finn Valley. Just behind that then, the North Belfast Harrier, Brandon McGinn, 194, and then our man from Annadale, Cameron Stewart, then is in 5th place. So he's actually looking pretty decent at the moment. They're coming back together again, but McLaughlin...
He's looking at splitting the watch now.
There's a random split to take there as well.
It was.
Because I it's maybe 2,900.
Maybe
like
it's set to automatic kilometers and it's not in sync.
Could be, yeah.
It's always wrong on the track.
a few meters out. Yeah, he's checking it again now. He's pouring it on, in fairness.
I always find that's a tell when you're looking at the watch.
9:36 through 3,000 meters, so he's putting on a decent pace there. You're looking at in around that 16 minutes for him at the moment.
Again, as we said earlier, this is the kind of period where if you can easily switch off and all of a sudden your race is over if you don't keep concentration.
Yeah, and you were thinking that that group there are working together. We've had a major drop there from the man from Annandale. Cameron Stewart has dropped off that group, but we have McMinn and Sean McLaughlin. Sorry, he's still in the lead, but with the Willowfield Harrier, Jake Stafford, we have Jim McKeough, and we have McMinn, Brandon McMinn. They're locked together in second, third, and fourth. But Sean McLaughlin is putting on a bit of a show here after waving to the lads to go around him. He says, sorry, well, if you're not going to give me a hand, I'm going to run away from you here. And he's on for a decent enough time here. He's got about a 40-meter lead here on these guys. What do you think's going through his head now, Liam?
Well, I thought he was looking at the watch because he was struggling, but it was clearly like, I'm not on pace, need to pick it up a bit.
Yeah, see you later, guys. Yeah, he's put on a serious...
Watch says go faster.
Yeah. Maybe it was like, on my watch says move if I don't do anything.
Yeah.
Maybe he spotted that, and he was like, all right, fair enough. He could be a real yes man, like Bruce Almighty type situation. Jim Carrey, yes man. He's really looking around him there. He doesn't need to look around him.
He needs to just put his head down now and keep this lead. And forget about the watch and just run.
Because he's actually running incredibly well here. It looks very, very good. Obviously, glorious hair then as well. Not 100% sure if he has a sponsorship in terms of that hair. Head and Shoulders type scenario. Joe Hart, Manchester City. Big fan of the old Head and Shoulders, but he's head and shoulders above the rest of the field here.
I love it.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I didn't mean that, but it came to me there. And he is storming away from this field. It's going to be coming around now with 3 laps to run there in a moment, so looking really, really good is Sean McLaughlin from Northdown, both athletically and methodically. And in second place, Diarmuid McKeough. We have a bit of a battle here. These athletes from North Belfast Harriers of Stags for Life have really started to pour it on here, and they've passed the early second and third places. Brandon McMinn is certainly in there, but we do have another man from North Belfast Harriers as well in that field.
I believe there's even more North Belfast Harriers in the second time trial.
It's going to be hard for us to keep
Stags
up.
everywhere.
175 there, third time clearance for an athlete in the pole vault.
She's delighted with that.
Louise Colson, I think. I'll try and get the high jump, failing miserably. Senior women's high jump. Sorry, here we are. So, what did I say her name was? Bernice Coulson. Sorry, I've not said C. My apologies. She is she's currently in second place in that competition, 175, and Summer Leckie has also jumped 175. She's cleared it all the way up there to 175. So we'll keep an eye on that competition there as they get up into that kind of 180 margin. She'd be certainly one of the top athletes in that field. Summer Leckie, of course, World Junior silver medalist, and she's jumped to 175 so far this season. Not much else to report from that event at the moment. Sarah Connolly and Shannon Craig will be disappointed they've gone out at 170. Sean McLaughlin, though, still leading this. 2 laps to go.
He's even increased his lead in the last lap.
And your good friends there from North Belfast Harriers, they've Brandon McMinn is in there already. He's been in there the whole time, but we have an interloper here, an addition, a North Belfast addition to our field. He's number 45. That's Aaron Rush. He was in no rush for the first couple of laps, but certainly got close to the front here over the last couple of laps. He's now in third place. That could be a North Belfast Harriers 2 and 3.
That'd be a great day off the Stags.
Stags for life. But there are other clubs are available as well. We must just say that's just a little bit of banter between us.
I think Rush is pushing on now into second place.
Yeah, 2 athletes kind of locked together there, the 2 North Belfast Harrier athletes. Not too sure. I don't know which one is which now at the moment, because they're been locked together there for a while. But McLaughlin looking really, really good. He's going to end up running. He's actually increased his pace there. He came in what did I say, 9:36 or so at 3K. So he's absolutely flying the last 2 kilometers. He's going to be coming through here probably with a lap to go in about 14:40. So he should be sneaking under that 16-minute barrier. He's hoping to anyway. Not too sure of his current PB.
Sure, he'll be delighted to hear that bell now. Just one lap to go.
Yeah, 14:37 at the bell as well. So you would be. It's a welcome noise, I'd say. With a lap to go.
Get under 15:50, hopefully.
Third is Aaron Rush, both from North Belfast.
62 last lap. You reckon?
I wouldn't balance past this guy.
Liam is a massive Sean McLaughlin fan. Always has been. It's all he talked about all the way up. But he is striding away here. 2:50 to go. He's looking really, really good. He's flying it there in the back straight at the moment. Is Sean McLaughlin. Looking really good. 200 metres left to run for him. 15:12. I think he could be right. You never doubted him, in fairness.
Never. He just looks at the watch. The watch just says go.
Go faster. Don't go as fast. Slow down. 100 metres left to run. Will he make it? We're talking about 17 seconds or so as he comes into the home straight. He'll be very close here. He's flying up the home straight here. He's all the way over the lane.
There's a bit of traffic to manoeuvre here now, coming up the home straight.
He's into lane 2 there now. He's hoping to get around this Clonliffe Harrier here, and I think he could be right here. He's going to crack that 15:50.
Well under.
Too easy.
15:48.
And that is Brandon McMinn there getting up for second place for North Belfast Harriers. Go Stags. And then in third place is our man Aaron Rush.
Point to the stands there from Aaron Rush.
Loves it. People's champ. And then Dimmer Kyo in fourth. Jake Stafford in fifth. And that is the early leader and outsiders Cameron Stewart. Got our other North Belfast Harrier coming in there as well, who is, I don't say Mark McAvoy. And then I think Colin McDowell coming in there after that, and we have kind of Harriers coming in there as we move along. We've got the high jump up to 178 here now as well, so we've got 2 athletes still left in that. We've Bernice Coulson of Notts AC, and we have, of course, Summer Leckie then of Finn Valley AC. On all you hockey aficionados, hockey taking place here at the Olympics. Great Britain 2, Ireland 0. Sarah Hawkshaw playing for Ireland there. Her brother plays number 10 for Leinster.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What happened to our women's hockey team? Have we gone backwards? Are we going to be best in the world at one stage or something?
Second in the world in the World Championships 2 years ago. But the Dutch are just the animals, unbelievable, yeah. Has to be said.
It's amazing when you watch the Olympics how far you get into a discipline.
Big fan of curling in the Winter Olympics.
Yeah. I was watching badminton the other day.
Oh yes, yeah. Nat Wynn, Ledge.
Brilliant.
Great guy. And badminton's great crack though. It's a tremendous sport. Underrated. See here the Sean McLaughlin, like 2K to go, he just said, no, I think I'll break 16 minutes from here. Yeah, I just need to run a bit faster. And then he just see you later, lads. Stormed away from the rest of the field, and looking really good there. I think he'd probably be disappointed maybe not to be in that second.
A bit early.
He's
count.
He doesn't mean he knows the time is there. I never understand the stopping to watch at the line. I can see why you need it when you're checking the splits as you go around. Sorry, yeah. I don't really use Strava.
You're too cool for Strava.
I'm not cool enough.
Too zen.
I'm not running enough. I don't want to show everyone how little I'm running by putting it on Strava. I could claim that I just don't update it very often. I might go with that.
Yeah.
Are you a Strava head?
No, I used to be, and then I deleted it for about 18 months. And then I download it again. I really regret it.
So.
And why did you delete it?
Just because I wanted to go for runs and not worry about it or not think about it.
So that's warm up for our amateurs at 2:15.
I respect that. I also respect Shannon Craig here for her 175 PB in the last round, which is very impressive to pull that out on competition day here. She's up against Summer Leckie and Bernice Coulson here in this final round. This is 178.
Oh,
a bit of a refusal there. Another event that ends in failure.
Because I did that in the level 1. You could just snap your ankle so easily.
Yeah, even that's actually the worst about it. I actually enjoy the high jump, but here's Summer Leckie, the World Junior silver medalist.
Meanwhile, in the men's
But when you land on the bar,
after 3 rounds,
nice.
our leader is Gareth
When you land
Crawford
on the
with
bar,
Mr. Band
it's
with
extremely
the
painful.
67.
Like upsettingly so.
In second place,
I think I'm like you. I'd have the mental block of getting off the ground.
Yeah,
657.
I wouldn't. I'd like the mat aspect, but the lying down on the mat aspect, but not the rest of it. But here is Summerlecky Finn Valley AC, clean run all the way through so far, and she's got a
brilliant.
178.
Glided over that.
178.
And you love to see this as well. Comes in at 165, clears it. 170 clears it first time, and 175 and 178 all cleared first time. So that is the mark of a very, very accomplished jumper. Of course, she's very impressive PB up in the I think she's 186. I think she's jumped. But two other girls still in this: Shannon Craig and Bernice Coulson. They've first-time failures. And here in the throws, we do have our men from Lifford Strabane. This is Garrett Crawford, 67, 90, 67.20 he's thrown. That is huge as well, isn't it? That's well over 60 meters again.
It's very impressive.
Serious launch. Of course, the Crawford brothers, and we're going to assume they're dead. Damien Crawford, who's in, what, 5th place at the moment. At some stage, though, like, they were getting beaten by their dad, and then they got to beat their dad, like, in competition as well. Like,
Yeah.
it's good to see, like.
Do you know what always annoys me about the javelin and like diamond leagues and stuff? The camera angle really doesn't give you the proper perspective of how far they throw it until you actually are at an event and you see it in person.
I think the biggest thing about the javelin here is that you're looking at a different event. You're looking at something else happening, and then, as we see Shannon Craig there, not completing that jump. Yeah, you just it's when it comes out of the corner of your eye, and you just see this large warlike spear implement being launched. You just look up, and then you see the spear halfway, and a little bit of fear of where's this going. But here comes Damien Crawford, the Lifford Strabane man. He has thrown 43.61 here so far today. And that's fair old hoosh of a javelin there as well. The Masters champion. I think I've also Googled him before as well. Very impressive throw from him. And
been at hard work all day. So I think our basket carriers deserve a round of applause there.
And we are getting a round of applause for the basket carriers here, but we're also getting a round of applause for Shannon Craig here. She's going for a second attempt here, and she has just clipped that to herself, and Bernice Coulson on clipped it twice. They both have one more jump to go, and of course Summerlecky now relaxing for her attempt maybe at 181.
You're just setting up here on track for what they say is the hardest event running on track is the 400 meter hurdles.
The man killer, as they call it. Yeah. It is horrible, I would say. Just so before that, we're going to get to see what Damien Crawford's story is. He's 52. I'm sure he won't like me telling people, but he's born on the 22nd of August.
Public information, yeah.
It's 52 years of age. He's almost 53, and he's just thrown. His seasonal best this year is 44.21.
Next week, is it?
It's not now. No, it's soon enough. The week after.
Yeah.
What a birthday present he'll be getting today with the Masters title. But because this is obviously only recent results that I'm looking at here, we can't see what he's actually thrown. I see here. In 1991, he threw 70 meters, 70.34.
Wow.
So I'm assuming they are his sons that are competing in this, and they're not too far off. 65 meters today.
Must be quite young then.
So they'd be in their 20s, I'd say. Yeah, very impressive from Aaron and Gareth Crawford there as well. So back to the track in the senior women's 400 meter hurdles, and it's going to be followed by the men's. And in this we have Rosemary Gibson from Blackrock Athletics Club. We have Alicia Kerr, Karen Dunn, Laura Frey, Harriet McCrossan, Nessa Millay has pulled out. We have Deirdre Murray, and we have Shauna Layden. Will she be laden with medals on the way home to Mullingar?
Disappointing not seeing Nessa Miller. She had a great year this year from St Albans. And then you had the Irish national champion Kelly McRory from Donegal.
Yeah, we have Deirdre Murray in there as well from the FINA. She's around 58.92, so she won't be that far away either. But Nessa would have been the most accomplished athlete in the field. Karen Dunn around 62 seconds there as well. So as we see in the jumps here again, Bernice Coulson just clipped out her shoulder there on the way up. Perhaps jumping just a little bit too close to that, but certainly at the top end of her range at the moment. Shannon Craig up on that one next.
Women for the 400 meter hurdles, please go to the start line.
Another ludicrous throw there in the javelin from one of the Crawfords. And this next javelin throw, I'd say, is going to be fairly impressive. I think that was Aaron Crawford there. He's shown a best of 56 today. And this is Garrett Crawford, 67.15. I think his father's PB is 70 meters. So it's going to take a serious throw here for him to get that, but it'll be good crack on the way home to Lifford Strabane.
What about the banters at the dinner table?
Or like, is the table really long, and then they just like launch stuff at each other, get some practice in, like give us a bread roll there, Dad, and then like he just launches it down. Have they got a particularly long garden that they practice in?
Sure, they have to.
I know. Oh, he's getting the old claps from the crowd as well, loving it. We have a throwing circle in our back garden for my sister, who's thrown a hammer. So I'm assuming they have a lengthy garden to throw in. That's a fair old hoosh. I think it's not going to hit that 70 meter PB territory for him, but
He's not far away.
no, he is not, and he's two throws in the 67 so far today. So that is an impressive amount of throws for him. One more round to go for those.
With our high jump here.
And this is Shannon Craig's, our final attempt here at 178. She doesn't get over this. The gold medal does go to Summer Leckie. She just clipped that on her way down there. Never
No
really
surprise, Summer Leckie is your champ. Class the field going in.
Yeah, she's absolutely the number one there, and we might even see her go for kind of a PB type effort here later on. We'll see what that goes up to. It's 178 there at the moment. So
400 meter hurdles tomorrow. Tom Barr goes for Ireland. Tough lane draw. How do you think he's going to get on?
I didn't see the lane draw. Now you have to inform
I
me.
think he's in the same heat as Carson Warholm.
And Ray Benjamin. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. I didn't know what lane he was in though. Yeah, but I'd say that's going to be tough now for Tom Barr, but no better man.
No, he's a championship performer, so hopefully he can put it out of the bag again.
It's an event that I think it has unfortunately got a lot better in the last couple of years.
Yeah,
That it's just gotten to, you've got two or three generational talents coming along at the same time, so it's going to be difficult to even make a final. But he is running very, very well at the moment. With this one, Gibson, Kerr, Dunn, Frey, McCrossen, Murray and Leyden. So Deirdre Murray is at the moment the fastest in the field here, out in lane 7. Laura Frey of
Laura Frey, the daughter of the great Joe Frey.
Absolutely. And did you go down? Did you hold said beer mile in the end?
No, we couldn't because of the COVID restrictions.
No, okay, right. Yeah,
C word.
But Laura Frey was ready
They
to
were
rock.
in. They're ready
They were
to
in.
rock and roll. Joe was buzzing.
Up for anything. Yeah. Ledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair dinkum. But maybe you could extend right now an invitation to the Freys to come down for the next one. Damien Landers, I think, one of the top beer mailers. Is that correct?
Surprisingly, a quite poor beer miler.
Was he?
Yeah.
That's shocking. Who won the you had an inaugural one? Did you the year previous?
The current Kieran Kelly is unofficial record holder.
Of the Ennis track?
Yes.
Yeah. What did he? How is he unofficial?
It's a bit.
Some controversy.
Yeah.
Do you want to air your dirty laundry? No.
We measured the contents of what was left in the bottles.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
Okay.
He was. It has to be done. You're obviously look. Do you know if you're going to run a beer mile and you want things run right? Athletics Northern Ireland, you're your only man.
We need to get all the officials down because they can run a proper event.
Yeah, look, I think there's certainly no one I would rather run an event. and the great people up here. Yeah, I did watch. I commentated on a beer mile years ago. Cahill, then he broke the Irish record.
Yeah, he's still the reigning champion.
Yeah.
Reigning record holder.
Reigning record, yeah. Fairness to him, like, very impressive. 5:20
something, yeah.
Yeah, impressive.
In the same race, Corey Bellamore, world record holder.
World record holder, yeah. So, like, I think Cahill went on to do some other stuff with some writing, but that's his greatest achievement, in my opinion, yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But no, he beat Kevin English, and that day it was held in Kilboggett Park. Very disturbing event, though. Lots of people puking and stuff, and I wouldn't be a fan. Anyway, we have Rosemary Gibson here, Alicia Kerr, Karen Dunn, 62.04 is her personal best. Laura Frey, Harriet McCaustin, Deirdre Murray, and Sean Layden. So Deirdre Murray is out there in the green in lane 7, just kind of in between those two poles on her shot there. And she'll be hoping to get the win in this one. She'll be the class of the field there at the moment. Karen Dunn as well from Bormeen, 62.04 is putting her in certainly in the same wheelhouse there as the rest of them. But interesting race here.
Yeah, I think Laura Frey should be able to get up for a medal in this one.
Yeah, 63.87 her personal best, so definitely in that kind of a similar standard there to the rest of the girls. So just depends who's on form today. And then Sean Layden out there from Mullingar Harriers in lane 8, running blind. She won't be able to see what the other athletes are doing until they come up and stagger on winds. It's always quite difficult.
Do you think it could be an advantage or a disadvantage?
Depends on the type of athlete, I'd say, yeah. If it was me now, I probably wouldn't even run until I saw other people run it. I'd hang around, like. But no, it's definitely easier than lane 1 anyway. Murray's gone off very well there out in lane 7, yeah, the 58.92 athlete there in the green. She's already up. You can kind of tell who's actually leading even without the stagger unwinding.
First to rise, yeah.
First to rise, yeah. And it looks like McCrossan there as well from Lifford Strand going well in there, the red.
Laura Frey is actually in second place at the moment.
And so we'll see there. We could have Karen Dunn then in the mix as well, but no doubt about the early leader here. It is Murray, but all can change over that last 150. Murray miles ahead at this stage, and Dunn, Crossan and Frey locked in a battle here. Dunn and Frey in particular, and Dunn kicking on the afterburners there.
Yeah, Dunn has really injected her pace there. I don't know if that's upset her stride pattern at all.
Yeah, still looking very good coming into the home straight. Murray definitely in a class of her own, but all can change here over that last 50. But Murray looking very controlled here. Laura Frey back in third, and Dunn then in second place, and all very controlled and comfortable for Deirdre Murray, and a decent performance from her, 59.34. Dunn then about 61 seconds, and Frey then just behind that, running about 63 seconds. So cracking performances there from those athletes. McCrossan then in fourth. Getting up for fifth then is Alicia Kerr from Roscommon AC, and then the athlete in lane 1 then is Rosemary Gibson then of Blackrock Athletics Club in Louth.
Yeah, Murray looked really smooth there start to finish.
Yeah, it's an event that really the rhythm is the key to it, and she looks very in control of her stride pattern there the whole way around, and looks a little bit tired. Still a 59.34, which is close enough to her personal best, but very decent performance there from Deirdre Murray to win that title. See her here coming into the home straight, and she's a little bit of a stutter on that one, but other than that, her hurdling was superb the whole way around, and even over that last barrier where you might have felt that she might come under a bit of pressure from Karen Dunn, she looked still very controlled and comfortable.
It took Karen Dunn quite a while to get going, but then she just all of a sudden just injected this massive thing of pace.
Yeah, with about 180 to go, it's almost like she's like, okay, well, I'm going to finish second now. So, see you later, Mrs. Frey. Throws the results here. This is a man from Lifford Strabane. I think this is the 5th round. This is Aaron Crawford, who threw a massive throw, 60.06. Sorry, in the previous round, we missed Aaron Crawford there. 60.06 to go into second place. So the Crawford's really killing it today. Dylan Kearns then in third place. And shout out to Damien Crawford there back in 6th. A lot of athletes in around the same standard there, but it is Garrett Crawford. Biggest throw today is 67.20. Will this be bigger? And it is not bigger, no. The throwing arm is getting tired.
I think that the javelin just got too much height almost. Kind of went up too high.
Good technical analysis there.
Yeah, the trajectory was just a bit too high.
Yeah, I think as well with
You could see he lofted it more than launched it there in that last one. And but for a man that's thrown, what, 60, 67.15, 67.20, 65.95, 64, 88. He was tiring, as you can see, throughout the round, 62 and then a 56 then in that round. So that second round throw really the main one of the day. But cracking performance there. That's a monster throw from Crawford. So men's 400 meter hurdles. He said lads trying to get the spirit of Tom Barr.
Yeah, I thought I saw Matthew Bean walking around there, but thought he might be entered in this, but he isn't.
We do have Owen Sharkey though from Tyrconnell, Oisin McCorry from Raheny Shamrocks, Adam Courtney from Ballymena and Antrim, Conor Henderson from Kilbarracan AAC, and Philip Osmore from Tala AC. Now I know what you're thinking. AAC. That's come up again.
Could be a typo if it's gone in twice like that.
But I don't know, what's the other A for? Amateur Athletic Club. There you go. And it's in Glasgow.
They're limiting themselves, aren't they?
Maybe it's just a throwback to the... Well, it's founded in 1974, so it can't be a throwback. But I was going to say a throwback to... Do you ever hear of... this is real old school now, but when they used to have walking races and running races back in the day, and they used to call them pedestrians. They're pedestrian races.
Oh.
And they used to bet on people back in like the 1800s and stuff, and it was massive, huge sport. Walking and running events. Oh. But then there was lots of cheating and corruption and that kind of stuff, so they had to ban it. So they were no longer allowed to be professional. So there's probably more professional athletics in the 1800s than there is now. I know what you're thinking.
Every day.
I'm a hoot at parties. But yes, no pedestrians here today. No pedestrian paces anyway.
No, definitely not.
So what are you reckoning on this one now? Oisin McCorry, he's the main man, 55.80.
Yeah, he's clearly the class of this one.
And Ryan,
Raheny man.
He is a Raheny man, yeah. I think he's actually from up this direction, but he runs for Raheny. Because he's on the rankings this year for... He's the #1 ranked Northern Irish athlete for the 400 meter hurdles. Ran it, so I'm not too sure. I think he may be from up this direction. He's 55.80. He's #1 ranked this year. Owen Sharkey's 3rd ranked. So Karen Dunn was second. Laura Frey, potential future NS Track beer mile champ, in 3rd place, and then Deirdre Murray of Nafina with that cracking performance there, 59 low, 59.30 for Nafina, 400 meter hurdles. Very impressive.
400 meter hurdles. In lane 2, we have Sharkey of Tyrconnell. In lane 4, we have Oisin McCorry.
So I know what you're thinking here. You're going to be an Owen Sharkey man because it's a great name.
In lane 6, we have
it's going to be Sharkey, McCrory, McCourtney, Henderson, and Osimore.
And in lane 7, we have Philip Osimore of Tala.
See, I said Osimore, as did the announcer, but I think it may be Omnisor.
Omnisor.
Yeah. But it's funny when we both read it in the same way, completely incorrectly, straight away. Which apparently you can do if you change around the letters in someone's name, or if you change around a word, and change the ones in the middle, but keep the ones at the start and the end. You read it as normal.
Yeah.
We're a strange species.
Brain is funny.
I know. Sharkey, McCrory, Courtney, Henderson, and Omnisor. Philippe. So we've got the 400 meter women's medalists kind of strolling across there saying, sorry lads, you've got it all to do, we're done and dusted, we've recovered.
They can go home, go to bed.
I think they'll have to after that. Exertions.
Yeah.
I think
nothing knocks you out like a jolt of lactic acid in the legs.
You'll get a headache now and the kind of misery of like that tiredness, that unspeakable tiredness, which we obviously are currently speaking about. But yeah, they'll just be extremely tired, and a good nap would do no harm. A good drool nap on the way home in the car.
So did you ever do a hard track session and you're just ruined for the day, and people are like, oh, do this, do that, and you're like, nah, I'm rolled off for the day.
Yeah, that's me. Like, I've had enough. Like, a similar experience with Sunday long run followed by Sunday roast, and how you finish your long run 11 o'clock and then the roast is on the table at like 1, and you're like, I'm still wrecked. Maybe just out of, not long out of the shower, so I haven't gone for a sleep or anything.
and then you're asking me to eat, and then I eat,
You're comatose for the day.
and then boom, 2 hours of us like panned out on the couch,
First, men's 5,000 meters.
and all you've done is go for a run and have a bit of food.
Gordon Kenny from Inishowen set a new.
No, luckily I no longer go for runs and I just eat, so I've cut out half of it. 50% success. It's tough. It's tough the way I do it anyway, competitive sport. We're waiting here for this men's 400. I think we're pretty much looking out there. We have men's triple jump going on at the moment. Summer Leckie as well, by the way, 178. So she did not elect to go for that. Yeah, she just said, right, have the medal, see you later. Done, dusted. So she clean jumps the whole way through. Ella McCartney, by the way, 4:05. She got over 4:05 there at the first attempt. 3 failures at a PB of 4:20. But she wins that at quite a distance there in the pole vault. Senior men's pole vault obviously to come. And then we have the senior men's triple jump is starting to practice their warm-ups over there. I can see Joy Benson there from Lagan Valley in the blue of Lagan Valley. He's got his first jump in there now, so we'll see how that plays out. So the field events continuing at pace. What field event would you do if you were to choose a field event to do?
None of them are jumping out.
You're about to say none of them are good choices. Yeah, I'd say there's an awful lot of kind of. It's not great. Right, so that cuts out quite a swathe of events there for you. So we see here the women's high jump results, the medalists. So we've got in 3rd place we've got Shannon Craig from Lifford Strabane. She jumped over 175 in the third attempt, but unfortunately 3 failures at 178. And then we have Bernice Coulson. Then she also had the exact same finishing efforts as Shannon Craig, but Shannon Craig had 1 failure at 170, so she's now in 3rd place. An unfortunate countback type scenario in the jumps, very upsetting. You'd be annoyed if you just kind of were lackadaisical at 160 and then got done because you weren't really concentrating. Whereas at 170, in fairness, it's tough jumps. And of course, Summer Leckie then, the champ, 178. Clean clearances the whole way through, just came in at 165. 4 jumps and then home. See you later. They're not even giving the medals yet. There's off you go. Oh, I think something like the high jump is probably the most impressive physical. Pole vault, yeah. You had the pole though, like it's kind of cheating there, but but the high jump or the javelin. That you're like, all right, these ads are running now here shortly, so I'll make this quick. But like, if you're a distance runner, you're like, oh, look at my party piece, I can run like mediocrely fast for like a long period of time. No one cares, like. But hey, look at me, I'm gonna throw this rock really far, like. That's impressive. So I think the javelin or the high jump. Certainly not the 400-meter hurdles anyway. It's too difficult. Owen Sharkey will be there. Oisin McCurry will be there as well. Adam Courtney, Conor Henderson, Philip Omnisor, they'll all be there. It's the final. So off well there, yeah. We've got a very good start there from Oisin McCurry there. The white of Raheny Shamrock there in the centre of his shots. He's leading first. Bit of a stumble there from the man Adam Courtney from Ballymena and Antrim. But it's all locked together at the moment.
Looks like the Scottish
Yeah, just on the outside there, the man from Glasgow from our the amateur athletic clubs. He's putting on a professional performance here out there in the outside lanes. That's Conor Henderson, the Scottish athlete, and he's going really, really well at the moment. We'll see how that works when the start going winds. He's probably about 2.5 in front of Oisin McCurry at the moment. So it's Henderson leading into the home straight, but it can all change over these final barriers. McCurry in 2nd, and in 3rd then is the man from Tyrconnell, Owen Sharkey. But really impressive performance here from Conor Henderson. Yeah, impressive performance from Henderson there. 54.35, and then Oisin McCurry 2nd, Sharkey in 3rd, and the man from Ballymena Antrim, Adam Courtney in 4th, and then 5th then is Philip Omnisor. So we didn't know much about Conor Henderson before. We do now. amateur there. He's a bit of a champ. Very impressive performance. The Scottish athlete. Yeah, no doubt about it. It was damn impressive. 54.35. Lovely hurdling here. See him there coming into the home straight, and I thought he was going to maybe struggle a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of a struggle over that one, but back into his running again, snapping that trail leg down. McCarry then not really making any ground over the last couple of meters, but very compact athlete. Connor Henderson there, great run. Women's 800 meters up shortly.
We're into the finals now.
That's where the magic happens, yeah.
It's heating up. So earlier, is Victoria Lightbody for this one?
Yeah, I was a Niamh Carr, fan, aficionado, but I don't know.
I think they call it.
A stan? Why is it called a stan?
You're a stan, it's when you're
Like a super fan? Oh yeah. That's.
say you're a Niamh Carr stan.
I'd have to really kind of delve a bit further into the term stan before I'd agree to that.
That's the lingo now.
Here we have those medalists from earlier on: Shannon Craig in third, Finn Valley's Summer Leckie with a win in that one, and of course Bernice Coulson then in second place there on the left hand side of your shot. Yeah, Stan. No, I've never heard of it till before today. And I don't know if I like it. It's new. I don't like it. Yeah, I'll have to reserve my judgment. We may discuss this again later when I've really researched it properly. Like the research I've done for these races,
It's been extensive.
It has. I learned all about Lisburn and the linen trade, and that was all I learned about it. Very much a linen-based town. As in, not the town is made of linen, because that would be very difficult in the current weather and that kind of stuff. That would be ridiculous structurally. But certainly the trade itself that the town focused on was linen-based. And yeah, interesting. That's all I have.
I didn't realise I thought it was just outside of Belfast. It's like its own city.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it's kind of on the way in there on the left. On your way in, we kind of passed it a little bit, and we often, because we need to be careful now when we're on the way back down, we can go the wrong way here. You go towards Lisburn, but then you have to take a left towards Dublin. But then there's also another. You basically could end up driving completely wrong way for about 40 minutes. I've done it, so don't make that mistake.
But like we like Northern Ireland now so much.
We may just stay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, quite possibly. I did have one trip up here before with Cathal Denny on a purely social trip. It didn't go very well. We left too late, and we wanted to go to Carrick-a-Reddy rope bridge. It's a famous rope bridge you'd see on some of the ads for Northern Ireland. And Cathal said, "Can't close the bridge." We were going to be late. So I said, "No, we're going to be late." He said, "Can't close the bridge, so we'll be open all day." Turned out you could close the bridge. It closes at 6:30, and we got there at 7:30. As Ellen McCarthy gets there over the pole vault, 4:05, 3 attempts at 4:20. Unfortunately, not getting over. She wins the women's pole vault. But yeah, you could close it. Went to the Giants Causeway then at like 9 o'clock. What? Best igneous rock formation I've ever seen. Yeah, you'd be questioning, right? Wouldn't you? Yeah. Fake news, kind of conspiracy theory kind of setup.
How are they so perfectly exciting?
Don't know. It is pretty cool. Yeah, it was. It's pretty decent. Yeah. I was a bit underwhelmed because I've seen it so often on like TV and stuff, but it was still pretty impressive. I'm not saying we're going today, Liam, but if you're good for the rest of the competition, we'll go. We'll see. I'll put it this way, right? You have Zoe Crothers, and I have Niamh Carr, but because I don't really want to go to Giants Causeway today, if Victoria Lightbody wins, we'll go to Giants Causeway, which I really don't want to do. And then if Kelly Neely, if basically the rest of the field, I have the field and you have Lightbody.
So I don't like Buddy. I wonder if she related to the snow club like Gary Lightbody.
I don't see. We've
He's from Northern Ireland, isn't he?
look, we've gone off less and made bigger assumptions than that. So I think we're pretty happy with that. Henderson, by the way, 54.35 for the win. Macquarie 56.33, which actually is a personal best for Macquarie there. And Sharkey, don't think too far off his personal best either. And I may have jumped the gun a little bit on that personal best for Oisin Macquarie. In fact, I have. He's around 55.80, so I lied. 56.33 though, decent run. Happy with that. Women's
800 meters here. We do not have them in order, but we have Niamh Kerr, we have the Willowfield Harrier, Emma Thornton. We have, I think that's Victoria Lightbody there in lane 3. We have nobody in lane 4. In fact, I think Kelly Neely has pulled out, which puts a lot of pressure on this trip to Transcosway. We have Niamh Karen there as well, and we have Angeline McShane.
Niamh Karen, Annie Thornton, Zoe Crothers, Karen Lafferty, Louise Gaffney, and Amy Stewart.
So in fact, Victoria Lightbody is not there either. So Giants Causeway is out. But a good start here from Cara Laverty there from Finn Valley, going straight to lead, and Zoe Crothers then just in behind that, and it looks like Louise Gaffney then just behind that.
200 meters, 31.
And then just behind that then it looks to be the City Lisburn athlete, or City Darius East Spartan athlete, Angeline McShane, and then the Willowfield Harrier then out the back is Emma Thornton. So Cara Laverty in front, 2:11 she's ran, or 2:10 in fact she's ran, so she's the class of this field. Behind her then is the athlete from City of Lisburn, that's Zoe Carruthers, yeah, and then Carr then got into 3rd place. So Laverty really striding away from this field, 63 seconds, so it's a decent pace here as they come through. So good run here from Laverty, Carruthers and Carr in behind. Will Carr be able to get up onto her shoulder over next? Yeah, Laverty looks good at the moment there. 10-meter lead up the back straight, and she's striding away from the field. She's ran 2:10, and Niamh Kerr's a 2:11 lady, so will she be able to get up on her shoulder here? They got down in 63, 64 seconds, so probably pretty decent pacing here from Cara Laverty. She looks really good, 15, 20 metres to the good. Crothers then in 3rd.
So Crothers looks confident in 3rd at the moment. This race is over.
Yeah, coming into the home straight here, it is Cara Laverty here, 100 metres left to go. She's struggling a little bit, but she's just done enough, I think, to hold off Niamh Kerr, who's struggling herself. But there is a little bit of a battle on from Kerr here to get up for 2nd place, but it is the Finn Valley athlete, Cara Laverty, away and home, and gets the win in this one. 2:08, 2:09, 2:09.27. That is a personal best for Cara Laverty. Emily Kerr just behind that, around 2:10 in 2nd place, and Carruthers then in 3rd place for City of Lisburn. Probably in around 2:13, 2:14. So cracking race there from Cara Laverty.
Yeah, we didn't have her picked at all. Big upset.
We didn't. No. The pullouts there from Neely and Lightbody, putting it being a really, really even race there between Laverty and Carr and Carruthers, all in around the same personal best. So cracking run there from Cara Laverty, and she gets the appreciation of the other athletes. Looking good here with 50 metres to go, and Cara really trying her best to get up after her, but she'd left too much of a gap grow. But Laverty, I thought she was struggling a little bit. When you look at the time, she actually running a personal best there, Laverty, on her own from the front, 2:09. Fantastic running. 3 relatively young athletes as well, so I'm sure more to come from them.
Yeah, no better time to run a personal best than in your national championships.
Yeah, certainly a cracking run there from the athlete from Finn Valley, bringing that medal back to Donegal. We'll have another very even race here in the men's 800 very shortly as well. With Keeney and I think Simon Galligan. I don't think we'll have to check that whether Simon Galligan is actually in this. I think Simon Galligan's a hammer thrower from Clonliffe, so maybe just a little bit of a change there on the start list. But Owen Keeney, James Gilliland, who led that heat earlier on, Dean Ryan, Andrew Milligan, Mustafa Nazir, Sean Terrick and Andrew Wright, all rolling out for this men's 800 metres. You're psyched?
Good crowd building up here, right?
There is a good crowd here, yeah, and there's a bit of a murmur there as they seem to be appreciating the athletics going on here at the moment.
Third position with a best of
Well attended.
55.22. We have Dylan Cairns of Killyways.
We have that throws result here from the Javelin. We have
60.06 Zara Crawford.
Garrett Crawford with the win in that one. Second, Aaron Crawford, and third is Dylan Kearns of Killybeg. So 3 athletes there throwing well over 50 metres. 67.20 for Garrett Crawford, Aaron Crawford 60.06, and Dylan Kearns then 55.22 from Killybeg's AC. So fantastic there from all 3 of those athletes. Serious throwing. Even Paddy Thayer there back and forth with 50 and 90. Jack Brownlee then 49, 36. So really high level competition there across the board. So you're buzzing for this 800, I suspect.
Yeah. The staff in his ear.
Yeah,
Conor Henderson of Kilbarn.
I do. Yeah, you're a big fan. Yeah. Yeah.
I heard it was the old Belvedere track club originally.
Yes, well, it was very briefly, and there was a couple of lads from our school involved, and obviously Phelan came from our school as well. Oh, yeah, she did not go there. I'm from Cork, but yeah, that's what we were going to call it. But I thought it might be a bit too inclusive. But we might have got some money out of the. There's Old Belvedere Rugby Club and Old Belvedere Hockey Club and stuff. So maybe short term gain, long term pain perhaps. But yeah. And I thought black and white I didn't even want to call it the Dublin Track Club because then people might want to join it because it's Dublin, like, you know.
What would you call it? Track club.
Just Track Club. Yeah, I would have called it the 1 second speed performance. I can't find it. No. Yeah, I don't know. Speed development project. Yeah, that was it. That was a track club / running club. Yeah, I don't know. It was briefly called the Misfits Track Club as well. You know, but that wasn't a great option. Hard to know. Yeah, look, don't change it. They bought all the gear now. Like, can't change it now. That's why we had to go with the Euro 2020. They bought all the gear. Can't be changing it now. Can't be adding a 1 to it. Niamh Carr with that silver medal. Zoe Cruthers in 3rd, and of course your winner from Finn Valley, Cara Laverty. So a 2:09 to boot as well. So great day for her. First title, and gets the PB possibly to boot as well. No complaints.
It's a good day out.
Good day to the office. Yeah, what a day! Like, she's home on the goal. Possibility of an Ulster fry in the evening, and you're away. You know, who knows what it's like? But no, great performances there. That was a really good, really high quality women's 800, and hopefully we'll see a similar standard here now in the men's. I think Andrew Milligan, and not just because of my North Belfast Harriers I suppose loyalties. I think he's the class of the field. 150. Yeah, look, that may hold him back. I'm not 100% sure on the option there. He may be. Look, the rest of the field is gone. This lad's going surfing. Like, he can't be that really into it. Maybe he's not even a runner.
Maybe he's just so confident that he got up this morning and just grabbed whatever shorts are lying around.
Yeah, he could just be very poorly organised. There's that to it as well. Like, I'd be more of a get everything ready the night before, kind of put the numbers on. Nah, exactly. Yeah. So it's hard to know, and maybe that's playing with the rest of the field. You can see Owen Keane there from Tala. He's thinking, shorts. Is this guy serious? He's a serious runner. He looked pretty good in that outer heat. Who knows? So it's hard to tell. It's definitely a psychological ploy. There's no doubt in that.
Stags.
Up to no good again. But we do have another medals presentation here for men's 4 hurdles. Owen Sharkey there from Tyrconnell AC getting the bronze medal. And then we had Oisin McCorry from Raheny Shamrock. 56.33 was his performance today, just outside his personal best. And the champ from Kilbarchan AAC is Conor Henderson, the Scot. So great performance from him. 54.35, looking supreme, to be fair. He is just outside. Yeah, just outside. Great spot.
Never been.
Yeah, I've been a few times. Yeah. Never been to Edinburgh, which I'd really would like. Yeah, my missus has been to Edinburgh, so it's lovely. Yeah, but never been. Perhaps we should. Yes, I think it's gone. Yeah. We missed the trick. Yeah, that would have been good crack. Yeah, look, we can't go back in time. We can only do what we can do, But maybe we could have a North Belfast Harriers stag trip to Edinburgh. Who knows? But we better get back to business here. Willowfield Harriers, Andrew Wright there in lane 1. Andrew Milligan then from North Belfast Harriers. Go Stags in lane 3. Owen Keenan in lane 4. We have City of Lisburn AC's Sean Terrick in 4-5. There's Mustafa Nazir, and then we have just on the outside there as well is Dean Ryan from Newbridge. So big field there. Dylan McBride in there as well. So McBride gone to the front pretty quickly there, the 151 athlete. Forgot about McBride, sorry, yeah, he'll definitely be in the mix here as well. So Milligan and McBride probably the favourites for this one. Yeah, he's in good shape. He's gone through there in about 26, 27 seconds. So that's fairly tasty moving here from McBride. Milligan is looking anonymous there in third place. Andrew Wright with a very, very easy heat earlier on as well. So those three athletes are making a bit of a gap here onto Owen Keeney and Mustafa Nazir and the lad from Dean Ryan from Newbridge. Yeah, he's sitting pretty there as well. McBride's wearing a headband as well, showing incredible levels of confidence there as well. Sweatband around the head, going through 56 seconds. So it's a decent pace. It won't have broken Milligan or Wright, but it'll have put a little bit of lactic into the legs. Yeah, Nazir has ran out of as well, and Ryan and Keeney are taking closer order there in 4th and 5th, but they may have left themselves with too much to do. McBride is still looking absolutely glorious down the back straight, right then on his shoulder, and Milligan is losing a little bit of ground there, the 3:48 1500 metre athlete. But as I say that, Liam, yeah. Yeah, Milligan does have a good finish, but he may have left himself with too much to do. 150 to run here. McBride into the home straight, right on his shoulder, and Milligan around the outside, and it's going to be an unbelievable finish here for Milligan to get up for the win, but it is McBride. Looks like he's storming away. Wright looks like he's done and dusted. He's bankrupt. Is it going to be Milligan or McBride? And Milligan looks like he's going to take it on the line, and he does.
Looks like just got the win ahead of Doug.
We thought he left it too late.
Ryan in 3rd, Team 4th, Ryan 5th.
Listen, you broke me there now. Milligan, I'm not emotional. I'm not emotional. Cracking finish.
Blue short, they just came out of nowhere.
He's surfed to victory. Surfed to victory.
Oh, what a finish! McBride gave it everything. Couldn't have done any more. Let him start. Just didn't have enough to hold off the fast running stag at the end.
Absolutely, like Andrew Wright in there as well. Kind of almost forgotten in that 3-0 coming into the home straight, but Milligan tearing by him. You could see Milligan with 100 to run, as you said, Liam. He was kind of ran out at 150 to run, and I knew he had a big finish, but to come into the home straight there and put that kind of pressure on McBride, but he just got there in the end. Milligan loves it, big fan. He's got a bit of mic troubles here for Liam, so we've cut him off. He's had enough. No more from Liam today. We've had too much. And yeah, cracking finish though from Milligan. Wright in 3rd, and Dylan McBride then 2nd place. We'll get a replay in a moment before we get the 100 metres for that one. But cracking result from Milligan.
I think we're back.
We're back in business. So yeah, our good man Andrew Milligan. We'll see a replay here shortly of that men's 100 metres, and Liam, you might take us through it there when it comes up. Of your thoughts.
Yeah, I know. 200 metres to go, it looked like he was edging to go, and he just couldn't get by the two lads. And then 100 metres to go, he just grit his teeth, went out to lane 2, and just grinded it out, head down, gutted it out. McBride just trying to hold on, just could not get there. Milligan, arm out, arm extended,
getting
with
over
the
the
dip.
line. Yeah, it's cracking finish. So it's probably the most exciting race of the day so far between those two athletes. You could see that McBride almost overstriding in the last 50, just really wanted it, and Milligan putting on the afterburners at 50 to go. He almost seemed like he looked down at the shorts there at one stage, perhaps for inspiration, and stormed over that last 50. But incredible stuff. You can always rely. I will say this: you can rely on Milligan for a big finish. That's the 2nd or 3rd time I've seen him with a cracking kick. So good to see.
He's like a Cole Hocker.
Yes,
In States at the moment. Just always rely on an exhilarating last 100 metres.
I think there was some issue with Cole Hocker that he hadn't.
Actually, he won the trials, but he hadn't ran the time, which is bizarre.
Which is I suppose we're so used to only having maybe the 1 or 2 good athletes in each event, but
when you're there, it's crazy. That you haven't even run the time
Okay,
yet.
medal presentation for the men's 800. In third position from Winfield Harriers, Andrew
So
Wright.
Andrew Wright getting the third place medal there, the bronze medal.
In second position,
Dylan McBride then,
from City of Lisburn.
City of Lisburn
Dylan
athlete,
McBride.
second place silver medalist, and the winner then Andrew Milligan from North Belfast Harriers, who won this title last year.
Belfast.
So good to see him get the win again. McBride will be back to fight another day. Loves it, thumbs up.
Loves that. Great day for North Belfast.
What age do you think Andrew Milligan is?
God, he looks only 26.
I thought that as well. I said to myself, he's an older looking, a man who looks older than I expect him to be. And he's actually, because I looked this up yesterday and I was shocked. But yes, he's only like 22. We'll see this momentarily here as we're waiting for the women's 100. We're waiting to log in. It's taking us time. No, it's not happening for us. But yes,
Well, lots to come for you. He's two-time champion now, 2 years in a row.
2 years in a row, yeah, and he's good. 3:48 for 1500 as well. So he's running some great stuff. But yeah, I think he's surprisingly young. So we'll get ourselves on the start line here for the women's 100 meters. So we have Lauren Roy. We have
Line up for the women's 100 meters.
Lauren Roy there in the centre of your shot, 3:46. We have Sarah Murray there in lane 5, number 80. And we have Sarah McCarthy and Catherine McManus in this one as well. Niamh Whelan, a scratch from this. Sarah Malone of Edinburgh AC in this one as well. And Rihanna McCarthy looking so good in that heat earlier on, just on the right hand side of your shot. So from the right, we have Rihanna McCarthy, then we have Catherine McManus, then Lauren Roy, then Sarah McCarthy, then Sarah Murray, then we have Sarah Malone, and then just out on the outside, then we have Harriet McCrossan of Liver Strabane. So right to left there.
Yeah, Catherine McManus looked very impressive in the 100 and 200.
She certainly did, as did Sarah McCarthy. I think Lauren Roy would be the hometown favourite here, and good starter as well, over 60. But yeah, it's kind of the three there, just on the right hand side of Rihanna McCarthy. Although she looked very impressive in her run as well. So hard to tell. A lot of very similarly.
Yeah, could be a dead heat here.
Murray as well with our rocket start from Fingallion's AC over the first 30 or 40. So
As you can see, a big crowd gathered around there. All awaiting.
Yeah, you'd have to be thinking that the amount of races that Sarah McCarthy and Catherine McManus there, this is their third race of today. So Lauren Roy has been resting up since that heat earlier on. So on the line now, settle into their blocks. It's going to be a cracking race here now. Hopefully all goes out clean. Clean start from everyone as well, and Sarah Murray getting out really strongly there on the inside, and she looks like she's in the lead at the moment. McCarthy coming back at her, but it looks like it's going to be McManus on the outside. It could be Rihanna McCarthy, but Sarah McCarthy gets the win in the end from Mid Sutton AC. But really tight finish there. Hard to even to watch everyone because they were all so involved in that race. You call it though. So you can see here the centre shot there, Sarah McCarthy, the eventual winner. But Murray just on her shoulder gets out strongly, as does Roy on their other shoulder. So McCarthy's down at 40, starts to get back into it. And I thought Rihanna McCarthy there on the inside was coming as well, but as the camera rolls around, McCarthy rolls around with it and gets the win there by a very small margin. I'd love to see the times on that one. It's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, 0.17 headwind. I think I just heard the announcer say there.
So that's tough. I think they were 11.97 there as well. So decent running there from those ladies. Men's 100 meters up now as well. I'll get you these results as well as we get them. Got that men's and women's 400s to come later on as well, and 1500s as well.
Okay, a presentation for the men's triple jump. In third position from Fen Valley with a best of 13.01, we have Joseph Gillespie. In second position,
We almost had a Charger-related issue there. Could have lost all our info.
Joshua Knox of City Lisburn.
There's the men's triple jump as well that we're seeing there.
From Lagan Valley,
Reigning
best
champ
of 13.84,
Jai Benson. So Benson there, 13.84. Joshua Knox coming back from that long jump earlier on, 13.15, and in third place then Joseph Gillespie, 13.01. So pretty even competition there. Sam Duncan was fourth in that one, 12.04, but Benson there retaining his title. He's going to own that title, I suspect, for the next, as long as he wants it, essentially. He's really a classy athlete. But excited to see these women's 100 meter results. They're being updated as we speak. We'll give it that full men's 800 result as well. We had 151.96 from Milligan, so cracking run there from Milligan. McBride 152.06, Wright 152.71 from Andrew Wright. Owen Keeney then 155.58, Dean Ryan 156.70, Mustafa Nazir 159.11, and then Sean Terrick at 207.57. And the results are coming in.
Yeah, Sarah McCarthy 11.93. Then we had
Lauren Roy was second, was she?
Roy 12.01, and then Catherine McManus 12.02.
So really, really fine finish there. I'd say Rihanna, they're about to throw in Rihanna McCarthy's result as well, 12.09. So really, really tight finish here. Sarah Murray won't be that far behind that either. So 12.2, 12.20 to clarify. But that's a very we have 0.2 of a second between first and fifth there, which is fairly close at this level. So very impressive results there. So McCarthy with the win, and Roy in second, and McManus just behind that in third.
They're going to have a great battle here now. Stephen Gaffney and Dean Adams.
Yeah, this will be a cracking race, won't it? From the right ear shot, then we have the Orange Grove athletes. We have Nathan Stewart and Adam Sykes there. Sykes just on, or sorry, Matthew Sykes there on the right hand side of your shot, and then
Louis Albro.
I'm lying to you there now, sorry, my apologies. I didn't see the other Orange Grove athlete. We have 3 Orange Grove athletes in this. So we have Sykes and the 2 Sykes brothers. Yep. We have Matthew and then Adam from right to left, right and then left, and then we have Albro, Gaffney, Adams, Morgan, your friend. Yep. And then we have the other Orange Grove AC athlete, who's Nathan Stewart, who seems to be separated from the Sykes brothers for some reason. And then we have the athlete from City Lisburn, Tommy Hamill, then in the outside lane there, 176. So you reckon
Gaffney to take this one, yeah?
You would after that 1070 earlier on. That was pretty outstanding. But you never know. Dean Adams puts a lot of athletes under severe pressure over that first 40, and as you said, Gaffney over maybe the middle 20 was kind of rocking and rolling a little bit. So yeah, you'd expect Gaffney to get the win in this, but Adams, quick start, put him under pressure. Paul McGrath kind of situation, and yeah, who knows?
Side by side as well, so.
Yeah, like Gaffney knows that after. The only thing is, everyone knows how quick Dean Adams is, so Gaffney's under pressure. He knows he's going to be under pressure straight away. He was out well, but Gaffney's out nearly as strongly, and this is going to be a cracking run here from Gaffney. He's storming away from this field. Sykes running as well in second place, and it looks like it's going to be Gaffney, then Sykes, and then Morgan from Clonliffe Harriers.
Big run from Sykes,
massive.
Up to second. But Gaffney really polished up his run there from the heat, and was out straight away, got up and running, finished really strong.
1.6 meters per second.
Yeah, an impressive run from the Rathfarnham man, coached by Kieran McDonough, the Irish long jump record holder, and it's really been having some sparkling performances over the last couple of years. Adams obviously out strongly, but Gaffney actually held him on the start, which you knew the game was up really for Adams there when he was held on. You can see here at the very start, you're expecting Adams to be a foot in front of him after a couple of meters, but Gaffney holds on. They're going to start together pretty much, and you knew it was over then. Gaffney was going to get up for the win, but Sykes, I think, probably the most impressive run there after the heats earlier. One of the Sykes brothers pulling up with an injury, but I think it's Adam Sykes then in second place there. Very impressive performance.
Morgan up for third from Clonliffe.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Dean Adams run out of the medals.
Yeah, in fourth, which you wouldn't have expected at the start of today, but I suppose it was a very, very high level competition, so in fairness, very much on the day. We'll see what the time difference was in those.
So up next we've got the men's wheelchair final.
First three in the women's 100, please.
So in this one we've got Killian Dunn, Andrew Greer and Sean McCullough.
100,
So they're all in the same category. So Dunn, Greer and Sean McCullough. And Mark Miller has withdrawn from this. So these athletes will be getting ready now very shortly. And they'll have seen the two impressive 100-meter performances there. We'll be looking to add to that as well. So from the inside there, I think that's Killian Dunn. Then we have Andrew Greer then in the centre of your shot, and then Sean McCullough then on the left-hand side, going by the start list here. Great aerodynamic helmet there on Killian Dunn.
Not a common event, 100 metres in the wheelchair, is it? It's usually longer stuff.
I think a lot of it is there. I'd say it's probably it is in there, but yeah, you'll see. Trying to think of the British guy's name that was.
Oh yeah, what's his name?
Multiple world records.
He always got to start a London Marathon, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah. Very impressive athlete over a range of distances. But yeah, 100 meters here for these athletes.
We have Killian Dunn, and we have 4.
We'll be getting.
We have Andrew Greer.
Hopefully, I've got the
6, we have Sean
positions right. Yeah, it is Dunn, Greer, and McCullough there, 4, 5, and it looks like lane 7 there, or lane 6. 3, 4, and 6. Sorry. So these athletes on to their starting positions. Getting ready to go here now. So Dunn, Greer, and McCullough. Greer representing Torque RC, and Sean McCullough representing Lakela AG. Killian Dunn with no club on the start list here.
Yeah, Andrew's teammate Mark Miller not here today.
No, and they're off from this one, and it looks like Dunn has got the best start there on the right-hand side of your shot there. He's storming away from Greer there in the centre. McCullough going well on the outside as well, but it looks like it's going to be Killian Dunn getting up for the win in this one. A bit of pressure from Sean McCullough, but Dunn, McCullough and Greer there, first, second and third. So very, very impressive performance there from Killian Dunn. He was pretty much gone from the start, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was straight out. Had McCullough with him for about 60 metres, but then just pulled away at the end.
Certainly a good performance there from Killian Dunn. We've got our results coming up shortly as well for the 100 metres men's there. We see Dunn gone from the start, really. We made a half metre gap then, and it only grew then from there on out. Very impressive performance from Dunn. McCullough was coming after him a little bit over the last 30-40 metres, but Dunn had made the gap early doors. It was game over. Done and dusted, some might say.
Oh, I love it. You're at this too long, Ron.
It's second nature now at this stage. Bad puns all day. I just practice on the kids in school. I just bad puns and bad jokes, and then I file away going, that was a bad joke, don't use that one again. So we've got the men's 5K coming up shortly. It is the, well, looks like this. We've got looks like 2 time trials, 2 more 5K races. So we have kind of a race we saw earlier on was more of a C final, perhaps, C seeded final, and we have a B final, and then we will have the A final later on, including the likes of Tony McCambridge, Colin McLean, John Black, all in there as well. Hiko Tenosa, hopefully here.
Hopefully he got here.
And Conor Bradley and Neil McCartan as well, yeah. We'll see how that goes. And hurdles final as well later on at 3:40, so hurdles final will be taking place. Senior women's hurdles, and then we've got our 2s and our bit of steeplechase action, 4s and 1500s to finish.
Lots to look forward to.
Plenty of action still to come, yeah, absolutely. So up next though is the 5K.
So after 4 rounds of the hammer, our leader is Simon Gallagher. And with hers with a best of 58.68.
So men's 5K up very shortly there. We'll get you some results as we go through. So results from the men's 100 meters.
66.
So we don't have any results from the men yet, but it's 11.83 to Sarah McCarthy for the win in the women's. and we'll give it this field now in a moment. Actually going to take about a 2-minute break just to settle ourselves before the rest of this 5K.
Round 2, measured at 39.30. Presentation for the women's 100 metres. In third position from Dublin City Harriers in the time of 12.02 is Catherine McManus. In second position from City of Lisburn in the time of 12.01 we have Lauren Roy. And our champion in the time of 11.93 is Sarah McCarthy.
So we're back for this men's 5K. Here's the B race in this. We've got Bernard McCullough, Cahir Purvis, we've got Peter Donnelly, Michael Murphy, Gavin Curtin, Kane Collins, Jared Heaney, David Carter, Conor McCann, Gavin McCaffrey, Conor Curran, Owen McGinley, Stephen Prentice, and Dara Crossan of City and Derry SE Spartans. So big North Belfast Harriers contingent.
That's another big round of stags in this one.
So they're really hogging the limelight here, aren't they? You know, Milligan earlier on, and now these lads as well. So this would be a decent race. I'd say you're looking, if we were to make wild assumptions here, I'd say 15-15.
So 15:30, 15:48 in the last heat.
Yeah. Winner in 15-12.
Yeah, it should be well under 15:30 in this one.
Yeah. Could be a tactical affair.
We've got Galway City Harrier in here as well.
We've plenty of her. We've plenty of, as you said, tweets coming in here as well. We've got nothing from North Belfast Harriers at the moment. It's very disappointing. Oh wait, that we actually did. We got some North Belfast Harriers love. There you go. That's what I mean. You gotta
getting all the love here on Twitter.
Look, we'll add you in there in a while. Don't worry, But we'll that goes to show it's well worth our constant mentioning of them. That's it. We've got John T. Glover as well. Back to us again. He was meant to be announcing today, but he's unfortunately in Royal Victoria Hospital. So unfortunately, we'll hope you feel better, John, and we'll get you back out here for some more announcing in the stadium. Always great to hear from you, and hopefully we're doing it justice here. Yeah, I said it is wonderfully well organised and a cracking day. We may never leave. We shall not be moved.
We're like Kanye West, otherwise living in the Atlanta Stadium now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's recording his album in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We might just do that here.
Yeah, well,
might just live here.
I don't know if we'd make as much money as he might, and our album may not be. Well, if Roland Sarlis might be involved, you wouldn't know. But back to basics here. We've gone straight up the front here. That is an athlete who I don't recognise. And I'm going to have to run here. It's a single I don't recognise. Looks like Tullamore Harriers.
It does look like Tullamore Harriers, yes.
And it is, in fact, Michael Murphy there in number 74, gone into second place. And the Dunor Harriers man, number 75, that is
Gavin Curtin. He's gone to the lead here. Young
A third
athlete.
of Dunor as well.
Yeah, that is Kane Collins there in on third place, and Letterkenny AC's Owen McGinley then gone up on the outside there into lane 3. So Stephen Prentice back there will definitely be involved in the pointy end of this later on as well. The Annandale Striders man. Always well stuck into these races, but at the start with Gavin Curtin there, followed by Michael Murphy, followed by Owen McGinley, and followed by the other man from Dunor Harriers, Kane Collins.
Yeah, this could be an early breakaway group here of these 4 athletes.
Of course, we have a North Belfast Harriers man taking closer order, so we'll get an idea on his number there as he comes around with Stephen Prentice then just behind him. And your man from Galway City Harriers is David Carter. He's gone around Prentice. He's holding on to that back of that leading group. All to play for though, 76 seconds. So our 15-10 prediction is probably pretty accurate.
Yeah, we're never really too far off, are we?
No, we're unbelievably accurate. But it is still at the front. The man from Dunor, Gavin Curtin, hoping to close the curtain on the rest of the athletes. Yeah, thanks. Owen McGinley here, the Letterkenny AC man, just up on the outside of Curtin's shoulder there. He's kind of looking like he's about to edge by, but probably no need at the moment. But a breakaway group there of 4, but they've only really broken away about maybe a metre or so from what looks to be about 95 North Belfast Harrier athletes in that race.
Yeah, he wonders he's just been a bit antsy there going into lane 2, and he could just sit in for a lot longer.
Yeah, it's something that you often see, and I think that's probably it's an anxiety thing of like, oh, I need to be on the shoulder here. I can't be, don't want to get boxed in maybe.
Yeah.
But over 5k, you could probably sit in quite nicely there. We'll see how he plays out. You see the 100-meter medalist here, Adam Sykes of Orange Grove in second, Leo Morgan there in third, and Rat Farnham.
They play the percentages, Ronan, and they got 1, Orange Grove.
Orange Grove, yeah. Throw enough stones at a stop sign and one of them will hit, you know. Orange Grove, enter 95 athletes in the 100 metres and you'll get one, alright. No, they're an impressive sprinting powerhouse. A lot of guys, I have to say, there were 3 in the final and maybe 4 or 5 entered overall, and there was a couple of very close to that final as well, so cracking performances there from the Orange Grove Massif. And of course, still in the lead here, Gavin Curtin, Owen McGinley in second, Michael Murphy in fourth, and in third, and Kane Collins in fourth place.
Second race the men's 10,000.
We'll get an idea of the man from North Belfast Harriers there. That is Dara Crossan there in fifth place from City of Derry AC. Spartans. Not too sure on that North Belfast Harriers man there in fifth. Get an idea of his number yet, but a little bit of a gap growing there. They're bringing the Galway City Harrier, David Carter, with him there as well. And the other North Belfast Harrier, the taller athlete there, getting onto the back of the group. Have we got our breakaway group? Has the peloton decided to let them go?
I jinxed it last time saying there's a breakaway group. And they all like accordion back again.
It's very hard to tell at this moment in time, and the North Belfast Harriers, at least because they train together, they tend to kind of seem to run together in races as well, so they kind of move as a group, like sort of a group of Spanish students in the summer moving as one. 224, that is Gavin McCaffrey there. He's in that group there, the North Belfast Harrier, in the centre of the shot. And then that is 51, then is Peter Donnelly.
As we said, there might be a breakaway group, but they're just kind of bunched up again now.
Yeah, they've found out the North Belfast Harriers train there has brought Stephen Prentice back up into that group, but it's still being led here the whole way by Gavin Curtin. McGinley then in second, Murphy then in third, and the City Derry AC Spartans man, Dara Crossan, has made a bit of a burst there, getting up into third place. The athlete there in the red, just kind of hidden behind Michael Murphy.
Spartan,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's Spartan with his energy there.
He's taking it on now. He's going to move into the lead here.
Bringing some of that Spartan warrior spirit.
That's how they do it in Derry.
Yeah, he's gone to the front there. He's a lovely stride on him there as well. He's moving away from that field. The first time that Gavin Curtin has been relieved of his duties at the front of the field. McGinley then in third. Have we got a breakaway group again?
Well, the Spartan is throwing a spanner in the works here. He's going to start stringing them along.
And he certainly has. He's trying to put a little bit of pressure on them now as they come around with 8 laps to go. So 2 miles really left to run. So we've got haven't done a huge amount of running yet. 5:30 there on the clock. But a little bit of a gap growing there. Back to that train of North Belfast Harrier athletes. There's kind of, as you said, a cordoning back and forth. And now we're all starting to get into a little bit more of a single file. McGinley there, still running in that outside lane, so should probably try and slip back into third there if you can. Oh, and we've got a bit of a push on here from the Kane Collins here from Denor Harriers. He's now gone to the front.
Yeah, Derek Cross is still at the front though. 2 Denor boys behind him, Tullamore. Now we've moved again from...
So McGinley there from Letterkenny, yeah. Seems to be an awful lot of energy being used by these athletes.
I was just about to say, it's not the most efficient running from any of them really.
No, we've the North Belfast Harrier there as well. Is it Peter Donnelly? Or no, it's not. It's Gavin McCaffrey there, 2:24 in the centre shot. He bit of a burst to get back up there as well. So they're not running very efficiently here. In fact, the athletes running the most efficiently are the 4 North Belfast Harriers there at the back of that group, who have kind of just tipped away at their pace there the entire way through. But Michael Murphy now, Tullamore Harriers, gone to the front. They're all itching to get to the front. You don't need to be there.
You don't want to be at the front.
No, exactly. Yeah, you want to be sitting in there in the back of that group, nice and relaxed.
Just where David Carty is there from GCH. Just right, tucked in nicely there at the back of the four boys.
Yeah, he hasn't shown really at all, as he's kind of sat in there quite nicely. Hasn't done anything too silly. As we see number 51 there, Peter Donnelly, the tall athlete from North Belfast. He's trying to take closer order into the back of that group as well. So it's kind of getting together there again. There's going to be someone go to their front here and go, I'm going to push this on for another while. We need a new leader. McGinley hasn't led for a while, so let's put him in the front. Maybe they're just being very nice, they're
sharing the workload.
They've been watching the Tour de France and they've gone, yeah, we all need to take a turn at the front. A bit of pushing there from McGinley onto the long-time leader Gavin Curtin, who said, no, I like being in the front, I want to go back there. Some of my happier times are at the front of this 5K.
Switching over again.
Oh yeah, Curtin in the lead.
And Ronan, just when you think we're going to break away group,
to come together again.
Let's come together on that train.
I'm obviously really hoping that Gavin Curtin either blows up horribly or wins the race, so that I can use some sort of Curtin related reference of it being Curtin's. Hopefully, look, he's involved in some description. I wouldn't want to waste that, you know. McGinley there in second.
Ronan, do we have a breakaway 4 here?
We could finally have the breakaway 4. It could be Curtains for the rest of the group. Too early? But it is Carter there from Galway Star Harriers is trying to make his way back up.
The 2 Denor teammates now gonna, you think, work together now here at the front.
We saw on the 10K yesterday, Kissa from Uganda trying to push a 26:40 pace to the front, and I don't think everyone realised how humid it was and nobody went with it, so I don't think it's not that type of pace here at the moment. McGinley is
pushing and shoving here as well.
Really not
handbags.
Maybe that's why he was running on the shoulder of the athlete. Maybe he's an athlete that maybe doesn't particularly like the claustrophobic boxing in nature. As he gets around to the outside again, he needs to run free. That's what McGinley needs to do. He's quite happy there now in 4th place.
David Carton from Galway just hooking onto the back of that group again now.
Yeah, we've 5 laps to go here, 2K to go, so this is where we'll really see the pain etched on the faces, as the North Belfast Harriers are going to have their own mini race to see who wins it between them there from 5 back to 9. But our group looks like it's starting to break away, as we said that for like the 5th time, but it hasn't actually happened, so we'll see now if they can be reined back in.
The Stags just keep joining on whenever we say it.
And it looks like they're going to do the same again there. Gavin McCaffrey there closing that gap a little bit. The Denor Harriers men, Collins and Curtin there at the front. Curtin still leading. Just behind that then the Derek Cosm City of Derry AC Spartans. McGinley then in 4th, and in 5th then is our man from Galway City Harriers, David Carter. So looks like we could have a group of 5 there, and maybe the Belfast Harriers conglomerate has finally broken.
Bit of a shoulder in here for David Crossan and the Denor boys. The Spartan now is going to take this on.
Yeah, it's putting a bit of pressure on here now with a mile to go, so could be a fairly decent performance here from these athletes. But gone to the front again, Kane Collins gone to the front and putting a bit of pressure on. There's so much toing and throwing this. They definitely could have ran a little bit faster than they're going to run by being a bit more consistent, but we'll see how it goes from Gavin Curtin there, a long-time leader, into second place, and crossing then in third, McGinley fourth, Carter fifth, and then it is Peter Donnelly and Gavin McCaffrey then in fourth and fifth. Sorry, in sixth and seventh for North Belfast Harriers.
Kane Collins running well. Looks a bit laboured in his stride though.
Yeah, a lot of arm action there from Collins, but he's starting to put a bit of pressure on there. You can see McGinley, it's for athletes that were dying to be on top of each other and in each other's faces. They're now starting to get a bit strung out. So
he's injected a lot of pace here. See if he can keep it going.
He does. He's not an athlete that looks like he's running very fast, but he's obviously putting a lot of pressure on those athletes behind with 3.5 laps to go, or 3 and a bit laps to go here for these athletes. Kane Collins really trying to churn it out here, put the pressure on the rest of the athletes behind. Gavin Curtin second. Carter, I think, is our dark horse here from Galway City Harriers. Has never really done a whole lot of work and has always been hanging in.
Yeah, he's probably ran the most efficient race of any of these 5.
And then we've got a group of Belfast Harriers there coming together again.
A wall of yellow.
A beautiful yellow ochre, I believe. I think that'll be a serious battle there for the stag prizes.
The club rep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who's buying the coffees on Sunday, you know? But serious battle here between the two Donora Harriers, man, in front of this field. Kane Collins and Gavin Curtin. We've got 2.5 laps to go. We've got a K to go, and these athletes are striding out here at the front of this field, looking very, very good. They've broken David Carter, they've broken Dara Crossan, and definitely broken McGinley there, who's trying to catch up with McCossan. But these two athletes look like they're getting away from Carter. But this race is, we've said this many times, we've concluded, we've closed the book, and it's only been torn back open again by some of the athletes here. Carter looks like he's going to do the same again. He's really struggling now, but he's trying to get onto the back of those, dropping the arms, his shoulders are going.
This could be the decisive move here from Carty. Not from Carty, from Curtin, sorry. No, Carty could get up for second here.
Yeah, it's all to play for here. McGinley looks full of running there back in fourth place on McGinley, but you'd be expecting he's going to have lost the gap. If he had it in him, he'd be up on their shoulder there. Carter struggling a little bit, trying to hold on to these two, the Norman. Bit of a gap growing to Carter, and Carter then back to McGinley. McGinley, as I said, full of running at the moment. Maybe he'll tear up that back straight and try and catch those boys. And some of the Belfast Harriers are making a bit of a run for it there as well. So we'll see how that goes. But Kane Collins and Gavin Curtin here with 600 metres left to run. Who's your money on?
Yeah, Curtin's done all the hard work here. I think he's gonna use the strength to endure this one out. But as we said, his Donor teammate is deceptively fast.
He is. He looks like he's
knackered all the time.
Yeah, he does. He looks like he's struggling there, but he's actually, with a lap to go here, he's on his shoulder, and it's going to be a cracking finish between these two boys, and Carter and McCrossan, McGinley, and we've got a North Belfast Harrier here getting up for third place as well. That's I think that's Gavin McCaffrey as well getting up for third place or fourth place. But serious battle about to ensue here between these two athletes. 300 metres left to run here, and it looks like it's going to be Gavin Curtin's trying to put the pressure on Kane Collins, and Kane Collins is using every muscle fibre that he's ever even seen, ever even produced, is trying to muscle his way back up, and he's looking at the watch. He needs to be looking at the man in front. At 2:50 left to run, and he's trying to close that gap, but it looks like Curtin is going to be, with 200 metres left to run, looks like he's got this sewn up, but Kane Collins will come after him again. Curtin is full of running here with 150 to go.
He's really striding out now. You can see in his legs. Looking really good, coming in with about 100 metres to go.
Yeah, he's looking really, really strong here. Curtin in turns into home straight. He's going to end up running about 15-20 or so, and then Curtin just behind him, and Carter is getting out, trying to get up for second place. Will he catch him before the end? He's holding off McCaffrey here from
North Belfast Harrier, and it is Curtin with the win. It's Curtains for everyone else. I missed it. I was too excited.
15-12. We're bang on as usual, Ron.
15-12. Called it. Kane Collins then for second place. Third place, I think David Carter in the end, and then it was McCaffrey and McCrossen battling it out then for fourth place. So the North Belfast Harriers massive are all coming in here one after the other. So we'll get the full results of that in a moment. Michael Murphy as well from Tullamore Harriers, one of the early leaders. So you can see when things go wrong in the 5K and you're involved with 2K to go, but it's that last 2K really is. It's where the medals are won.
It's make or break time. So it's our second of 3 5Ks.
It is, yeah, the big one yet to come.
5Ks up here.
Mad for the 5Ks, yeah. And surely North Belfast Harriers could have had their own private meet and then just sent the top 3, you know. But yes, 15:48, Sean McLaughlin, that first one, 15:58, and then you can see here, Curtin from Denora Harriers, he's striding up the home straight, full of running here. Kane Collins with that kind of long stride, anguish stride that he has, with 50 metres of run, and Carter getting up for that bronze medal. But Collins, all the way from the start, he was always trying to get to the lead. He only needs to be there at the end, but he was. It was lights out, night and night, Curtains for everyone else.
Love it.
There's something to work on there. I hope he progresses and continues to run.
Yeah, they're young guys. They'll learn a lot from that.
And then we have what looks to be the Hammer, I'd say. Is my yes. The Hammer results. I'll get them here for you. So Simon Galligan there with the win, 60.93. Former Belvedere student, now throwing for Clonliffe Harriers. Brendan O'Donnell then 57.30 in second place, and Damien Crawford up for third place, gets his medal. Lefford Strabane man 28.66, just edging out Bosco Reid, the wonderfully named Bosco Reid from Finn Valley, with a 25.48. So it was a good battle between those two boys in that one. So one last.
Next?
We have the... What do we have? That's a good question. We have a lot more to come. We have the senior men's 5K on track. It contains John Black, Gavin Corey, Adam Spratt, Christopher Fielding. No questions for him afterwards. He's not feeling any. And then Ben Guyden, former Belvedere student as well, Clonliffe Harrier. Brian Fay's scratch from this one. Peter Gracie. I don't see Hiko Tenosa out there. I do see Hiko Tenosa. He's made it.
He made it.
There was we had left too early for him this morning, and all the buses and trains I think were booked, so we unfortunately couldn't go and retrieve him from Dublin. But we could bring him back. We could bring him back. Yeah, we'll bring him back. And he's delighted with himself to be here. He's the senior champion at the national championships in Dublin.
Isn't it? He is a class athlete.
Yeah, it's no beating Hiko, but
I don't know if you want to give some background into his story, 'cause you probably know better than me.
So yeah, well he's come across from Ethiopia a couple of years back for a race, and he's undergone a little bit of troubled times over when he was back in Ethiopia, and was had to come here then as a refugee, and I suppose from then kind of started working in Blackrock College then as a running coach in there, and running with DSD, and looked after by Eddie McDonough, and then became an Irish citizen, and he's after running internationally for Ireland now as well, coached now by Phelim Kelly of the Dublin Track Club, and he's working away there and running, and won a national 5 and 10K, and he's a man, is very, as I said to you on the way up, a lovely fella.
Great story, lovely guy. Top bloke,
yeah. And he's basically created the warm-up in the Dublin Track Club as well, so he's
very elaborate warm-up.
It's a glorious warm-up, yeah, kind of dancing and everything, and very, very entertaining. So it's high energy, and he's a high energy man. He's gone straight to the frontier. Conor Bradley as well, probably the other major character in this field, who's going to be involved in this one, is good. We're very good over 1500 as well. He's gone second, and Neil Johnston then in third. So we'll give you a really good picture of these guys now in a moment. So Neil, I think that's Neil. I'm not going to make any assumptions here, because I've messed this up before. Sean, or you've Neil Johnston, and you have Johnson and Johnston.
Very confusing. So we'll just check there. Sorry, you have Neil McCartan and you have Neil Johnston. 2 Neils. So that is Neil McCartan in this one. So Neil McCartan is well capable of getting stuck into this field as well. But he goes in there, and we've got Conor Bradley. Conor Bradley's on 13.50, so you won't be too far behind.
Yeah, these two are setting the stall out very early.
They certainly are. Neil McCartan there in 3rd place. We've got in 4th place there, that looks like the Beachbound Harriers athlete Peter Gracie. And then behind that, then that looks like a Tale C vest, isn't it? But I don't think it is. But let's see. Beachbound Harriers are green, as far as I recollect. And then just behind that, we've got the Annandale man, Striders man, Adam Spratt is in there in 6th. And we've got an North Belfast Harriers man then as well, which is John Black in there as well. So John Black is in there. John Craig has actually pulled from the field as well. So at the moment it is Bradley and Hiko Tanosa.
Neil McCartan in 3rd.
Yeah, Neil McCartan, East Down AC. If you've ever seen the East Down AC YouTube,
Great
stream,
YouTube.
yeah, that's I think that's Neil McCartan.
Very good. Very informative. Keeps you up to date with everything going on in athletics.
They're always on all over it. We see Hiko Tanosa getting passed here by Conor Bradley. Perhaps
It's a bit of consultation, I wonder, before this.
it looked like it. Hiko seemed to pull out into lane 2 there, so they might be looking to try and run a decent time here between the two of them. So we've got, I said Neil McCartan is flying it at the moment as well. He's in good shape. He's in 3rd place there. He's been running running well across the board.
Yeah, there's no doubt about this. We definitely have a breakaway group in this one.
Yes, yeah, that's undeniable. 13.50 athlete there, Conor Bradley running away. He's around 3.42 there recently as well, and he's running incredibly well. Is Conor Bradley, so 3.42. He's probably quicker than he got around a 4.04 mile there recently. So Bradley would certainly fancy himself at the end of this race, but he's hoping to run a decent time here as well, and he's putting the pressure on early doors. Bradley, of course, beating Tanosa indoors this year over 3K as well. So these two athletes will be similar standard, I think. At the moment, Tanosa probably a little bit quicker personal best wise, but maybe not as quick over the last couple of laps. But they're absolutely flying along here now at the moment.
For wheelchair 100 meters, in 3rd position, in time of 16.
Unfortunately, didn't get the pace on that one. Have you an idea of
Andrew Greer of Torque?
how well they're moving there?
Hiko's always great to watch. He's small, but his leg goes all the way back. He's almost kicking his butt.
Yeah, he's a lovely long stride. He's 85% leg, I believe, and uses them to good performances here over 5 and 10K. He's absolutely flying it there. Bradley as well, a kind of long arm carriage there on Bradley. He's come around there. That's 3.5 laps gone, so we've come up to the mile there on the back straight. McCartan there in that second group, and we have Strive Rubbing Club's Garen Corey there going into 3rd place, and then we have a big group then of a whole range of athletes there working together at the moment, but no doubt about the front of this field, Tanosa and Bradley working together. They're moving in and out and allowing each other through to take on the laps.
4.25 for the mile.
So 4.25 is some fairly serious moving through the mile. So we're looking at as I work out some very bad calculations, 13, about 13.35, 13.40 pace, thereabouts.
It looks like they've decided to alternate every 800 meters or so here.
Yeah, it's good work between the two of them, two athletes of a similar standard, just hoping to try and run personal bests here today, or close to it, or run good performances here. Not many chances to run this summer, obviously still with some restrictions, so it's good to see these athletes getting stuck in here and trying to run a decent time. Gavin, lost his name there. Gavin Corey from Strive Running Club then as well, gone into 3rd place. The club of Tommy Hughes, the marathoner, and then we have a whole group of athletes there as well. I see Colin McLean in there as well, as a brother of Colin McLean, the school's 1500 meter record holder, around 3:43 when he was in school, and 3:46 I think at the school's event. Tony McCambers as well from St Malachy's AC, regular participant there over 3 and 5k in the schools as well. So athletes coming through into the senior ranks as well. I see Ben Guyden in there as well, the Clonliffe Harrier. He'd been running around 15-20 as well. So lots of fine athletes there in that second group, being led at the moment by Neil McCartan of East Down AC. Seems to have been running for many a year now. Still at the front of this field though, Hiko Tanosa and Connor Bradley there, 1 and 2 at the moment.
Connor Bradley of City Dairy Sparks.
Yeah, they're not letting up this pace at all.
Gavin Corey without a 40-metre lead.
Gavin Corey still in third. All on his own, which is never easy. Kind of caught in no man's land between the two boys and that big group behind him.
Yeah, certainly a massive group there, and Corey is kind of left on his own at the moment, and maybe he's happy enough to try and push away and hold on to bronze and bridge, make it too much of a gap for them to bridge, but certainly huge gap between him and the athletes in first and second here, Bradley and Tanosa. It's certainly becoming it's going to be a fairly fast time. I'm not too sure of the championship record here at Mary Peters Stadium, but I'd say it's pretty quick. But I know that obviously the Northern Irish senior men's record, Dermot Donnelly 13:27, not probably going to be under threat today, but not too far off. Bradley's ran 13:50, so you wouldn't expect him to be able to make that much of a jump, but won't be too far off.
The lead is alternated again.
Yeah, they just alternate the lead again, so now it's Bradley in front. Working really closely together, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's great to see like two athletes of that kind of similar standard that are willing to work together. You might have seen maybe them come up and go, and Bradley think, oh well, I've ran faster than them over 1500, so if I just sit in, I could sit in them the whole way. But I suppose when they're at that level, there's an element of respect and wanting to try and run as fast as they possibly can, and hope
until the last kilometre, and then
and then Bradley sits on Hiko. No, but you'd expect Connor Bradley is the quicker over the 15, so you think he might try and sit on Tanosa, but it'll be an interesting battle over that last kilometre anyway, for sure.
So we hit the 3k mark at 8:21.
Swift through 3k, 8:21.
Yeah, that's fairly tasty now. 8:21, it's lovely moving, and in around 13:45, 13:50 pace. So we'll see how these boys go over the last couple of laps. But Tanosa, it's well within his wheelhouse, so maybe he'll take a crack at it over that last 2 kilometres.
200-metre lead on our third runner.
Yeah, Hiko taking on the lead now once again.
Sorry, and I just text him there to tell him that we'll give him a lift home as well, just in case he's under pressure. But he'll be trying to run as fast as he can here anyway to get to the finish. I wonder at what point this nice little truce built up between the two lads will break down.
I think Hiko took that on earlier than
expected.
The usual alternating points.
Okay, yeah.
That makes sense.
And he's starting to, looks like he's a little bit of a gap starting to grow there.
Yeah, so maybe he's made a move here.
Well, great to see that they've put that 8:20 pace, and Bradley hopefully will be able to keep going and run a season's best here.
Yeah, it does look like Hiko has made a move of sorts.
Yeah,
Bradley's struggling now to keep this pace going.
Yeah, he certainly is. He looked like he was very, very comfortable there, but I'd say when that move was made, he's not even responded really. So a mile to go, he'll still be able to hang on. He'll be trying to edge his way back up to Hiko Tanosa, but Hiko looks absolutely full of running here and striding out down the back straight, and coming up now with 3.5 laps left to run for Tanosa.
Gavin Corey still looking smooth here. So it's a nice, safe lead from the third group.
Yeah, you were thinking there as well that he's made enough of a gap, but these athletes are going to start to get after him now over this last couple of laps, and that looks like Christopher Fielding there going after Corey. It's a long, fair old distance to get over 3.5 laps, but over 5k, you don't know how things will result over the last couple of laps. But Fielding trying to chase down Gavin Corey there, who's been on his own in a very thankless endeavour there in the bronze medal position.
Yes, tough being in a distance race, being in no man's land.
Yeah, he's very much caught in his own there, and it's I wouldn't envy him now on the slightest. I'd much rather be back in that position there in that group that are battling and be going for it in there. But he's struck for gold there. He's panning for gold, and he might come up with bronze. A K to go for Tenosa as well. And we're on 11:13, so you're looking. It's going to be around that 13:40 pace.
Fantastic running.
Which is incredibly very good running. And I said I wonder what the championship best performance is here. I wouldn't think it's too much faster than that as Higo starts to pass the back markers. That's Tony McCambers there, a good 5k junior athlete, and Tenosa coming through there. He's got 2 laps to go now. And Bradley there as well. Bradley 3-4 seconds down, so you wouldn't think there's much challenge to come from him now over this last couple of laps, but he'd be hoping to run. I think his personal best is 13:50, or at least it's a seasonal best anyway of 13:50, so could be an impressive performance from Bradley here as well. And I suppose the biggest battle then is going to be for that 3rd place position. It's 2 laps to go for Corey here, and
Corey still has his I think his lead has been etched away, but he still has a firm grip on bronze here.
You'd have to think he's not going to get caught at this stage. We're obviously hoping he does get caught so we can go wild up the home straight, but it doesn't look like he's going to get caught at this stage. And that is 291 then, which is Gary Crummy of Newry AC. He's going after him there at the moment, and Tenosa is flying up the home straight, and they're going to possibly lap these lads over the last lap. Come towards the bell here now for Tenosa. 12:50 on at the bell, so you're looking maybe at a lap. Maybe he'll run about 13:53 or so, maybe on that last lap, depending on how he goes here now. But Bradley running well as well. Well, that must be a personal best from Bradley of 13:50, so he's trying to close there. Unlikely he's to close at that pace, but Tenosa is absolutely pouring it on down the back straight here. He's flying it. He looks like he's only just entered the race with 200 metres left to run. He's getting to chase all these back markers as well as he goes by. And these athletes, by the way, are in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th position in this race. So showing there he's going in and out as he comes up with 150 metres left to run. He's absolutely flying it here. It looks like it could be around that 13:50 spot. And
he's looking over his shoulder. I don't think he's to worry too much. I think he has this new.
Yeah, Bradley will be close enough to that personal best as well. We have a lap to go for Corey as well. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But Tenosa, is he going to run that 13:50? It's going to be a little bit slower than 13:50. It's 13:53 for Tenosa. Bradley just behind that at about 13:55. And we have Corey still to come in 3rd place.
So we're looking over, and it's Gavin Corey. Gavin may just have enough to hold off.
Big distance back to Gavin Corey. He's about 250 metres now to run.
Brad just moved up into 5th, just ahead of Peter Tracy.
Yeah, he's starting to look around him.
He's been chased down, but I think he's okay as long as he just keeps the head down now and grinds it out.
Yeah, I don't want to be an insane finish here from Gary Crummy over the last 150. It's not going to happen unless we see a serious blow up here. And Corey is going to be rewarded for his striking for home from early doors. As Crummy is making a bit of an effort here, but he's got too much to do. But Corey made that big effort, went out on his own, endured the misery of about 10 laps on his own, and he's going to be rewarded with a great bronze medal and probably a decent enough time here now as well, probably just inside 15 minutes, so cracking performance from him. Crummy then coming in, Beachwood Harriers, then Peter Gracie then in 4th, Annandale Striders, Adam Spratt then in 6th.
Yeah, it's just all sprawled out on the track. You love to see it at the end of a 5k.
Yeah, it was a fairly tasty pace there.
Bodies everywhere.
And I'd say it's a little bit warmer on track side than it is up here at the moment. We're getting a bit cold up here, but it is fairly
humid, I'd say, down on trackside, but good performances there. 13:53 is good running.
Yeah, brilliant running from Nico. He's a class act.
He's different gravy, in fairness, he's absolutely flying at the moment and really turning it on there over that last couple of laps. So we have Donald Kearns, Josh Armstrong and Jordan Cunningham come here now in the hurdles, and they've been laid out. So you see Tony McCambridge finishing up here now as well. St. Malachy's.
St. Malachy's a great school for distance running.
Absolutely, and obviously the club there as well. And McCambridge actually went to school whose name I cannot remember, but he didn't go to Malachy's, which was fortunate, because if he did, they
would have been unbeatable.
They had McLean, who was in that race, and Adam Ferris and a few more as well as of that vintage. So McCambridge luckily chose to go to a different school, thankfully. Trinity Comprehensive, or Trinity something.
Okay. Now, Ronan, we talked earlier about the women's hurdles. I'm looking at these men's hurdles, and they're even more frightening.
Yeah, diabolical. Like there's no need for it. We see an attempt at 2:10 there in the men's high jump. I'll just quickly get that result as we discuss the almost cruel height of the 100-meter hurdles. Senior men's high jump, that was Kieran Connolly from Lakela AC, and he's got over at 2:05, as is Jonathan Heath of SS, so I'm not sure of his club there. And we had some decent jumping outside that as well, but those two athletes...
The SS surely isn't a good name for a club.
I'm hoping it's a typo.
Might have to revise that one.
That'll need some work. But 2:05 there from Kieran Connolly and Jonathan Heath. They went straight over 2:05, so now jumping at 2:10. That was a first attempt for Kieran Connolly from Lakela. So we'll see here now how that plays out. As we see our man from SS, Jonathan Heath. I think that looks like that's a club singlet I recognise. Hard to know, but it looks kind of like a Lagan Valley type scenario. But I've never seen this young man before, Jonathan Heath.
Great flowing hair.
He's winning the Head and Shoulders award that we dished out earlier on. It's impressive locks.
Please report the start.
We'll get an idea of who he is here. We'll go to Google. But no, 2:10 they're attempting here at the moment. They've with both gone well at that one. The first article that comes up is about a parachute jump going wrong. So I don't think that's the Jonathan Heath.
Unless he had a miraculous
recovery, yeah. See Kieran Connolly here going for his second attempt at 2:10. So just edging the ground there. You can see they have two different spikes. So you see he might have one normal spike and one jumping spike. And the jumping spike will have spikes on the back of that spike as well. So you often see they have actually
probably more support as well with it.
Yeah, and a lot more support, particularly in the heel. So here he has. Comes flying in, and he's incredibly close to that.
So close.
So we'll see how that plays out for Kieran Connolly. And Jonathan Heath is he's very hard to find. There's a Jonathan Heath that has done some high jumping. This could be him. I think this is surely him. Birmingham University, Sheffield and Durn club. So from Yorkshire, perhaps is the man with the plan here in the high jump. I suspect that is him. So he's a personal best of 2:10. So he'll have potentially equaled that there. I'm not sure if he got over in the previous jump, but he won't be far off it there. He's personal best territory.
Final call for all hurdlers.
I know he mustn't have cleared it the last time. So this is a equaling his personal best attempt here for Jonathan Heath in this men's high jump. Himself and Kieran Connolly. This is his second attempt, so 2 failures for Kieran Connolly. As much as jumping well above 2 meters in height is a failure in life.
That's rubbish, isn't it?
It's crazy though, isn't it? Like, I shouldn't use the word failure. I must think of it. We'll have to think of a different term, because 2:05 they've jumped. Just willy-nilly. That's what I'm saying. A high jump would be a good option. It's an impressive. Here he is going for 2:10, and he's just clipped it.
Another very good attempt.
This is his second attempt. He's got one more. The Sheffield man. But yeah, it is very much you could just be like, I know, did you ever hear Kouros Farugi? He was a high jumper there. He jumped about, he must have jumped 220 or so in the end. Very good high jumper, but he'd be doing things like, oh yeah, see that car over there? I can jump over that car. And then he would jump over that car. And that was impressive. So I think you could use it for that kind of stuff. Just generally jumping around the place.
Just jumping, yeah. What do they call it? Parkour.
Parkour, yeah. I'd say he would have been very good at that, yeah. And gymnastics and stuff, but yeah, the distance running, not very impressive. High jump, particularly impressive. Long jump, if you measure out 8 meters and you go, I can jump that on the ground, people will be like, well, that's pretty impressive. But no, these two athletes, maybe we've missed an attempt there, so that could be the third attempt, so they're at 2:05. So this is actually going to be a draw, I suspect. Never seen this before.
How does that work?
I don't know. They both have clean clearances the whole way through, so they could go for a jump off at a lower height, go back to 2:05 and see who jumps.
Sounds thrilling.
It sounds thrilling. I don't know if it is thrilling, but it is sound thrilling. I don't know what the scenario is. I've never seen it before. But it'll either be a jump off or some sort of angle on that. Maybe start the whole competition again. No, I think they got it back down to a lower height and then they have to jump at that.
Sudden death, whoever misses first.
I think so, man. I don't know. I don't want to put words into my own mouth. But perhaps. But we'll have the hurdles in between and we'll figure out what the story is then.
So yeah, men's hurdles next.
Men's hurdles, here we've got Donald Kearns. We're not 100% sure what's happening in the high jump. So they made a shared medal, maybe some sort of large scissors and cut it in two.
Very few entered in the hurdles, which is disappointing.
It is, but as we discussed earlier, terrifying event.
I think we scared them all off.
So we have Donald Kearns, Josh Armstrong and Jordan Cunningham, 3 men. In fact, we look to only have 2 of them down there and 1 man standing behind. There's definitely 3 of them, isn't there? Maybe Donald Kearns has seen the height of these hurdles and said, nah, not for me. Not 2 men.
2 men, just go. Bronze will never be
dished out.
Be a hole in the history books.
So we have Josh Armstrong, Jordan Cunningham, 2 mad characters.
You'd want to be mad.
Lunatics of the highest order, trying to go over these hurdles. So they're both City of Lisburn AC men. Club men batting it out. Jordan Cunningham, I know, is a bit of a multi-events star as well up here, so running well, but he's been beaten out at the moment by Josh Armstrong from City of Lisburn, and Josh Armstrong looks like he's going to get the win in this one. He can just stay upright, and it is going to be Armstrong, and a little bit of a struggle there from Cunningham, but he got there in the end. But Armstrong followed by Cunningham.
Yeah, Cunningham just clipped one, and then once you clip one, you fall into the other one, and you can never recover from that.
Yeah, they were kind of. It was too tight of a margin between them for there to be any mistakes from Cunningham. But you see, you can point us out to us here as we go along.
Yes, Cunningham is the.
Yeah, 6 and 7 there. I'd say were probably the 2 that he's gone for, and this must be a PB here for Josh Armstrong. He's delighted with that. 14.77. It's good hurdling. So it's an impressive result from Josh Armstrong. Jordan Cunningham, I think, has competed in a few different events today and over the last couple of days. So impressive from him. But we've got a medal presentation here. We've got our good man Gavin Corey here, 14.52, finishing 3rd. And then we have Hiko Tanosa with the win, and Conor Bradley then in 2nd. So 13.53.
Ron, you'll have to stop the shop for Hiko on the way home. And
I'd say we'll have to get a few balloons maybe. So Hiko with the win, Bradley in 2nd, and then Corey then in 3rd, Crummy then in 4th, 14.57. And let's go and have a look there. But yeah, Gavin Curtin then in the B race there. He ended up finishing probably in around 8th, 9th, 10th place. He probably should have been in that higher category there, but a decent field there. So Tanosa, Bradley, Corey, Crummy, Gracie, Spratt, John Black, Ben Guyden, Christopher Fielding, and Tony McCambridge.
Yeah, with the women's hurls next, and it's going to be a great race between Liliana Hora and Catherine McManus. And Megan Mars, of course, former Commonwealth athlete, City of Lisburn AC.
presentation for the men's 110 metre hurdles. In
Presentation now for the
second position,
110 hurdles.
Jordan Cunningham.
Jordan Cunningham, silver medal.
And our champion, very happy man with big new PB from City of Lisburn, Josh Armstrong.
So we're
That was a PB for Josh Armstrong for the City of Lisburn in the hurdles.
Yeah, he was delighted with that. And actually, when you see them up in the podium, I know they're on a podium, so they are actually put up higher. But they are actually two tall men as well,
So next
which
up
I'm
here,
sure helps.
Sarah Koval.
We've got on track at the moment the women's hurdles: Megan Mars, City of Lisburn, Sarah Connolly, Anna McCauley, Kate Doherty, Lillian O'Hora, Emer Kelly, Niamh McCorry, and Bevan McCaffrey. And I think this is one we've been really looking forward to throughout the day. Lillian, Kate Doherty, and Megan Mars. They're in lanes 3, 4, and 5, and I think that is Anna McCauley then in lane 6. I'll get a better picture of that in a second. But 3, 4, and 5. This is going to be incredibly
Yeah,
close.
looking forward to this. No margin for error here in this one.
No, you can see there Megan Mars probably slightly taller than the other two athletes. Just there, number 91, right of your shot. Doherty in the yellow spikes and yellow top, in the kind of right of centre, and then Lillian O'Hara there in that orange top. It's going to be like they've all ran in around 1350, 1360 there in that heat, all very similar PBs. And as you said, no margin for error, which then leads to a lot of nerves and a lot of tension. If you can have a tactical 100 metre hurdles, maybe this could be it. So plenty of other athletes in this one as well. Anna McCauley from the City of Lisburn is entered in this one as well. Sarah Connolly. We've got Emer Kelly, Niamh McCorry, and Bevan McCaffrey as well. So good to see a full field here, and the heats earlier on in the 100.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Tougher than the men.
Absolutely, not as fearful as of the heights as the lads. I do feel sorry for those lads once again. You know, you can see there, like you can see the difference in height there between the two. So the women's hurdles is actually probably can be slightly too low. So you actually see way more falls in the 100 meter hurdles and 400 meter hurdles for women because they can go much faster. Hurdles aren't as high. Whereas in the men's, they can actually pick up enough speed for them to fall over. With hilarious results, I'm sure, and obviously dangerous results. But
As long as we're not part of it.
yeah, exactly. From up here, feel pretty safe.
Our next event on the
What a
track.
cracking race to come, and then we've got those men's and women's 200 meters, bit of steeplechase action, and then finishing off with the 4s and 1500 meters to come. So we got some really exciting races. Got a couple of 1500 meter races to come. 3 1500 meter men's races to round out the day.
Action packed.
You gotta love it. Like.
You can get this to the Olympics.
No, the Olympics.
Watching hockey.
It's a mugs game. The Olympics. They ain't got nothing on this. And we're very much on time here as well for these hurdles events.
Where else did you find it, Ronan? Everything's
Athletics Northern Ireland, you know.
oozes efficiency.
What would you say the standard bearer? I'd say
100%. The
Number
gold
one.
standard on this island.
absolutely. Say no more. Say no more. But yes, going to be a cracking race here. I'm really looking forward to this. Obviously, we have to deal with the sprinter nonsense of the next 15 minutes
Yeah,
of
they've
wandering
been warming
around.
up since we got here at
Yeah.
9 o'clock this morning.
No, in this case, they are actually setting out the hurdles. We were only
As Linda
guessing.
Fitzpatrick once said, have you ever seen a racehorse warm up?
Or a cat. Throw water on a cat.
Don't think
off,
so.
off it goes. Yeah. No mess. But would the cat, if the cat warmed up or the horse warmed up, could they go even faster? You know.
That's the question.
I always find if you look at greyhounds and horses and how they train, there must obviously, I don't know the physiological differences or anything between it all, but they don't really do a whole lot of training. They just kind of wander about. Greyhounds go for a walk. They don't even run. Might be let off for a little run every once in a while, but they don't
We
do a
could
whole lot.
revolutionise the horse riding game if we just start training the
Get the
horses.
miles in, like
Just got up their mileage a bit.
yeah.
Did
There
a few
must
rep
be
sessions.
They must be. They want the money in it. They must be putting a lot of
Maybe they haven't.
thought into that. I don't know.
Get a few fartleks going.
You'd have to assume that they've got the old speed play going at some point. I don't know what they're at. I know in cycling, didn't they, Team Sky, one of the big things they ran about was like, oh, we actually cool down after a race and no one else does. And you're like, you're professional, like, endurance athletes, like, how are you not cooling down? How's this not happening?
The 1%, is it?
One of many 1%.
The 1% gains.
Well, yeah, strange. But anyway, enough of us and our revolutionary horse racing efforts. Could you do the same with these athletes? So just go for a little jog there, quick walk up and down the track. Out for a quick gallop.
You're not going to get sprinters to do too much mileage.
Well, in this one, as you see, right your shot there. We'll give you the full rundown of the athletes. We've got Annalise Niamh McCrory there on the right hand side. The 409 is Anna McCauley from City of Lisburn, who surely must be done at this stage in terms of the amount of events and races she's done. Then we have Megan Mars there, number 91, City of Lisburn, just on the right hand side of the centre of your shot. Then we have Kate Doherty, 206, right in the centre there. And then we have Liliane O'Hara from Duneen, just left of centre. Then one, been hidden by the judge there, but 171 is Sarah Connolly from North Down AC. 126 then is Emer Kelly from City of Derry AC Spartans, and then Bevan Caffrey, who is unattached on our programme, but we reckon at Annalee Annandale Striders. Annalee, there's another confusing one as well. Annalee I think is in Cavan, and Adale I don't know.
You're right.
Yeah.
Rolling Service Annalee, that's Cavan, but then Paul Pollock is Annandale.
Yeah, I think that's in Belfast.
Annandale Striders, yeah.
Yeah, very confusing. I've made that mistake many a time.
Who's your money on here?
Huh?
Who's your money on?
My money is on Megan Mars.
Yeah.
I think she's got the better PB. She looked very relaxed in her race. The other two athletes had to push probably a little bit harder in their race. But hard to know. Very, very, very close race. And then we have the potential, messing it up factor because it's so tight. So I don't know, but I'm gonna go Megan Mars. Who are you going with? There's no Giants Causeway on offer here now.
Yeah, I'll go with Mars, then O'Hara, and then Doherty. 1, 2, 3.
I'd say that's probably where I go as well. I look forward to us being completely wrong.
Yeah. Egg in our face.
It's one of the races of the day here, so get your excitement levels built up, turn off that nonsense Olympics, and get going here for this women's 100-metre hurdles here. Athletics Northern Ireland and Ulster Championships. Liliane O'Hara from Duneen, Kate Doherty there from DSD, centre of shot, and Megan Mars, City of Lisburn. These three are the most likely medalists.
Not wearing the Duneen singlet though, what are your views on that? People not wearing their club singlet at races?
Non-championship events gets thumbs up.
Yeah.
Championship events, then
thumbs down.
Club best. Just my opinion.
That's Duneen for you.
It's no NS track is what you're saying. It's a little rivalry you've got going here. But less said about the Clare Limerick rivalries, the better. The main athletes, as we said, Megan Mars, Kate Doherty, and Liliane O'Hara settled into their blocks here. It's going to be incredibly close. Ratchet up the excitement levels here now. And Mars out very, very strongly there, but Doherty getting to the hurdle first, and Liliane and Doherty and Mars. Mars is definitely stealing a little bit of a march here. She's about a half a metre in front. O'Hara's getting back at her again, but it is going to look like it's going to be Mars here over the last hurdle. Mars by about a metre, O'Hara in second, and Doherty in third. And Liam, you can pat yourself on the back there.
Yeah, we called that one. We're here for a reason, Ronan.
It's just, we really know our hurdles.
Liliane got out quick, and looks like they were stride for stride, but then the last about 9-10 hurdle, Megan Mars just pulled away at the end.
Yeah, she definitely looked like the classier athlete over those last couple of hurdles.
Yes, just getting out of the blocks here. McCarthy got out really well, and so did Liliane. And then Megan Mars, when she got into her stride, she was just better over the hurdles. Liliane neck and neck here, but then Mars just is better coming back onto the ground and pushing off. And she's over the moon. Is that a PB?
It is a PB, I think, and I think I couldn't fully hear the announcer there, but it sounded like it was a Commonwealth Games standard, which would be tremendous.
for Megan Myers. I'm just trying to find my notes on the hurdles, which I seem to have lost for some reason. Were you hiding them on me? There they are. So I think it is going to be a PB for Megan Myers. Yes, it is. She's ran 13:43. Sorry, it's not. It is a very close to PB. Her PB is 13:32, but it is a seasonal best. 13:32 is her personal best, but she's very, very close to that with a 13:35 performance there. And I wouldn't be shocked that Liliana Hora wasn't close to her PB of 13:53 there. But incredible performance there from all three, really. Megan Myers and Liliane.
Yeah, they're all happy out. Liliana's delighted there.
Liliane seems a bit confused by the whole scenario, but it's hard to tell. But Myers, definitely the winner there, but we'll find out now if that's what the Commonwealth Games standard is.
Presentation to senior women's triple jump. In third position, Blackrock, County Louth.
Sarah Buggy was here, so she's won the triple jump.
Erica, just go back there.
Yes, she's. In fairness, she's been hiding on us all day.
11 meters and 13.
Appeared out of nowhere.
Natalie McCrory of City of Lisburn.
She's appeared from the mist, and I'll give you her triple jump.
Sarah Buggy.
So we've got Sarah Buggy with a 12:57 performance. Second place then Natalie McCrory from the City of Lisburn with an 11:13 performance there in round 2. And then it was a serious battle on then for third place. You had Kate Lenny jumping 10:62. You had Erica Giuseppe from Blackrock jumping 10:79, and you had Anna McKinty from Orange Grove AC jumping 10:63. So real tight battle there for third place, with Erica Giuseppe coming out on top on that one.
Sarah Buggy been undefeated on the island of Ireland for years now at this stage.
I've never seen anyone beat her in a triple jump.
I'm the same.
I don't remember there being a triple jump or anything at like the Martin Games or Croxley Sports, so I don't know if she'd have had any opportunity to be beaten there. I can't confirm that it's
a good
not
one.
true.
It's a good stat.
We don't know if it's even a stat.
Oh, we'll make it a stat.
It may or may not be a stat. Kate Doherty, 14:22 for her. So good performance from her there for that bronze medal. And then Liliana Hora then second place.
Second position, silver medalist from Donini AC.
Donini AC. According to the answer here.
It's second place for her. And then the champ.
Senior champion.
First title for Megan Myers. And it's confirmed to be the Commonwealth Games qualifying standard here in 13:35. She's very popular out here. A lot of people delighted for Megan Myers here. 13:35, getting that Commonwealth Games standard, and
13:35 for the winner.
A win for her as well. First senior title here. Liliana Hora second, and Kate Doherty in third.
Yeah, they lived up to the hype. We got a Commonwealth standard out of it. Great race.
Cracking race, in fairness, and I actually don't know where the Commonwealth Games is. It looks to be somewhere in the Gold Coast. It'll be
Was that not last time?
Oh, that could be last time. Yeah, it looks to be in Birmingham, which is a little bit disappointing when you put it in the Gold Coast.
She made the Commonwealth. It's on in Birmingham.
Oh, 13:54 for Liliana Hora. She's got a PB at 13:53, so just out of off her PB. But yes, Birmingham.
Grim enough. Birmingham's a lovely place. I've been there.
It is.
I mean,
it
it's
is.
a lovely
Yeah.
town.
But
It's not the Gold Coast, is it?
No, you're not. Yeah, Gold Coast is definitely the superior option there, I think. But what can you do? It's still the Commonwealth Games, and it'll be an enjoyable experience for Megan Myers. That cracking run there, 13:35. Yeah, the standards this is 2016 standards, in fairness, but I didn't actually know what the standards were. But we're looking at 13:50. Yeah, so she absolutely smashed it there, if that is still the standard for the 100 meter hurdles. Absolutely no bother to her. Well under the standard, so delighted with that. And I don't know if we're close to any other standards today, but some cracking results there from Megan Myers. Fair play to her. Did it live up to the hype?
Did you? Anytime you see a standard of any sort is great.
Yeah, and it's not
a particularly nice day in terms of for 100-meter hurdling. There's a little bit of drizzle earlier on. It's kind of a little bit cold. I don't know the exact temperature, but I wouldn't say it's perfect conditions for those athletes. So I'd expect her to go even faster at a later date. See the women's 200-meter final now getting onto track. We've got Catherine McManus in this one, Nicole Walsh, Emma Hutchinson, Sarah McCarthy, Brynja Brinchstattir is back in action. Molly Kern, Orla Lear, and Faith Finney is into that final as well.
Yes, you'd imagine Catherine McManus should be the class of this field here.
Yeah, you think McManus is starting well there. McCarthy doubling back from that 100 metres earlier on as well. So wonder how they'll go in this one. But it's certainly going to be a cracking final here for these athletes. You'd have to think, well, Molly Curran had a decent run as well in her heat, but you have to think it's between McManus and McCarthy there as well. So we'll just maybe get a zoom in here. We get an idea of who's where and what's what. So I look at Orla Lear there in lane 2. That's Brinchstattir then in lane, I think she's out in lane 8 there. That's Faith Finney then in lane 3. We've got Sarah McCarthy then in lane 5, it looks like. I don't see Catch McManus.
Yeah, I don't either.
And there looks to be a lane free there between the City of Lisburn AC athlete and McManus may have pulled after that 100 metres earlier on. I don't see her anywhere out there. So McCarthy looks like should be happy enough to try and take the title here. And just on that note, Sarah Connolly and Anna Macaulay, good runs as well that we didn't mention in that hurdles there earlier on. 14.55 and 14.76. Emer Kelly 14.95, and Niamh McCrory and Bev McCarthy then just behind that 15.38 and 16.07. So you'd have to be looking. You can't really look beyond Sarah McCarthy here, can you?
No, definitely not. And then we have Nicole Walsh, and you never know, Brynja Brinchstattir could get up there for a bronze.
There's no doubt about it. That's what we're hoping here. That's what we're hoping. People's champ, but Molly Curran looking really good as well from City of Lisburn in her heat. So yeah, hard to know how this will play out.
Disappointing not seeing McManus go here. She looked really well in the heat.
Yeah, I suppose after a day, she's 200s and a 200, so probably a hard day at the office for McManus, although she's done plenty of races in the past. End of a long season as well. And they appear to be jumping off back over there at 2:04, which we will see in a moment. Intriguing effort.
So we're off here.
Yeah, cracking start there from Sarah McCarthy. She's already closed that gap on Nicole Walsh. She's absolutely flying around the corner here, and it looks like Walsh in second and probably Brinchstattir then in second and third place. But McCarthy leading into the home straight. She's away and home here, and it looks like it's going to be McCarthy all the way for the win. Molly Curran and Nicole Walsh battling it out for second and third, but McCarthy is quite a distance ahead of the field, 24-27. Walsh and Curran then battling it out for second and third. I think Walsh got second.
Yeah, Walsh was second, yeah. McCarthy was unbeatable there.
Class of her own, yeah. You can see here, you get flying into the home straight here, and you can see there Curran and Brinchstattir and Walsh battling it out for the minor medals here, but no doubt about it, all the way to the line. McCarthy is a class apart. There's a chasm, a Grand Canyon they fitted in between Nicole Walsh and McCarthy
just
there.
got up for second there.
Just about, yeah, in front of Molly Curran. So good performance. You were right again. You're really calling them.
Well, I had Brinchstattir here for third.
True, but I think that was the heart ruling the head there, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
We have no more opportunities for Brinchstattir to get on the podium today. Unfortunately, we would have interviewed her.
We'll never know.
So men's 2 up next: Murphy, Sykes, Morris, McDermott, your mate Albro back again, Armstrong, Esseman, and O'Neill all back.
Simon Esseman looked fantastic in the heat.
He did. His time was a bit slower, I think, though, than his heat. I think it generally was a bit slower than the rest.
Yeah.
Murphy and Sykes battled it out pretty well, and Morris and McDermott all looked pretty good too. So very hard to tell. I think we can go back and have a look at the Well, before that, I'm going to have a quick look at the jumps here and find out what is going on. They aren't showing it because they obviously don't have it on the Excel sheet. So we don't know what the
only mishap so far.
But it's gone back to... Oh, it it's unforeseen circumstances. But they look to be back at 2... They look to have dropped at 204, and now they're down jumping at 202.
So we're
in
in
some
the
sort
midst of a jump off.
A jump-off scenario it's broken out here. And
Do or
these
die, and he's clipped it, but
clipped it.
it's staying on.
And those athletes are going to be getting pretty tired. They've had a whole competition, essentially, and they've had to start again. And they've failed at 204. They're back it down at 202. And we'll see Jonathan Heath and Kieran Connolly battling it out here.
If I'm not mistaken, he has to make this.
If it's a sudden death, I don't know whether it's you have to make all, you can get it within the 3, or if it's just a sudden death.
Nah,
That would be very
sudden
harsh, wouldn't
death
it?
would be much more
Outrageous.
crack.
It'd be sudden death if I was an official and I wanted to go home. But hard to tell. Well, if he doesn't get this and it's over, then...
For the women's 200 metres. In third position from the city of Lisburn, Molly Curran.
No, he's got it.
He
Jump off is on.
0-3.
He got it with room to spare there.
They have to surely go back up to 204 now.
In second position.
They just keep going till the one misses.
75.93.
If he dies, he dies.
Boys in Ireland.
So Nicole Walsh getting second there. Molly Curran with third place. And winning both the 100 and 200 today, Sarah McCarthy's from Mid Sutton AC, the champ, double champ. And 2 decent times as well today. So she's be delighted with that.
Champ.
Champ. Walsh in second and Curran in third. And obviously this men's 200 is coming up shortly as well.
Here we
We'll
go.
give you that. The jump off is too intriguing. So we have our
More
man.
Orange Grove men in this.
This is the 2 more, yeah. I guess James Armstrong there in the inner lanes. We've got Albro, then Murphy, then Morris, McDermott, and Esseman then in the second to last lane, and then Finn O'Neill then in the outside lane. So I don't know if Adam Sykes, so one of the Sykes brothers pulled up earlier on in the 100. But I think, is that him there in the outside lane?
On the outside.
No.
Far out lane.
We've got our quota of Sykes. You have to have one at all times, I think, at least. So this should be a cracking effort here. As Murphy having to chase down Morris and McDermott. Esseman winning his heat, but slower time than the rest. So it should come from those 4 middle lanes. So Morris getting out very strongly as well, but McDermott looks to be in the lead at the moment. Murphy struggling a little bit and being passed now by Albro just on the inside, but looks like McDermott leading coming into the home straight. Morris on his shoulder. It's going to be between these two, but Murphy getting back into it as well. Murphy coming like a train over that last 50, but it is Morris going to hold him off, and it is going to be McDermott for second and Murphy for third. Morris, McDermott and Murphy, with Esseman looking to be fourth. Morris had it every day of the week.
Yeah, he just had the strength there to carry that all the way through.
Murphy's start was not fantastic, is the term I'll use. Lads getting the high jumpers upset with their jump off getting interrupted, but see Murphy is way down here at this stage. He's must be 2-3 meters down, and as he comes into the home straight, then he really starts to turn it on there and go after the 2 lads. But Albro running well as well. But Murphy got into his running here in the last 80, but I'd love to see his start again. It's a bit of a shocking start, but Morris holding on for the win. McDermott then in second.
And we've missed a high jump, so we
Heath.
don't really know what that means.
There was a clap, so it's either good or bad. I can't tell. Was it a sympathetic clap? Was it a happy clap? It sounded like a sad clap. So we reckon John and Heath is out at 204. Maybe a sudden death scenario because there wasn't enough.
That's harsh, isn't it?
Extremely harsh.
I mean, we love the drama, but
It could be a bit too much now for me. You know, you'd be. I know you've had a long competition there and you're looking for it to be over, but it's one jump.
yeah.
Surely you need your 3 jumps at it again. Extremely harsh. Connolly with the
It's
win.
a cruel
though.
game.
It's absolutely a cruel game for these boys. It is one of the few ways it'll end not in failure for the winner though, because he's not going to go off and bother doing like a 210 effort here. Like he's got his 204.
He's already jumped 205, back to 204. Ends on a high,
Yeah.
a high jumper, if you will, and off into the sunset.
Happy days.
Back to wherever Lakela is.
Kildare, I think.
I think it's Kildare, yeah. Is it? Somewhere in the Midlands. So we're cracking through these races now. In fairness, Sarah McCarthy 24.27, Nicole Walsh 25.93, Molly Curran 26.03, Orla Lear then 26.34, Faith Finney in 5th with 27.03, and Bryn Brynstadter 27.05. We'll wait for those.
Bang on time. Hopefully the steeple barrier's out. Not yet.
And I see Adam Kirk-Smith has scratched from this. He would have been
That's disappointing.
the top drawer athlete in this one. But we do have Christopher Duncan, Ethan Dunn, Andrew Nevin, and Stephen Connolly. So we'll see how this goes. So Ethan Dunn has ran a 9.56. I had a lot written down about Adam Kirk-Smith and him being an anthropology student, but now I have to scratch that off. University of London, I believe.
He's not here, so now we're talking about it.
University of Kent before that. LinkedIn is great. You really learn a lot. See what people are up to, you know?
But then don't they get notified if you view their profile?
Yeah, well, sure. I don't mind.
Who cares, yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people
You're
now going onto
shameless.
LinkedIn and be like, Dougie was checking me out. He didn't even mention all the stuff all the stuff I've done in my life, you know? Brian Fay is not here. You know, he actually worked in a summer camp. Has that on his LinkedIn. He's going to bring that up, but then he wasn't here. Disappointing.
You're a big fan of the steeplechase, Ronan.
I am, yeah. I do think it's a great event, and I think we often don't put athletes in. We disregard it. It's the race walk of the distance world. We kind of go, steeplechase.
Hard event.
A terribly hard event, yeah. Yeah, awful event. But we have a lot of 1500 meter, 3K, 5K athletes who just go, no, one bother, I'll just continue running like 346 in the 1500, when they could actually be. It should be tried more often.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting at. It is miserable though.
I'd imagine so.
You haven't done it?
Never done it, like, and
You really haven't really got out and done. It's just kind of,
No, and like a lot of Pat Hogan's athletes have done it.
yeah.
Rory and the lads. And yeah,
What happened to you?
I'm too soft. I'm too scared.
It's cross
I'm
country
afraid
on
of
the track.
falling over.
It's essentially what it is. No rhythm,
Yeah,
misery.
It's grueling.
I haven't ran it to any decent. I ran a decent steeple in school, but when I got to 3K, it's too far for me. But I've ran a couple of 3K steeples. I've been lapped by Rory Chester in National League finals and stuff. Great crack. Wave at you as he's going by. Like. But yeah, 3K steeple, miserable. The guy I was coaching this summer, my cousin there, ran 5K standard, 3K standard for the Euro Juniors, and couldn't get near the 3K steeple standard, even though he's 6'5" and he's actually a decent hurdler.
Yeah.
But it's just really hard,
Yeah, it's tough.
and he was getting nowhere near it. Not even close. He also fell over then twice as well, like hilariously. Yeah, that definitely slowed him down. But yeah, it's a very, very tough event. Men's 200 meter presentation here. We got Adam Murphy, and we have in third position Paul McDermott in second, and Luke Morris in first. I'd say we're slightly behind here now.
200 meters in third place with a time of 21.96. Adam Murphy from Tinryland AC. In second place, very close behind in 21.95 was Paul McDermott from Denore.
Paul McDermott in second.
The winning time of 21.73. Luke Morris from Newbridge AC.
Luke Morris, your winner from Newbridge AC. So next we have the 3000 meter steeplechase men, then the 400 meter women's final, then the 400 meters men's final, 1500 meter senior women, 1500 meter senior men, then we have the 1500 meter wheelchair men, and the 1500 meter senior men. To round out the day. First 4 entering this men's steeplechase. Warming up at the far side of the track.
Could we have Peter Fryer, City Derry Spartans, to presentation, please? Could Kieran Connolly and Jonathan Heath also do the presentation, please?
The clouds parting now here. Mary Peters' sun is starting to shine through. These guys getting ready to go. So again, Christopher Duncan, City of Lisburn, Ethan Dunn, Lockview AC, Andrew Nevin, Mullingar Harriers, and Stephen Connolly, Annadale Striders.
I'm saddened to report that Cathal Dennehy is watching the live stream
Oh no.
in Tokyo. This is not the first time he's left the country and then watched the live stream. He was on a holiday in Budapest years ago and he watched the varsities on a live stream while on holidays. It's worrying. It's worrying.
Just to give it a break.
Not the Athletics Northern Ireland
He's relaxed,
Championships.
he's on holidays in Tokyo. He needs to start drinking more sake and just enjoying himself.
Absolutely, yeah. But no, maybe this is the big draw. Like, it is the best run competition I've ever been at.
Oh,
So
without a shadow of a doubt.
we do have the men's steeple here now. Christopher Duncan, Ethan Dunn, Andrew Nevin, and Stephen Connolly. City of Lisburn, Lockview AC, Mullingar Harriers, and Annadale Striders all represented here. And the sun has broken out.
Yeah, I just said as you were gone, the clouds have departed, the sun's shining through. Mary Peters is lighting up.
Back in its glorious form that it was this morning, yeah.
Basking in sunshine.
But it's the Lockview AC man who's gone to the front. That is Ethan Dunn. He's 9.56 personal best. Behind him, then the man from Annadale Striders, Stephen Connolly. And just behind that, the Mullingar Harriers man, Andrew Nevin, followed by Christopher Duncan from City of Lisburn AC. So, decent hurdling there from Dunn, who stepping on the barrier. Nevin then in third place, also stepping on the barrier. But Annadale AC's Stephen Connolly just flowing over it.
Yeah, it's such a massive advantage if you're able to hurdle efficiently in this event, because if you can't hurdle well, you're just chopping and changing all the time and you're losing a lot of energy very fast.
Yeah, it's until you see a guy that can really hurdle properly up against guys who can't hurdle properly. It's just very hard to see how much of a difference it makes. But you see, if we had Adam Kirk-Smith in this, he's a lovely technician over the barriers, and you'd have actually seen how obvious it is for him that how much of a gain he makes. He was actually pacing my cousin for one of those steeple races in the AIA Games, and I think it ended up affecting my cousin because he had to try and keep pace with him, and he kept losing a meter or two over the barriers and then having to speed up to get a point
racing
again.
between barriers.
Yeah, just to stay on pace.
Yeah.
So it was actually probably didn't work out as well as we planned, but you can see the big difference. So Kieran Connolly there getting the win in that high jump, getting the win post jump off ahead of Jonathan Heath. And then in third place then was Peter Fryer of City of Derry AC Spartans. So
Ethan Dunn is very smooth over these steeples here.
he is, even though he is stepping on them, he's not losing any time.
No.
9.56 performer at his best, so they're almost a mild inconvenience to him rather than anything else.
Stephen Connolly quite competent over, slightly baby stepping into the hurdles, but well able.
Certainly, and in the water jump here, so you can see a little pick up of pace and
Just
very
one little
efficient.
step in, yeah.
You can see the Stephen Connolly there just losing that. Dunn was straight over.
No loss of momentum at all.
So it's really about trying to, there's so much running in between the barriers. If you can make them as inconsequential as possible, that's the key to these. So we get up here with 5 laps to go, 2K to go.
Andrew Nevin back in third here from Mullingar.
Yeah, Andrew Nevin there going for the little bit more of a laboured approach to the barriers, and then behind him then Christopher Duncan then of City of Lisburn. So long a way for the boys to go at this stage. Well, a good battle building here anyway between Ethan Dunn and Stephen Connolly. We're hoping Stephen can get up onto his shoulder maybe over the last lap or so and provide us with a bit of entertainment.
Yeah, Connolly seems to be closing that gap in between the barriers.
I don't know if I've seen Stephen Connolly run a whole lot of steeples in the past, so maybe an early foray into the event. What Ethan Dunn, yeah, looking very, very comfortable over the barriers.
Yeah, very good through the water jump there. As you said, Connolly has that little stutter as he comes into the water jump.
4 laps to go on that half-hander.
Yeah, but he's definitely closing the gap, alright. I know we've got these panels in front of us that are kind of actually changing the. It's like a House of Horrors type scenario here with loads of mirrors, but it definitely has been closing. Certainly over the last kind of maybe 2 laps or so, it's been closing by a half a meter or so.
But not much in it at all, and plenty of running left.
Yeah, we have a mile to go for these boys now. So,
and as you know yourself, Ronan, those barriers get bigger and bigger as you get tireder and tireder.
Absolutely, and then maybe that's where Ethan Dunn's kind of superior hurdling ability may help him out a little bit over the last couple of laps, as Connolly may tire and his technique will go a little bit. We've seen over the years plenty of athletes fall in steeplechases, and this gap is certainly closing. It's almost closing by such a short amount that it's hard to actually see it happening, but it's happening slowly over time. But Ethan Dunn has been reeled in here by Stephen Connolly, and Dunn seems to have lost an awful lot of pace there, even over the last 200 or 300 metres.
Yeah,
Seems struggling somewhat.
He's not as smooth through the water jump as he was.
We had a very, very poor water jump there from Stephen Connolly, though, and that's cut his momentum.
Lost a lot of his gains there in that one.
But it's really become a war of attrition here, hasn't it? It's Connolly with the poor steeplechase water jumps. He's got a bit more energy though, and he's going after Dunn, but every time there's a bad jump, it sets him back. It's snakes and ladder stuff. He keeps falling back down the ladder.
Yeah, they're both look to be struggling for endurance. Connolly's right up on his shoulder now, and so it might take him here after this hurdle.
Yeah, he seems to have settled in there. They've settled into a rhythm here, the two of them, and they're a good bit ahead of Nevin here of Mullingar Harriers, so nothing to worry about there. The both athletes almost jogging now alongside each other, which is probably not a good idea for Stephen Connolly, because he's not as good a hurdler, so he nearly needs to make ground on Ethan Dunn now. About 2.5 laps to go.
Yeah, looks like they're getting very tired now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a faller here over the last lap or so, because it's becoming very, very laboured here. Connolly is running a little bit better than Dunn, but even still, his water jump in particular is not fantastic. A major stoppage there, better jump there from Dunn. He looks to have made a gap here, doesn't he?
Yeah, a small bit of a gap opening up now, but he needs to do that. He needs to open that even wider if he wants to secure his gold.
You almost need to factor in the fall here as well, because I don't know if Stephen Connolly's going to make it the whole way around. He's got a good bit of pace on Ethan Dunn. So get good celebrations here for the men's. I'm going to say
it's a pole vault.
Pole vault?
Yeah, that's Shane Power from Wexford.
Oh yes, so Peter Glass probably in there somewhere.
Just under 700 metres to go.
Check those results for you. Connolly has made a bit of a gap here. He's 50-60 metres now to the good, so I think that race is...
Save a fall now, he should be okay here.
I like the inner voice there. They almost save a fall. Oh, it'd be unfortunate, but it would be exciting. Yeah, so in the jumps here, men's pole vault.
Yeah, Peter Glass with the win there, 4:65. Troy McConville in second, and then Shane Power in third. Yeah, 4:20. So good battle there between those boys.
Now on to the front. It's just over 500 metres to go.
So still a bit of a distance here to go. Now Ethan Dunn only hitting the water jump there now. It's just 50 metres.
Plenty barriers to be ran. Connolly looking over his shoulder now. He needs to be focusing on getting over those barriers though.
Yeah, the only thing is he's probably not battling. He knows Dunn is done and dusted, pardon the pun, but he knows he's a good bit ahead of him now, so he can probably just concentrate on getting around, as it were, and not be too worried about the time or what he's even doing. It's actually a decent enough time here. They're going to be around 9:50 for 3K steeple, which is pretty decent running. And Ethan Dunn there in second. Andrew Nevin. Actually, our fourth place athlete here, Christopher Duncan, is actually a pretty decent hurdler.
City of Lisburn man.
Yeah. He's got to work on the rest of it, but he's hurdling well.
Christopher Duncan in fourth.
And we're looking nearly at a 80-metre gap here between Dunn and Connolly. So I think even with a fall, I think we should be Connolly should be home and hosed here.
Yeah, you open up a big gap there.
And Andrew Nevin still in third.
Final water jump struggle there with that one.
He certainly did, but he's back into his running again and off. He's had a look around. He knows he's in the clear, so one more jump, get over this barrier, and he's home.
Senior title.
And he does so with ease.
See, it's relieved.
Yes, to get a
hurdle. And now he's home.
So it's a decent time, 9:44, which is impressive running.
44.91 for that real man.
Good running from the man from Annandale. Ethan Dunn then, yeah. Getting over that last barrier. Good performance for him.
Also his first senior medal.
Doing well there, the man from Lockview AC. Good performance. But certainly a race that had a lot for so few athletes in it. We had a lot of drama in there, a lot of potential tension as we went around. Andrew Nevin then getting up for third place, and then it'll be Christopher Duncan with a lap to go. Said lovely hurdling from Duncan.
So over the final barrier.
Very young kid.
Yeah, he looks to be about maybe 17, 18, so there's plenty more to come from him maybe over the next couple of years.
Christopher Duncan of City of Lisburn is lap to go.
Andrew Nevin in third.
Yeah, and everything finishing there with a bronze medal, and lap to go for Duncan, and bodies strewn on the track. It's the way it should be. But the only man that's up, he's got the winner's buzz there, Stephen Connolly. Probably as tired as the rest of them, but when you win, you're
running on adrenaline now.
Able to get up and get about. So after this, we will have the women's 400. We have a serious battle there between Rachel McCann and Katie Kirk. It's almost been so long since those heats, you've half forgotten about it.
Yeah. And
but there's definitely lots to come in that one. It'll be a cracking race. We have Quiva Rowe there and Amy Sid El Dewan, and there's well Orla Lears ran a couple of races in between then, so she might be a bit tired for that final. Kirk versus McCann. Men's 400 as well, Aina Madden.
That's going to be a cracker, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. You have a bit of a soft spot for Roland Service here coming down from the 800, hoping that he's going to pull out a big performance.
I'd love to see Roland win this.
DJ Roland.
DJ Roland, have we had a DJ suggestion name?
I don't think we've had any YouTube comments related to DJ Roland and potential names for him in the offing. I think it's... No, we've... Eaton going for his third title there, yeah. That was Stephen's first title. That's John T. Glover. Getting in the info there from him as we see a big finish here from the man from City of Lisburn, Christopher Duncan. But no DJ names, unfortunately. But Roland, he's got to work on it. DJ Roland, it's not much to it.
He needs to work on that.
Radio Roland? That's even...
Nah.
Roland Radio?
Radio's dead, man.
That's true. I believe video killed it. Don't know, DJ.
So we do varsity athletics in 2 weeks' time.
Yes, yeah. Is he playing at it? Sort of gig, open air
gig? I assume he'd be running at it.
don't know. I think I would give up now if I was him and go full time into the DJing.
Yeah, more money.
Yeah, absolutely, and fame. But no, we'll see how he goes. If he breaks 50 seconds here, he might pack it in. You know, who knows? But he is outside chance of it. Ian Madden looked incredibly.
Madden looked very good.
Incredibly good, yeah. So we'll see how all that rolls now over the next while. Looking forward to this one. Katie Kirk and Rachel McCann duking it out here. North Down AC versus, I think she was in Lagan Valley, but unattached here in the program. But it's hard to know.
Katie Kirk, will the gamble pay off of coming down from 800?
Big gamble.
Possibly giving up a national title of 800.
But then, how much sweeter then to beat Rachel McCann than over 400?
That's the thing. That's the gamble you take.
Yeah. I think Kirk looked very impressive in her race, but McCann certainly had a lot more to give. She kind of shut it down with about 50, 60 to go. Kirk is chasing down McCann there. You can see Kirk there in the centre of your shot. So she's going to have eyes on McCann the whole way around. So will she just hold on and use her superior endurance there in the last 50? Will McCann get out early doors and try and blow the doors off? Hard to know what way it'll play out.
Must commend Athletics Northern Ireland. A lot of organisation goes into putting all these on. Like,
absolutely, yeah.
I'm just looking at all the stewards here and hurdles on and off the track non-stop, and
yeah, like it's an entire national championships in terms of the amount of events and all rolling off, and
takes a lot of logistics.
So very, very impressively done here.
Box boys and everything.
Yeah, you'd rarely see that now.
Where would you find it?
No. Different gravy. So we've had a update there of some description. Men's 200, 21.73 for Luke Morris, 21.95 for Paul McDermott, and Adam Murphy down in third, 21.96. Of course, that men's steeple final being won by Stephen Connolly's first title, and Ethan Dunn was going for 3 in a row but fell short. So in this one, from the inside, that is Ayla Stewart there from City of Derry AC Spartans. We've got Trim AC's Cueva Rowe. We've got an empty lane there. We've got Katie Kirk, Rachel McCann, Ella Dewan, and then in the outside then we have the Ballymena and Antrim athletes Erin McMahon. So I think we're missing Orla Lear, which is not surprising considering the amount of races she's ran today, and Amy Stitt is also not there. So Orla Lear would have been fairly tired now, I'd say, coming into this race. So it's going to be Kirk and McCann, you would suspect.
Who's your money on, Ronald?
I think Kirk's going to do it. I think she's got the superior lane draw as well, and might just sit there and blow by her in the last 100 maybe. But McCann could go out strong. 2 evenly matched athletes. You?
Yeah, I agree.
So Kirk out strongly there, yeah. McCann with that kind of slow start that she had in the previous round. Dewan going out well, and McMahon flying out again as she did in the earlier heats. But at the moment, it looks like McCann leading into the back straight as they go down. There's a 2-3 metre stagger there to be unwound later. But Dewan has been run out of it, as is McMahon at this stage. McCann flying it there to go through 223 seconds through the 200 metre mark, and Kirk just sitting on her shoulder there, using that tactical advantage of the inside lane, and Kirk getting up on her shoulder now, and it looks like Kirk is going to be leading coming into the home straight. Kirk absolutely flying it here, and McCann, there's no real response when Kirk went by. McCann looks content for silver, but Kirk looking really, really good here with 40-50 metres left to run. Kirk is going to get up here for the win, and the decision is justified. Drop down, and she runs 54 seconds. McCann second, and Dewan then up for third. So what do you make of that, Liam?
Yeah, we called it again, Ronan. I mean, we don't get him wrong. It was a 2-hour race from the start. McCann got a good start, but then Kirk just had that endurance to just edge her out and just kept pulling away towards the end.
Yeah, McCann is an athlete. It's kind of hard to tell. She's such a tall athlete. It's hard to tell. Like even at this point, it looks like she's going to kick into gear then again, but seems to kind of stay at that pace the whole way around. So Kirk seems to be working so much harder there in that last 50. But McCann coming out after her again, probably running in around 56 seconds there. But Katie Kirk, different class really.
But we can't, yeah. Like, just looks like she's more to give. There's definitely such a tall athlete. 4 hurdles is that event, obviously. She's dabbled in as well, but some fine running there. So here's our winners, medal winners. We've got Stephen Connolly with the win, 9:44. Andrew Nevin, 10:44 in third, and Ethan Dewan then in second place at 10:09. Ethan Dunn having the #1 number though is always a good crack.
Yeah.
You'd always enjoy that. Like, you had that. Happy enough.
That'll be up on his bedroom wall now.
Yeah, exactly. #1 man. Stephen Connolly though was #1 today. The Annandale Strider, and Andrew Nevin then in third. So Katie Kirk with the win in the women's 200 or 400. Sorry, Rachel Khan in second, and then Ella Dewan then from Naas AC getting up for that third place position. We've got a cracking men's 400 to come, and then we have some 1500 meters to round out the program. So we've got a couple of short and sharp and sweet 1500 meters, and Adam Kirk-Smith is actually in the men's 1500.
Interesting.
Which is going to be a very good race later on. There's a whole host of really top quality athletes in that one, including Neil Johnson, who ran very close to a 4-minute mile the other night.
Yeah, Johnny Wan as well was keeping his cards close to his chest when we met him earlier.
He was, yeah. He was very much. I think he just didn't have a plan, to be honest.
Yeah,
he seemed a bit confused as to what the whole scenario was about. But nice fella though.
Harmless enough.
Conor McGuire's in there as well, and Sean McGinley in there as well. And we'll come back to those as we get ourselves on the line here for the 400 meter men's 400 meter race. We've got Anna Madden, Carl Crosby, Roland Surlis, Paul White, Owen Buggy, Craig Newell, Jack Manning, and Robert Maher.
It's hard to see past Anna Madden here after watching them heats earlier.
Really impressive. Now we'll have to see what
Paul White was quite impressive too.
We may be rumbled here because Anna Madden has actually not on the line there. So we have Surlis in 1, we have Buggy in 2, we have Paul White in 3, we have nobody in 4, Jack Manning, Crosby, Galway City Harriers. Am I right here? Am I wrong? Robert Maher, sorry, from Galway City Harriers, and then we have Craig Newell on the outside. So Anna Madden is a no-show, which is
hopefully it's not a severe injury or anything.
No, it's a personal best performance there in the heats. So it'd be unfortunate now if there's any issue, but cracking performance from him. So now who's it going to be? Roland Surlis comes into your.
Paul White was good in the heats as well.
He was. Craig Newell as well, cracking heat from him.
Carl Crosby is very talented, but didn't look too polished in the heats. Looked a bit laboured.
He certainly did. So I think I'm going to go with Craig Newell, local favourite. I've seen him here before. He won either 2 years ago or last year. The years are kind of melding into one at this stage. But Paul White, very impressive in the heats. So I would say between Paul White and Craig Newell. So Craig out there in the very outside lane. He's got out very quickly. He'll fly to 300 meters, as will Jack Manning, and you'll see Crosby and Surlis come back in the last couple of last 50 meters. But White running well as well. Very hard to tell here at the moment, but Newell flying it, as is Crosby.
Crosby going really well here. But as you said, the stagger, it's hard to see who it is. Jack Manning going well too.
Yeah, certainly 150 metres left to run here, and Crosby looks to have the lead at this stage. Manning running very well as well, as is White. Surlis and Buggy ran out of it. Crosby leading into the home straight. It is Crosby with about 1 metre or 2 of a lead on Paul White. Newell coming back at him on the inside as well, but Manning there in the centre. But it's going to be Crosby. Looks like he's going to get it just ahead of Paul White on the line. Very hard to tell there, but I think it was Crosby, White, and then Manning for third. Newell ran out of it for fourth place.
Yeah, as I said, Carl looked very laboured in the heats, but he's a great championship runner. Like, he always pulls it out of the bag in the finals. He looked really good in that heat. Jack Manning looked really good. I think he took it off White there in the end.
Yeah, very hard to tell there. Like, White was coming on the inside there as well in those last couple of yards. Crosby struggling a little bit in the last couple of meters, but it looks like maybe half a metre or so, or maybe a foot ahead of White then in the end from this angle. 47.89, I'd say that's pretty close to a personal best for Crosby as well. Certainly a seasonal best. So cracking performance from him. You were slating though, like.
I'm just kidding.
Constructive criticism.
No, he definitely, he looked, he was in Madden's heat, though, was he not?
For the women's 400
Yeah, and I think Madden's kind of sprinting style may have made him look a little bit more laboured, but certainly well able to come back and double down on the 400 metre later on. Just check his personal best personal best of 47.41, so almost a seasonal best, 47.68, so a really impressive run from him. Women's presentation incoming. We'll have a pretty good women's 1500 metre race coming up for you now shortly as well. We've got Roisin Flanagan, Robin McKee, Del Monaghan, Maisie O'Sullivan, Hannah Galland, Cheryl Nolan and Katie Moore in this women's 1500 very, very shortly. So it'll be interesting to see how Roisin Flanagan does.
Yeah, obviously been doing very well over in the States in the last couple of years.
Yeah, an athlete that's doing well over the barriers as well, and up over in Adams State, and certainly someone to keep an eye on. Obviously still relatively young, so we'll see how they the two sisters improve. And now obviously Eilish Flanagan going to the Olympics this time round, but plenty of more to come from them. Katie Kirk here getting the gold. Third was Ella Dewan.
She's to run back to close up the coffee shop now.
Exactly, yeah. I'd say they're probably just doing the stock take maybe in the Bridewell, you know. Who knows? We've surely started ourselves out with a couple of freebies at this stage.
So.
Yeah. all this for nothing, you know. But Rachel McCann second, and the winner Katie Kirk. She's wearing the Northern Irish vest there. So no time up for that yet, but certainly, and that we'll see in a moment what the exact time was. But Kirk, clear winner.
Could we have the medalists in the men's 400 metres?
And those men's then won by Crosby, Paul White and
position.
Jack Manning, 1, 2 and 3 in that one. We'll see momentarily now. We'll get an idea of our women's 1500 start lists. Don't see them out there. All still warming up. So we might take a momentary lapse, relax for a moment before we see this women's 1500. We'll be back to you in maybe about 90 seconds or so.
Can we have the medalists in the women's long jump to presentation, please? Can we have Erin Fisher, Anna McCauley, and Sarah Connolly? Presentation, please, for the presentation of the women's long jump.
So we're starting to see the early preparations for the women's 1500 there kicking off in a moment. So we'll get an idea of exactly who's in that one now. Roisin Flanagan, Robin McKee, Del Monaghan, Maisie O'Sullivan, Hannah Galland, Cheryl Nolan and Katie Moore. So you'd think this is probably between Roisin Flanagan and Maisie O'Sullivan, I would suspect.
Yeah, you'd think so. Roisin Flanagan, even though it's been a very long year for them, being in the NCAA system and then come back here for the summer.
That's true, yeah. There may be a little bit of tiredness in the legs from plenty of races, and Maisie's got a good kick as well over the last couple of laps. So Cheryl Nolan, not to be discounted either. Athlete probably better over 5 and 10k, but and the cross country, but certainly has a few wheels as well. But all to play for here. A very small field, 6-7 athletes in the race. High quality though. But we shall see. I think Flanagan probably will try and get to the front and move away from Maisie Sullivan and be more of an 800 meter runner, a better 800 meter runner than Flanagan. So
Yeah, she needs to make this. She needs to grind it out early. Make it a hard run for home early on.
yeah, certainly, and that'll suit Cheryl Nolan as well, I'm sure. So we'll have this 1500, and we'll be following that up then with another senior women's 1500. So I think this is the I suppose the A heat. If these are in the right order, time trial 1 has Cheryl Nolan and Maisie and O'Sullivan and Flanagan in it, and then we'll have a wheelchair race over 1500 meters, and then we'll have three.
It looks like Paul White has got the 400 win. Carl Crosby
The
sitting
classification for the men's 400
on the second
meters.
place step.
Third position in a time of 48.23.
There's a shock.
Jack Manning of Kilkenny City Irish.
Really thought Crosby had held onto it there, but White on the inside.
Second position in a time of 47.89 is Paul White of Nina Olympic.
Oh, we got a
And
slow
now he's
roll
just
there.
moved over.
Also a time of 47.89.
Fooled us.
It's Carl Crosby.
Okay, so it's a dead heat. In fairness, we were close, but yeah, Carl Crosby really slow rolling us up here and sitting on number 2, standing behind it. Like, what's he want from us? How are we meant to know? But good result there. Dead heat between 1 and 2. So fantastic race, and Manning then in 3rd place. So I have a suspicion they've put these two together, or they've put the second race first. First should be the last should be the first, because this looks like the second heat. Because we have Clonmel Harriers athletes in there who I don't think are in the first one. So hard to tell. I don't see Roisin Flanagan in there. I don't see Cheryl Nolan in there, and I don't see Maisie O'Sullivan in there.
Yeah, this must be the second heat.
Very much so. So we've got, if this is our second heat, then we've got Joanne Mills, Laura Tuitt, Aisling Morehouse, Sinead Cronin, Erin McConnell, Marianne Doherty. We have Aoife Manny, we have Ellen Byrne, and we have Mary Leach of Drogheda District. So we'll see how this plays out. We'll have the second race then up after this one. And then obviously wheelchair race and 3 men's 1500s to round out the day. Really looking forward to that last one there. Lots of high quality athletes in that last and final heat. Sorry, go on here. 1 point
Plenty racing to go.
Plenty of races to go. I was going to say Jog Lisburn Running Club they've really positioned themselves well there. You know, they've thought this through. They've said at some stage today the 1500s will be on, and we're going to be up there for 5 races with Jog Lisburn Running Club right front and centre.
Prime location. They
Well,
were here early, staking out.
Early doors from the lads. 5 a.m. start for the gazebo putter outers. We have a gazebo like that in our club, and it's ludicrously heavy. It's
Going to cross-country races, having to lug that thing around.
yeah,
It's a nightmare.
yeah, it's comical almost, and I get you need to be having some sort of engineering degree to put it up as well. So things are realised that, you know, people of the younger generation, you know, can't do that kind of stuff. Physical, you know, mechanical stuff, can't hack it like. No.
Someone else do it for you.
So we're off here in this women's first heat,
1500 meters.
and we have in this one Joanne Mills, Laura Tuitt, Aisling Morehouse, Sinead Cronin, Erin McConnell, Marianne Doherty, Aoife Manny, Ellen Byrne, and Mary Leach.
Yeah, really, really tightly bunched here.
Yeah, and I think one of the Clonmel Harriers athletes scratched on our start list here, but they are, in fact, there are 3 on the start list for us, and there's one in the race, so we'll figure out exactly which one it is.
Just running through the lineup here for this.
I think that is
1500 meters.
it's in fact Laura Tuitt who's unattached on our timetable here, and that is the Clan Farrier at the front there,
Ashley Morehouse.
and then Ashley Morehouse then in second place. Sorry, we have Aoife Manny of Listowel coming all the way up from Kerry there in second place. Mary Leach there on the outside, 201, and then the Lagan Valley athlete there on the inside, that's Marianne Doherty. I always enjoy the Lagan Valley colours there, the kind of zebra type setup they've got going.
Yeah.
Controversial, but working well.
Very, very modern.
Yeah, too modern for you?
Yeah.
You're a traditionalist. I can see that in you.
Like a minimalist singlet.
Yeah, no Lagan Valley singlet for you. Yeah, you've had enough. I think it's glorious, my personal opinion. But
You're very flamboyant, though, Ronan.
I am a flamboyant man. I think that's the one word people associate with me.
Yeah.
Again, presentation for the women's long jump.
So Laura Tuitt still in front here. Mary Leach has just gone around her, the Drogheda district athlete, and going well here at the moment. These athletes' pace isn't too hot at the moment, so we could see all of them involved. Big burn up then perhaps at the end, but Tuitt now back in second, Leach, and being followed then by the athlete from Listowel, who is Aoife Manny there. Coming around on the outside, that is 195 in fact, and that is Aisling Morehouse there. And then the North Down AC athlete, who is Erin McConnell. Then she's taking closer order. She's out running in lane 2, so she should really try and get up and get into that gap.
Yeah, so this is going to be a burn up. Whoever has wheels with 400 metres to go.
Yeah, certainly. I've seen Mary Leach run a few times over 800 as well, and Aisling Morehouse there in the outside lanes finished a few Dublin gradeds over time as well at a fairly fast pace, so we'll see how that one rolls out. But Erin McConnell probably in the best position at the moment, sitting there second place on the shoulder of the leader Mary Leach. Tuitt there, Laura Tuitt just on the inside. Probably a little bit boxed in at the moment, but just needs to hold her position. But a little bit of a gap growing back there to Aoife Manny as well.
Bit of a move being made here then by...
That's Aisling Morehouse there.
Aisling Morehouse.
Yeah, Morehouse gone to the lead here. We've 600 metres left to run, so a lot of athletes still involved here, and the other DCH athletes as well, Sinead Cronin, starting to move up there into that 5th position. So everyone's still pretty much involved here at the moment. Morehouse still in the lead, Leach in 2nd, and McConnell in 3rd. It's going to be a dust-up.
It looks like McConnell now is going to try and put herself in pole position coming in with 400 metres to go.
Yeah, it's great tension here as these athletes, they all know what's coming here. Morehouse is getting ran out of it a little bit there, being boxed in by Mary Leach there. She's using that experience and moving across onto Morris's toes, and McConnell though in that perfect position there in 2nd place. Tuitt in 3rd.
Yeah, that's where you want to be 400 metres to go, just on the shoulder, ready to pounce.
Yeah, Tuitt there probably still a little bit boxed in, but she's held that inside line the whole way around. And Lagan Valley's AC's Marianne Doherty there is starting to take closer order as well. The DCH athletes ran out of it at this moment, Cronin and Morehouse. But
Marianne Doherty then fighting to get up into 3rd.
Yeah, Doherty's running well there. The DCH athletes aren't done yet. They're coming after it again. Leach and Tuitt will have to take closer order there, but it is McConnell there striding away. 150 metres left to run. She is the class of this field, and she is home and dry almost at this stage. Leach coming around again and trying to get up onto the shoulder of Tuitt, and Tuitt and Leach they're battling it out for 2nd and 3rd, but it is McConnell coming into the home straight. She looks fairly nonplussed by the whole situation, very much under control here, and Leach is getting into 2nd place, and Tuitt could be ran out of it here by Sinead Cronin there from DCH, but it's a good battle. McConnell with the win, Leach then in 2nd place, and it is Tuitt and Cronin then battling it out for 3rd, and Tuitt getting that bronze in this final here. 4:46 for the win.
Yeah, McConnell placed herself really well with about 400 metres left, and then just used all the strength she had to pull away from the field. Yeah,
tactically there, she had a very decent run the whole way through, and never really put herself under too much pressure throughout. But Leach running well as well and getting herself into good positions. But definitely no doubt about the winner there. Panned out in the track, hard work. 4:46 from Erin McConnell. You can see here with a lap to go, McConnell just on her shoulder there in the right position, as you were saying, the perfect position.
Sitting in then Leach Chewett there as well. We really had all the medalists in this. And Cronin is probably the one that came from the furthest back. She was 4th in the end and probably gave herself a little bit too much to do. Trying to follow Marianne Doherty here a little bit, but cracking finish. There's McConnell there finishing that one in a big group then coming in together. Leach, Chewett and Cronin. You're excited for this one?
Yeah, so this is one we'd had ourselves all excited for.
Yeah.
Roisin Flanagan and Maisie O'Sullivan. You've your money on Maisie O'Sullivan?
I don't. I think Roisin Flanagan will win it.
Interesting.
I think she's going to blow the doors off maybe with 600 metres left to go. Or to go from the start. Hard to know. But Cheryl Nolan in there as well. But Flanagan, I think she's in such good shape at the moment. It'd be a bad decision not to put a bit of pressure on the rest of the field.
Yeah, very consistent racers as well.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. So, small enough field here, but high on quality. Roisin Flanagan there from the inside. Then the Annandale Strider athlete, Hannah Gilliland. Then we have the athlete from, I'm going to say from Dublin City Harriers, Adele Monaghan. Then Maisie O'Sullivan. Then we have the other Annandale Striders athlete, Robin McKay. And then Cheryl Nolan. And then the North Down AC athlete, Katie Moore, then on the outside. So 3 3/4 laps, the metric mile.
Is it your favourite event on track and field?
Favourite event to watch, I think. Yeah. It's got everything.
It's got it all.
Yeah, the 10k, like the other night, there was lots of. Like if you recorded it, you'd just skip the first 20 laps. Like, you know, it's too long. 5k, decent. 800 is probably too quick. You can't really get into it.
Yeah,
it's perfect. Flanagan straight to the front. O'Sullivan, Nolan, 2 clubmates there, 2nd and 3rd, and that is Delmont and then in 4th, and the 2 Annandale Strider athletes working together then in 4th and 5th at the moment. So we have it. We know from the
as
start.
expected, it's Flanagan and Maisie Sullivan with Nolan then in 3rd. But yeah, as we said, Flanagan's going to try and make this a hard, drawn-out affair.
Yeah, and she's coming through there in about 33 seconds, 66s. So you're talking about 4:10ish pace, which I don't think they'll run today, but
yeah,
certainly putting the pressure on early doors.
She's a supreme endurance from the thin air up in Colorado.
Yes, up in the Rocky Mountains. Be a rocky time for Maisie Sullivan here today.
Oh,
yes, very much so. She has a mountain to climb.
Stop.
Sorry. It's too far. We're lacking in action up here now at the moment. So through the first lap, 60, 65, 66 seconds. So a very consistent pace there. Maisie Sullivan looking good at this pace at the moment. We have to expect her to maybe drop off at 4:10 pace at some stage. But
yeah, both look really well. They're very smooth runners, great form. There's already a big gap back. Cheryl Nolan in 3rd.
Yeah, Cheryl Nolan running well there in 3rd, and we'll get an idea of exactly which of the Annandale Strider athletes we have back in 4th place there. So that'll be a good battle for bronze, I suspect. But leading into the home straight here, coming up with 2 laps left to run, and it's as from the start, Roisin Flanagan, and then just behind her then is Maisie O'Sullivan. Maisie O'Sullivan starting to rock a little bit there, not looking as smooth, but Flanagan's still looking good.
Roisin Flanagan looks very comfortable there with that pace. Maisie, as you said, slightly rocking.
Yeah, Nolan working well there in 3rd place, just in front of the Annandale Striders athlete, which I think is Robin McKay. Well, yeah, very much so, coming through the 800 there, 2:16, so they've gone back to about 4:15 place. But certainly Flanagan's still looking plenty of running. A gap looking like it's starting to grow there, only very, very slightly.
Still hasn't shaken her as much as she'd like at this stage, I think.
Yeah, you'd expect if O'Sullivan can be on her shoulder with 100 to go, that she'll be able to bring something to the table, but 600 metres left to run, and Flanagan's hoping to bridge that gap or blow that gap apart. And O'Sullivan looks like she's coming back at her again. 500 metres left to run here. Flanagan leading into the home straight, leading as she has from the gun, and O'Sullivan just trying to hang on. It's still that gap at about 2 metres there. It looks like it's going to be too much as O'Sullivan is rocking and rolling there, but the bell can do strange things.
Flanagan then in second place, and that is in fact Robin McKay then in fourth place. So there's going to be a cracking battle there for third as well. But Flanagan now has, I take, knocked another metre onto that gap, and looks like she's going to be home and clear here with 300 metres left to run.
Yeah, it's just using her strength and endurance here to open up that gap in the last lap. Maisie just fighting to get back, but I don't think Flanagan is just too strong for this.
Yeah, Flanagan is has that superior endurance over Maisie O'Sullivan, and we're looking at probably at a time of about 4:20 here for these two. Flanagan looking really, really good now and starting to get into her stride, and O'Sullivan coming back at her again, but probably too much to do for O'Sullivan, although she is starting to close that gap a little.
Great battle on here for third and fourth. Cheryl Nolan just holding her own, but the Annalise Striders fighting back at her.
Yeah, Flanagan coming into the home straight there with plenty left to run. I thought O'Sullivan was starting to come back at her, and I think she is very slightly, but Flanagan has the gap at this stage. But a good battle for third there between McKay and Nolan, but it looks to be done and dusted now as well. 4:18 for Flanagan, O'Sullivan probably about 4:20 just behind her, and Nolan then making it an Evans 2-3 with McKay then in fourth, Adele Monaghan then in fifth, and the other Annadale Striders athlete, then Hannah Gilland back in sixth. North Down AC lady Katie Moore, seventh place.
Played out just as we called her on, as usual.
Oh, they don't even know they might even need to run the race this week. We could just call it from the start.
Mystic Duggan.
Well, you know, the only time it's fine until they bet money on it, and then Jacob Kalimo then 3-1 lets me down. Yeah, you can see here Liam, like you were saying, miles ahead at this stage, and using that endurance to continue to make that gap back to Maisie O'Sullivan, who just couldn't handle that pace from the start. 4:18 is lovely running on their own.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that. So 3 races left, to 4 races including the wheelchair, sorry. I had 3 1500 metre men's races, and then we have our wheelchair race here as well with Killian Dunn, Andrew Greer and Sean McCullough back again. Dunn taking the 100 metre title earlier on.
Let's see who has the endurance now in this one.
Yeah, Dunn got out very, very strongly, and McCullough seemed to be coming back at him, so you wonder how it all rolls out over the last while. So keeping plenty of rain in Dublin, so it's been a glorious day up here, as we said.
It's always fabulous in Belfast.
Yeah, we may never leave. We may never leave. So we have a bit of time here now before this wheelchair final. Race of the day before. Well, we're going to have a great 1500, men's 1500 later on. We had a good women's one there, but hard to look past that women's hurdles.
Yeah, Commonwealth standards well out of it.
Yeah, and 3 very good performances as well.
Top class hurdlers there.
Some great sprinting as well, early doors and the ones and twos as well. So it's been a fantastic day. Men's 800, low 150s as well. So a good performance. Milligan saw him in the toilet there earlier on as well, and he obviously no idea who I am, so I just said well done. And then
it's too cool for you, man.
No, yeah, but probably, I don't know if he's still wearing the shorts. I'm sure he was. He won't like it when he replays the video anyway, but we'll see what happens. But Ethan Dunn out again, very, very quick start. McCullough in second at the moment, and third is Andrew Greer. So it's at the moment still taking the same start as our 100 metres did. Dunn, McCullough and Greer. We were reckoning there might be a change in the endurance there, that maybe Dunn was the sprint star.
Doesn't seem to be. Seems to be just an all-rounder.
Yeah, McCullough there really taking close orders, right in behind there in any slipstream. It is extremely hard to know. I suppose it's an event where the first 50 metres is incredibly important, getting out so quickly, and then
it's so hard to overtake.
It's incredibly hard, yeah. So Greer there losing a bit of time there. He's back in third place, but McCullough and Dunn there battling it out. And will McCullough take a shot at the title here and go around the outside? and try and get there. It's very hard to tell. He's got to go at some stage if he's still there. You can see McCullough still looks to have plenty of energy left.
This is a 2-horse race anyway.
It certainly is, yeah. Greer back in third there, but Dunn and McCullough coming up now with 800 metres left to go.
But again, so hard to overtake, and you can kind of play around, and he can kind of shift over and back and straddle between lanes and make life really difficult for McCullough.
Yeah, you can see Dunn actually pulled out there and kind of the outside of lane 1 to make it really difficult for him, and now he pulls back into the corner then again, and it's so difficult tactically to know what McCullough can even do here after he didn't get out into the lead.
He'll have to go all the way out to lane 3.
So coming down the back straight here now for the penultimate time. When, if ever, will McCullough take a shot here? It's very hard to know. Sitting in.
Surely he'll give it a go at some point.
Yeah, he seems to. The gap is more than it was early doors when but he's closing it again, sitting in behind Dunn, Killian Dunn. So Dunn and McCullough here leading into the home straight is Dunn. As you see, he moves out again there. He just sneaks his way out into the outside.
Must be so frustrating for McCullough.
Oh, when will McCullough try and go by? Will he make? We got the bell here now, and Dunn is gone for it.
It's still Killian Dunn and Sean McCullough.
When will McCullough take his shot? Will he go on the outside, coming up the back straight? He surely has to take a shot at some stage. And Dunn with that kind of superior start as well, you'd think that McCullough needs to make a bit of a long drive for it.
For the last 250.
Dunn is going for it again. He's sitting in. It's kind of tension filled, this sort of tactical.
Wants to come off the bend here now. He'll have to really go for it.
Dunn winning the 100 metres earlier on.
All out here in the last 100 metres.
McCullough has to go for it here, doesn't he? Is he edging around the outside?
He's trying to edge around now. Has Dunn taken the eye off the ball maybe and let him move out? Yeah, he has to go all in here.
Yeah,
this is going to be this. Yeah,
it's a serious battle here. McCullough looks like he's going to go by him, and he does. The 100 metre man is beaten. McCullough with the win at 1500 metres. A great tactical battle from Dunn all the way, but McCullough getting the win in the end. That was a cracking race.
Yeah, we said he had to make a move at some stage, and he just timed it to perfection. He knew exactly what he was at.
Yeah, it was very hard to tell whether or not, like, even when he was going by him, hard to tell if he actually was able to get around, and it's so hard to get into that position. Greer here getting up for third place then as well, looking to get a set of personal best performance, and 4:03 for him, so a good effort from Greer there as well. Put a cracking race up front, and at least they take a share of the spoils today. Let's see here.
Yeah, it looks like Dunn almost switched off, and he was straddling between lanes to block him off, but then he didn't see McCullough go by him then that time.
Yeah, McCullough went very wide there as well. It wasn't even close to him. He kind of, as you say, had to go out into kind of lane 3 to kind of get around him, and then gave it everything up the home straight. So good that they instead of a share of the spoils.
Slight interlude before the final event commences, 1500 metres, which there will be 3 races, all done on times.
So we're might take a minute or two here because we're actually have to wait for this 1500s to start at 1:15. So we might take a couple of minutes, G ourselves up for this, not that we need to, for this 1500 metres. Buzzing.
So we've been rumbled here. We're gone early. It's the men's 1500 meters here. We've got the first of 3 heats. So we've got Sean Malarkey. He'll be open. There's no messing. City of Derry AC Spartans. We've got Paul Horan. We've got Peter Carty. We've got Rodney Campbell. We've got Con O'Neill. We've got Joel Chambers. We've got Jamie McMeekin. We've got Davy Foster. We've got Stephen Lunn. We've got Ronan Fitzpatrick. We've got Benedict Gillen. And we've got Sean Delaney. Full field.
Yeah, no messing here from the start.
No, exactly. Yeah, that looks like Davy Foster or Joel Chambers will get an idea of 113. So that is Joel Chambers from Willifil Harriers gone straight to the front ahead of the Lagan Valley man Peter Carty.
Oh, yeah, Peter Carty.
So they are the 2 lads gone to the front here.
If you Lagan Valley men, your eyes will be delighted on them.
They will, yeah. It's hard on the screen there, yeah. 390 then is Ronan Fitzpatrick from Queen's University, and then Sean Malarkey there getting up into 3rd place. But Chambers and Peter Carty 1 and 2 there at the moment. Coming around now to the 400 metre mark, so we get an idea of what kind of pace these boys are doing. So we're coming through in 65, so around that 4 kind of 10 margin, but we'd expect them maybe to slow maybe over the next couple of laps, because that was fairly swift from Joel Chambers from the start.
Yep, Peter Carty and Joel Chambers. And then a gap back to...
That's Sean Malarkey there in 3rd. You have to say that Carty there in 2nd place, he's really tracking the more diminutive Joel Chambers from Willifil Harriers. He's just sitting on his shoulder there, very relaxed.
Yeah, Chambers done all the hard work so far. And these usually play out the man on the shoulders.
Gets the job done.
Position.
But Sean Malarkey there, who'd let them go really early doors, has worked his way up there. I know he's in 3rd place, he's about a metre down, but got 800 metres left to run here, and Chambers still in the lead. And in 2nd place, our man from Lagan Valley, Peter Carty, and Malarkey taking closer order to 3rd. And these 3 look like they're the most likely medalists, if they were handing out medals, which they're not because it's a time trial. But top 3. So is it going to be the hare or the hound here? Is it going to be Carty or Chambers? Chambers has been leading from the start, from the gun, straight to the front, and Carty, long striding athlete there in 2nd place, has been sitting on his shoulder.
Chambers still looks like he's plenty of energy left.
Yeah, he'll lead it now. 600 metres to run there. Chambers still leading this one. You're on the Carty bus, or are you on the Chambers bus here? Carty's taking closer order again. He can sniff the bell here with 500 to go.
Carty looks quite comfortable there in 2nd. He's just moving out as well. Looks like he's going to make a move here and go by Chambers. That's exactly what he's doing. And how will Chambers... No, he's not. Chambers is going to regain the lead again. 400 metres to go.
Yeah, they're coming through nicely here. 3:03. That's a decent running here from these boys. Chambers, he said, still holding that lead, and I thought Carty was going to go by him there, and I actually didn't want him to. It was too early for him to go by.
I mean, if you're going to make a move, you kind of have to go, and he kind of hesitated a bit.
Yeah, and he's settling in there now again, and it could be a serious finish from Carty. But Chambers is putting the pressure on him again, and it's going to be a crack. If Chambers can hold on, it could be a cracking run here from him. Carty doesn't look, he looks so comfortable, but he doesn't look like he's actually going to make a move here at any point.
Yeah, if he wants to make a move, he really has to make it now, or else he's going to have too much work in his hands. Because Chambers, he's led from start to finish, but he doesn't look like he's going to let this pace up either.
No, he doesn't, and Carty doesn't seem like he's going to make a move, and it's going to be a great run from Chambers here if he can hold on for this win, because he's led from gun to tape here, and Chambers is making, actually increasing the distance between him and Carty, and Malarkey might even get up for second place if he goes all the way to the line, but it is going to be Joel Chambers with a cracking run from gun to tape and 4:07.32, so really, really fine running from Chambers there.
Really gutsy running there from Chambers, and it just seemed like Carty could have taken him again, but he just hesitated with about 400 metres to go. He may rue that decision.
Yeah, it was a strange one to kind of go up on his shoulder and then not either. He was neither here nor there for Carty, but Joel Chambers. Perhaps what we've had there is the classic "I've been seated in the wrong race and I'm angry about it" from Joel Chambers. I think we probably should get those. We should probably do T-shirts. I've been seated in the wrong race and I'm angry about it.
from Joel Chambers there.
No better motivation than a chip in your shoulder.
Absolutely, and he from the gun, no messing, and dragged Carty with him most of the way, but in the end, he held on for the win. He'd be delighted with that. See him here coming into the home straight. We thought Carty was going to rustle himself again for the win, but Chambers storming away the Willowfield Harrier.
Yeah, he didn't let it up at all. Gun to tapes, he said.
And 407, I suspect, I don't know the young fella, but or the young man, but I would suspect he's probably in maybe 4th, 5th, 6th year age group. He looks like. So that's 407. That's fine running on your own there.
Yeah, plenty to come.
Not many you'd expect him maybe to run a 403, 404 in the right race with a bit of pacemaking. So plenty more to come.
So
next one up, second last race of the day. We've got Dara Crossan from City of Derry AC Spartans. We've got Oisin Toy, James Hamilton. We've got Oren O'Hare. We've got Joe Fogarty. We've got Larkin Mullen. We've got Niall Carberry. We've got Thomas Patterson, Martin Cunningham, Lugga Mallon. We've got Oisin Cassidy, and we've got Neil McCartan. Neil McCartan ran the 5K earlier on, so
did Dara Crossan, didn't he?
yes, he did.
That's
yeah.
a tough day at the office.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be in favour of that. I'd be having none of that. But these boys made of tougher stuff than I.
Spartans.
And yeah, Neil McCartan confirmed to be in there as well. So yeah, he was 4th earlier on, was he, in the 5K perhaps? 3rd, 4th?
Yep.
So hoping to bag himself another medal. The East Down AC man. So 2 races to come. We're building towards this final race of the day, men's 1500, which is going to be an absolute cracker. Will it knock the 110 or the 100 meter hurdles for women off the top perch? I don't think it will. Commonwealth Games standard, it's hard to beat.
It would take a lot to do it.
What would your I suppose your remit here? What would the scenario be that would? Okay, it's not going to be Commonwealth Games standard. So, what would we need for it to be a great race?
Oh God, we need lots of elbows, big bunch of lots of elbows, few handbags been thrown around.
Yes.
And then a real bust up at the end.
2 lads like trying to fight each other afterwards. Like.
No, like a burn up.
Oh, burn up at the end. Yeah. But you're not. I'm not anti the fight at the end.
No, I wouldn't like to see any fight at the end.
I had a massive scrap, not actually genuine fisticuffs, but a fracas, if you will. 2007, I'm going to say, or 2006, 800 meters national juveniles. Anthony Lehio, Tommy Carroll, and it was my fault. I pulled in and like absolutely tore into the two of them with 350 to go, and I think Lehio won the race. And then Tommy Carroll was finished behind me, and then big scrap afterwards of fellas pushing each other. Well, pushing me like because it was my fault. And but a hassle.
Just run away.
No, they were faster than me, like, so I knew that wasn't an option. Like. But I think it just eventually they all calmed down. But we're all friends afterwards after a while. But yeah, totally my fault. So maybe there might be a similar scrap. Who knows?
3rd position in a time of 4:03.09 from Torque.
The wheelchair Andrew presentation Greer. Here, we got Andrew Greer for 3rd place. A great battle between the top 2.
2nd position in a time of 3:38.55. We have Killian Dunn of Barsikane AC. And our winner from Michaela AC in a time of 3:38.03 is Sean.
So we had Dunn there in 2nd place, and we had McCullough then up for 1st place. That was a cracking race. That was one of the best races of the day as well.
Very tactical. Like.
Yeah. You could see McCullough was itching the whole time to go around him, and just had to hold and hold and hold.
Yeah,
so
very patient and struck at the right time.
Another tactical affair coming up here now in this 2nd race. Crossan, Toy, Hamilton, O'Hare, Fogarty, Mullen, Carberry, Patterson, Cunningham, Mallon, Cassidy and McCartan. You'd have to favour McCartan if he hadn't ran earlier in the day. He's there at the back of the field.
Yeah, surely a 5K is going to be in her legs.
Yeah, and they've got out pretty strongly there. That's the Mullingar Harrier, Larkin Mullen tearing out to the front. And we've got some fisticuffs. So you were asking for there. That was the Ballymena runner man, James Hamilton. It was a bit of a push there, a bit of a stumble.
The Lagan Valley man going straight to the front.
It's Lugga Mallon there gone to the front, the Lagan Valley athlete. 3-3-1. storming to the front there. Number 27 then is Oisin Toy just behind him from Finn Valley, and then the Mullingar Harrier then is Larkin Mullen there in 3rd place. So bit of a gap already to that man from Lagan Valley, Lugga Malin.
Behind that is Oisin Toy.
See now as they come round, it looks almost to be a tad slower than the previous race with Chambers. So we had a 66 first lap in that. I lie, it's going to be quicker than that, I suspect. So we're looking at 62, 63 seconds there. So 3:53 pace at the 3:56 pace at the moment. But we'll see how that plays out.
Ian McCartan now moving up, slotting into 4th.
Yeah, McCartan should be well able for the space even after that 5k earlier on.
So Malin the lead, Oisin Toy in 2nd.
So Malin, Toy and Oisin Cassidy then in 3rd. Oisin Cassidy there from St Michael's in Enniskillen. And we have the Mullingar Harrier athlete, Larkin Mullen. McCartan then honestly they're back in 5th place. But he's running well here.
Will we see a similar to Chambers lead start to finish?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. Like with the likes of McCartney, you see there the man from Dara Crossing there, the 5k man from earlier on from City of Derry, Spartans coming up on the outside, and Niall Carberry, the Clonliffe Harriers. A lot of numbers there, a lot of bodies.
Yeah, what always petrifies me about these races as well is tripping each other up.
Yeah, which is extremely likely in a race like this. Yeah, they're running fairly strongly though, so. But always potential for McCartan and Crossan maybe surely struggling after that 5k earlier on. 2:10, so slowed after that first lap, and we've a bit of a stumble.
A trip up there as Crossan goes onto the shoulder of.
That's the man from St Michael's in Enniskillen, yeah.
Crossan's going to take this up.
Cassidy.
So still 10 athletes.
Crossan surely knowing that he's a 5k man, so he's got to go now with 600 to run there. He has to put the afterburners on. McCartan seems to be struggling. We favoured him earlier on. He is starting to move up, but he's got a bit of work to do.
Malin's still going well though in 2nd. He's going to go back onto the shoulder now of Crossan and take this on.
He is, and he's probably in a reasonably good position there, but he's probably sniffing that bell as well, which we're going to hear very shortly. So it is Malin, followed by Toy, followed by Crossan, and then the Clonliffe Harrier, Niall Carberry getting up there. McCartan looks ran out of it.
Yeah, Crossan probably saw that 5k in the legs and he just fading away there. It's Toy and Malin, the 2 here.
Yeah, Malin there with 300 seconds to go. You look at Toy and I think he's going to blow by him here, but it could be quite early to do that. And you actually see the athlete behind that is from, I'm going to say, I was going to say City of Derry, but he's the Tier Connell man. Martin Cunningham is actually coming strongly there as well in 3rd.
Real good battle on here.
Yeah, Malin and Toy trading places there, and Toy gone back to the front again, and the early leader Malin struggling a little bit. Will he come back at him again? Toy, lovely long striding athlete there, long socks, 150 metres left to run. It looks like he's going to come into the home straight in good shape, but Malin is coming back at him again. Will he be able to come after him? I think he's got just enough to hold on, and it is going to be Toy for the win, and the Masters athlete there, Cunningham, coming through as well, possibly up for 3rd, but it is in fact Toy with the win, Malin 2nd, Cunningham 3rd, and an athlete we never mentioned, Fine Valley's Oran O'Hare, coming up for 4th place.
Great race from Cunningham to get up to 3rd there in the end.
Yeah, he came from nowhere there. I didn't spot him really until that back straight, but the Masters athlete using all that experience. Toy looking very good there at the front of the field. Decent race.
Yeah, Malin tried to come back at him, but probably did so much work done in the early part of the race. Toy just had the extra gear at the end.
Yeah, I suppose that's a lesson for Malin there in terms of how much he was actually working at the front of the field and trying to race back to the front a lot of the time, when he might have sat in at more times and gone for it again. But Toy looking very good with 300 to go, and you can see Cunningham there in the right hand side of your shot getting after it as well. But Malin going around him again, he's mad for the lead. Something he couldn't relinquish at all at any point in the race until it was too late. And Toy then, I wouldn't say he toyed at him, he certainly just sat on his shoulder there the whole way through, and then blew the doors off then in the last few hundred metres or so. And looked like he had plenty of running left. It's Chambers though, 4:07 in the first heat, and probably would have been about 5th or 6th there.
Yeah,
so
done himself justice there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And now the penultimate race of the day.
The big one, yeah. So we've got Michael McKillop in this one, Craig McMeekin, we've got Luke Dinsmore, we've got Richard Owens, we've got Ryan Miskley, Callum Morgan, Danny Mooney, Sean McGinley, Conor Maguire, Johnny Wan, Adam Kirk-Smith, Samuel Stevens from Leicester Contarian AC, strange, Neil Johnston and Ben Brunton then from St. Bridget's.
Yeah, I mean this is a stacked field, as they say.
Yeah, with a lot of good athletes in this one. Garrett Hill was in it earlier in the week, but it's pulled from it then. Johnny Wan, 3:49 seasonal best. So obviously ran a little bit quicker than that, but as you said earlier on, wasn't 100% sure of his plans.
No game plan, didn't know what he was at.
No, he may not even go the right way around the track here. We're not 100% sure. Neil Johnston, though, I would probably put as the favourite today. 3:43 seasonal best and 4:01, 4 flat the other day in Wimbledon, over the mile, just behind Brian Fay and Darren McElhenney. So I would put him as the favourite in this one, but you have plenty of more decent athletes in this one. Danny Mooney's a 4-minute miler in his time. He's running pretty decently again, 3:46 seasonal best. Callum Morgan recently off that Euro Juniors 5k final. Adam Kirk-Smith, instead of Steve Chaser, with plenty of strength. Richie Owens as well. Just ran 3:46 back in the day. He works now for DocuSign. He's a manager for the accountancy firm DocuSign.
DocuSign?
Yeah, so but you know when you're doing instead of actually signing the document, you can have like a signature that is.
I had a big problem with this during the week.
Yeah,
and I would have loved to have that service available.
Yeah, DocuSign. You can get it for free, and then you can get you have to pay for it then after a while.
Of course, yeah.
But classic Richard Owens. But yeah, I have it as well. I used to get loads of emails off him because I used it once.
Because I got an email this week, was like, "Can you sign this document?" I'm like, "Well,
no,
I can't really."
Yeah, so DocuSign is what you use, and Richard Owens, there he can get you the freebies, I'm sure. But I've been getting emails off them for the last year, you know, looking to sign up or whatever you have to do, and obviously ignore it. But now I'm like, maybe I should support Richie.
Yeah, shout out there to DocuSign.
Yeah,
getting loads of paid endorsements there, Ron.
Yeah, I know. If only. Well, it's a pity Brian Kelly isn't running. I'll scratch him. He's currently working for Deutsche Bank. All this work I put in, you know, I want to use it like. Craig McMeekin, he's in there though, you know, the PricewaterhouseCoopers, you know, I don't know what his position in the company is, but he works in it. Only recently as well, he's only recently moved into the role, so great for him.
Good for him, best of luck.
But yeah, he's certainly getting stuck in
Conor
there.
Maguire, good junior as well.
He is, he's ran some, there he is, going to centre your shot just right at that official there. Conor Maguire ripping it up last year, particularly over around 3:51, 18 maybe over 3k as well, so he's an athlete well capable of a range of distances. Speaking of, Sean McGinley last weekend or the weekend before at the juvenile version of these championships, he ran the steeple, the 800 and the 1500, and he won all three.
It'll be Jakob Ingebrigtsen.
Very much so. And a young fella, yeah, 17 years of age. I think he ran 154, and the 8 was the one that particularly stood out to me, but he was ripping it up over a whole range of events.
So has he recovered in the past week? Is he?
I mean, it might have been 2 weeks ago now. Yeah. So surely recovered at this stage. But Jesus, cracking performances from him. Michael McKillop in there, obviously getting ready for the Tokyo Paralympics and multiple Paralympic champion all the way back to Beijing. So hoping to go 4 in a row, I suppose it would be at this stage.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, incredible stuff. And as you said, Conor Maguire in there as well. We've Samuel Stevens in there as well from Leicester. So
I'm gonna take a stab at Johnny Wan, even though he doesn't really know what he's at
in general and 1500s and
well, like going off that shout we had him today.
It's hard to know, and I know this. Samuel Stevens, Sam Stevens, great name, but from Leicester, he's hardly come here without
that's good.
You know, the intention of running pretty fast. Like. That'd be my questions there. I was thinking it was going to be Corinthians. On the start list it says Conor Terrarians, and I was like, I don't know what that means. Corinthians would make more sense. Ben Brunton in there as well, just recently sub 4. So they're off.
They're off without any problems.
No, and there is Adam Kirk-Smith, the Seabull chaser, straight to the front, and he looks like he may be pacemaking.
Yeah, he looks like he's doing some pacemaking duties for someone. Yeah.
He had that look about him of, I need to know where Sean McGinley is, and Sean McGinley's gone into second place there, and he is the athlete I was discussing there, the juvenile athlete running so well over a range of distances. But Kirk Smith maybe just wanted to get to the front to make sure he knew where he was at. That is the man from Leicester there, Samuel Stevens there in third place in the blue. Could be the dark horse. Danny Mooney come up on the outside as well with the sunglasses. Johnny, your mate Johnny Wan then in the centre of your shot.
Yeah, Sean McGinley as well. Running well there now in third.
And we'll have to keep an eye out, obviously, for Neil Johnston as well with that 3:43 seasonal best there. The Annandale Strider there in fourth place.
The Corinthian now taking up the lead.
Yeah, so Kirk Smith just sitting in second, and McGinley probably better off taking more relaxed approach to it. A 64 seconds through 400 though, so I know they'll have a quick last couple of laps, but they're actually not too much quicker than the previous races at the moment. So it is McGinley, Stevens, Kirk Smith, two athletes from Annandale, Striders, Luke Dinsmore and Neil Johnston, and they're in fourth and fifth. Mooney there in fifth. Conor Maguire sitting in there as well, and Johnny Wan there coming up on the outside.
Yeah, Johnny Wan making his move now.
So 800 metres left to run. McGinley still in the lead, the young athlete, 17-year-old from Finn Valley. Sam Stevens just on the long striding athlete there in second place.
Leicester Corinthian Stevens in second.
Oh, it's all been set up here for a serious last 600. A lot of the athletes still very much involved. Richard Owens at the back of the field there at the moment. Maguire taking closer order.
Yeah, Sean Maguire and Samuel Stevens duking this one out, but it could leave a spot open for a third person to come up and snatch it.
Yeah, and Stevens just went to the front there at 800 metres. They went through a little bit slow at that stage, but Stevens went straight to the front and he opened up a gap 2, 3, 4 metres very, very easily, and he looks like he's going to try and run away from this field. Adam Kirk-Smith then going in second place. You can see Johnston and Mooney and Johnny Wan all trying to take closer order, as is Maguire, and McGinley looks like he's bankrupt at this stage, with 3-4 athletes trying to get up onto the shoulder and get up towards Sam Stevens here. With a lap to go, looks like he's full of running.
Yeah, Johnny Wan's taking an inside line here. See, Adam Kirk-Smith almost moved out to lane 2 to block somebody off, Neil Johnson off. But as you said, Samuel Stevens has come here to do business, and he's taking it on here.
Yeah, he's decided, if I'm coming all the way from Leicester, I'm going to try and win this race. And Kirk-Smith has come back at him again, but it's 3:05 here. So you're looking at around a 3:50 or so finishing time, and Adam Kirk-Smith looking around and trying to hold off Neil Johnson at the moment. Johnny Wan coming as well. Johnny Wan could get up and get that bronze medal. Stevens doesn't look like he's losing any ground on the lads, but he's not moving away from him at the moment, and it is Stevens. And Johnston has gone after him again, the 3:43 athlete. Johnny Wan as well in third place. Will Stevens hold on? He looks like he's struggling a little bit as you come in with 100 metres left to run. Stevens is trying his best here with 100 metres to go. He looks like he's going to struggle a bit. Will he hold on? Will he hold off Johnston? Johnston's coming after him, but it looks like it's going to be Stevens. He's back into his running again. Stevens from Leicester Corinthians is going to win this one in 3:47. Johnston in second, Johnny Wan in third, Mooney fourth, McGinley fifth, Kirk-Smith in sixth, and back to Conor Maguire then in seventh place. Ben Brunton then coming in after that. So cracking finish there from Stevens. Stevens looked like he was in trouble 100 ago, didn't he?
Yeah, he made his move, and he made a definitive move, and yeah, Neil Johnson chased him down at the end, but he had enough work done at that stage.
Yeah, he's a very tall athlete. He's don't think I've ever seen anyone that percentage of leg that is Sam Stevens. He's probably a basketball player of some description. But I thought he was in trouble here. What did you reckon?
Yeah, I think he had enough done. I thought Johnny Wan would even get past Neil Johnson there, but Stevens I think had enough done. He's long loping stride.
Yeah, he's a lovely looking at it. Is Stevens over that last bit, and Johnston thought he was going to get up for that win there with 100 metres to go, but not to be. But certainly Johnny Wan with a great run as well for third place. So cracking performances there. 3:47.13 is the final time there for Sam Stevens, which is a nice day at the office. Nice worth the trip from Leicester.
Yeah, rounds out the day here nicely.
Didn't beat the 110 hurdles, 100 metre
I don't
hurdles.
think so. I think we have to give it to the girls. I think that takes the race of the day.
Yeah, performance of the day, Megan Mars. Congratulations. We don't have an award for you, and it means nothing coming from us, but well done.
Congratulations, Megan.
Yeah, top stuff.
Best of luck in Birmingham.
Yes, yeah. Sorry about it being Birmingham, but still. No offense to Birmingham. But yes, we're going to finish up here. So thanks very much for listening in to the Northern Irish and Ulster Senior Championships. I hope you enjoyed our coverage. Hope you enjoyed Liam's first day in the office.
Yeah, and great to be here. We thought we were silenced, Rona, but we've been given a second opportunity at life.
Just like the Ulster Fry, we're big up north.
Well, that's on our bucket list now for the north, is the Ulster Fry. And what else? A visit to Bridwell Coffee.
Yes, perhaps.
And then that would be...
that'd be it. That's all I need in life.
And then we'd be happy out then. We can retire then.
I think we will possibly be retired by someone at some stage. But thanks very much, and I hope you enjoyed it. You can click back through the YouTube video there and watch back any of the races, and we'll see you again at the Belfast International on the 11th of September. Thank you.